welcome to Saturday stream. Let me see who's gonna join. Where did she go? I don't know what she's doing, y'all. Welcome. Hold on, let me put the chat up. Let me make sure everything is proper for troubleshooting. Let me just make sure the stream is working. Hold on, let me connect. Yep, I am streaming because I just got my notification. Yay, it's working. Yep, it is. Okay. Oh, I hope the volume's working. Okay, stream is excellent. Yay, finally. Oh, I'm telling y'all, I think the stream wasn't working because, hey, Karma, how are you, sis? Welcome to the live stream. I have a feeling that last week when my stream was acting all funny and stuff, like it was because there were too many people on YouTube at the same time. I have a feeling because now all of a sudden it's back to normal. So I'm glad to see you. Hi, I hope you had a happy and wonderful holiday and a happy new year. Hope everyone is doing well. Hi, Allie. How are you? How are you, sis? Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I got a feeling like last week when I was having all of those streaming issues, I promise. Well, yeah, because YouTube hating, but not hating, but you know, they don't like to talk about too many serious things, but like, or controversial things. But I also feel like it was because of Christmas and too many people on the stream, and now everybody's like back to normal. So good. I'm doing great. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Francis. Hi, sis. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone's having a great New Year. New Year was really crazy for your girl, as usual. Yeah, whoever said, let me tell you, I got a lot of respect. I always had respect for mothers, but now I have even more. Like, I don't know how you guys do it, and I'm just dealing with a fur baby. I'm not even dealing with a real baby. I'm not even dealing with a real baby. I'm dealing with a fur one, y'all. All the mamas. You know what? Shout out to the mom, the actual dogs. Like, you know, the mama dogs, the mama dogs who have the puppy. Shout out to Mimi's mom, her birth mother, cause Lord, having to deal with all them kids, it's not easy. I don't know how people do this, man. Like, it's hard. I already told them, I was like, yeah, this is our first and last puppy. I think if I get another pet, like another dog, it'll definitely be an older dog. I think that I think for me, I'm realizing a lot about myself, y'all. Sorry, I just feel like my lips are too pink right now, but yeah, I'm realizing a lot about myself. I'm realizing that, yeah, motherhood is for certain women. And I feel like if you got the patience of the Lord, then you are definitely ready to be a mama. I feel like, you know, now I really realize when they say all women deserve to be moms and, oh, don't you want to be a mom? No, don't listen to them, y'all. Red flag, don't listen to them. Do not listen to them. Don't do it. Don't do it. You really gotta prepare yourself, y'all. You really gotta prepare yourself. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, yo, like, like it's a lot going through my mind every day. And every day I thank the Lord. I'm like, God, thank you for granting me the serenity. You know, I do the Lord that prayer. God grant me the serenity and the peace to go through my day. Because Lord, it's a lot. So shout out to all you moms out there. Shout out to Mimi's mom or any dog who's an actual mom, the ones who be, you know, having a whole bunch of the litter of puppies. Shout out to adoptive moms. Shout out to surrogate moms. Shout out to foster moms. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to you. You said, oh no, girl, my cat prepared me to be patient and strict. That's what I thought, because I'm like, Devonta Pittman, hey sis, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, having a pet, y'all, it is the reason I've been slowed down. That's the reason why, like, you know, I know you guys understand, but I know that there are probably people waiting for me to post videos, like, where's this video? Where's that video? It's because of her. That's why your girl been slowed down. And this week was supposed to be my week off, right? It is my week off, or it was, but it really wasn't a week off. And it's okay, you know, I understand because that comes with it. But Dom was off, I was off, and yet, yeah, like it was like even if we both shared the load, it was still a lot. And then now she's doing potty training, so at least she's doing better with that. I'm getting her to walk a lot more. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to be active for sure. So yeah. Anyway, shout out to y'all moms out there, man. Y'all are doing it. Imagine y'all gotta do this for years, for a long time. At least with dogs, like it's just for a little bit of time, and then after that they get older and they start to kind of wane off of it. And I guess kids do too, but still, it's like it's very demanding, y'all. So in my mind, I'm like, bruh, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Count me out, y'all. Count me. I don't think motherhood's for me. I'm being honest. I don't think motherhood's for me, guys. It's the first time I'm admitting it. I tried to, you know what's so funny? It's like, whenever you know how, like, you know, when people are telling someone, like, sharing something with someone, and like it's like a secret, but it's not really a secret. I feel like me, like, not being ready for motherhood is a big, like, the most, like, how can I say this? Kind of like, I have a secret to tell you. I'm not ready for motherhood. Like, I feel like whenever I say I'm not ready for motherhood, people spend time trying to convince me to change my mind. And there's only a few people who understand. And let me tell you who understands me. It's usually moms. It's usually moms of multiples. Or people who are also neurodiverse and they know, like, nope, I couldn't do it. So it's very interesting. But men, nope. Like, when I told my dad, it's like, you would have thought that I told him that I was just like, I don't know. It was just this very strange conversation. It was like, oh, children are going to make your world great and all these things. And I'm like, yeah, they will. Absolutely. I know they're a blessing. Just like I love having Mimi. I think she's such a blessing. But at the same time, I know the work that comes with it. It's a lot of work. And yeah, so I was just like, you know what? I got to be honest with myself in the new year. Don't let people gaslight me into changing my mind. I'm being honest, y'all. I think I'm okay with a puppy, y'all. I don't think it could go any further than this. I'm being honest. Like, every week I think, like, I'm going to change my mind and be like, okay, you know what? Like, maybe you're just, you know, maybe it's because she's young. Maybe it's just a stress. No, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, nah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I like to sleep in, y'all. This is how I knew. I was like, yeah, I don't think motherhood's for me, y'all. You know how I knew? It's because when I was sleeping, this week, I'm telling y'all, like, the past 2 weeks, I've had Mimi for almost 3 weeks now. It's like when she wakes up, I don't have the urge to get up with her. I just want to sleep. And I was thinking, I was like, oh my God, like, what if it was a real baby? Like, she's a baby and she's like, you know, like, she still, like, kind of wakes me up by, like, licking my face and stuff. I don't get up, y'all. I'm groggy as hell. I'm like, where am I supposed to go? I'm like, I'm not going to get up for nothing. And I'm thinking, like, if it's a baby, I got to get up multiple times. And then they're going to cry in the middle of the night. I'm going to be sleepy. Yeah, I love my sleep way too much. I really love my sleep way too much. That's one thing I have learned now. Like, this is the first time I've had to be responsible for a pet. I've never had a pet before or a baby. So I realized, like, yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. So shout out to y'all, man. Y'all make it. Y'all are the real ones. Y'all are the real ones out there. Echoes, hey sis, you said motherhood is brutal. I'm neurodivergent and so are my kids. It's rough. I can only imagine. I think neuro and it's for that, it's across the board. Even if you're not neurodivergent, even if you're like just you're not neurodivergent, but for those, or what is it called, neurotypical, even if you're neurotypical, it's still tough. Now add on the pressure of having a neurodivergent issue like me, ADHD, y'all. I'm gone. I'm like, imagine, I mean, I got her because I was like, you know what? I really want a puppy. I want to be more organized. And it's helping a lot. Like, I'm not going to lie. It has helped me become more organized. Having a puppy has helped me become more organized, more structured with my time. She really makes it hard for me to just be lazing around. I can't laze around anymore. Like, my time management skills are like, I got to be on it. But it's hard. I'm sleepy. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I miss the days I could sleep in. I miss those days. Like this morning, I wake up at 6:00 in the morning. I was like, but at least it's better. Before she used to wake me up at 2 in the morning. Imagine, y'all. I used to have to hear her barking at 2:00 in the morning. But now it's gotten better. But still, like, you know, I gotta run around behind her around the house, make sure she's not getting into nothing. Right now she's sleeping, so I'm good. But anyway, just a little rant. I hope everyone had a happy new year. Happy New Year's, I should say. And yeah, like if I'm delayed in anything, I am so sorry. I apologize, and it's because of this transition. But things will get done and things will be put out there, and I just gotta do what I gotta do, right? So yeah. Akos, you said, I love your candor and honesty so much. Oh, thank you. I mean, that's one thing you'll get from me is honesty. It may not be the best, but hell, I like when people keep it real with me too. So that's why when some of y'all be commenting, I laugh. Even if I disagree, I still love the honesty, and I love that people can feel like they can be like, this is an open space, very transparent. I want people to be honest about their experiences. I would never want people to feel like they can't share their truth. And I'm being honest, y'all. I don't think motherhood for me. I'm being honest. I'm keeping it a buck. But guess what though? Dom is really good. Dom loves taking care of Mimi. He loves her so much. Like, I think for me, like, I'm realizing that he has that personality where he's very nurturing, very caring. He loves that. And for me, I'm more of the, I'll keep you fed. I'm going to be playing with you. But I'm strict as hell. I don't be playing them games. Red flag. No, she can't get away with stuff with me. With Dom, she be barking at him. Sometimes she bites his feet. I said, okay, you don't want to discipline her. But with me, as soon as I say no, oh, her face turns. Like, she understands, right? So I realized that for me, I'm really strict. And I think that's what it is with me. It's like, I'm very strict. I didn't realize how strict I was until I had Mimi. But I knew I was strict with my students. I'm very strict. I'm fun, but I'm strict. And I think for me, like, the type of parent I would be is like, you gotta work on my time. No, this is my house. Like, that kind of parent. And you know, you gotta kind of be balanced. So I'm learning, like, I really love my sleep, y'all. Like, I really love my sleep, and I love to get up and go. Like, now I can't even get up and go no more. Today I was like, dang, I really want to get an iced coffee from downstairs. I can't get up and go. I had to make sure, you know, I know some people leave their pets, but I personally don't feel comfortable leaving her. She's too young. So it's like, I can't even just get up and go. Everything I do has to be scheduled around Mimi and Mimi's time. And I'm just like, yo, like, yeah. I got the puppy motherhood blues right now. But I'm okay, you know. I'm loving the time we spend together. But one thing I have noticed, though, is I do care about her. Because she looked at me today, and then she had these, like, she's so sleepy. But I was like, oh my God, is something wrong with her? Like, what's wrong with her? Like, you know, I'm always checking and seeing. I think I get a little anxiety too. Like, I want to make sure that she doesn't get sick. So that's another thing too. But anyway, the good and the bad, y'all, the good and the bad. Hey, that art girl, how are you, sis? Happy New Year. Marie James, Happy New Year, sis. So yeah. That is it for puppyhood. It's okay, Romy. I feel like a lot of women feel the same way. Yeah, I think so too, sis. I think so too. But I'm saying it out loud now. I'm admitting it to myself that, yeah, I don't have the urge, y'all. I thought having a puppy would make me feel like, oh, maybe I'm ready for. Nah, I feel even more certain that I'm not. I'm like, yeah, this might not happen in this lifetime, and that's okay. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. We can make it happen. But anyways, New Year's, y'all. So New Year's is here, 2026. Wow. I hope you guys got your resolutions down. Yeah, I got a lot of things planned for this year. One thing I will do is not make any more promises. I realize that I make a lot of promises, and I want to make sure I can keep my promises. So from now on, I will not make a promise I cannot keep. But speaking of that, everything will be not on schedule, will be back on schedule. I do have the website still. I know some of you guys are waiting for that. It's coming. What else? There's a lot of things that I have to prepare for, so just wanted to put that out there. But as far as other things, I'm just really excited that 2026 is here and we're done with 2025. I just feel like more of a freshness with 2026 versus 2025. Sorry y'all if y'all see me playing with this hair. I'm trying to get better at doing my hair, child. Yeah, so with that being said, I hope you guys all had a great holiday. Happy New Year. We're in January. It's a lot going on around the world, but we still got this. So we're good. Now, where do we start, y'all? We got a lot of videos. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just when I thought 2026 was like, oh, we everything's gonna be pretty straight through. 2026 came with a bang, y'all. It came with a bang. Y'all stay safe out there. I know there's a lot going on. Yo, it's just a lot going on. Let's just say I saw what happened in Venezuela. That is crazy. I have to reach out to some friends to see how they're doing. It's nuts. It's nuts. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Marie, you said, is Maisley update coming this month? I'm on the edge of my seat waiting. No, Marie James, yes. I'm glad you asked that. Actually, I forgot to mention that. It is coming. Y'all, I filmed, I'm gonna tell you what's going on right now. So I'm almost done with the last part of the Taylor Swift case study. The last part is coming out probably tomorrow. So tomorrow my stream is gonna be shorter. I'm only gonna do like a 1.5 hour stream, probably 2 hours, if that. If you guys don't see me coming in tomorrow, that means that the stream is canceled. So judging by today, after I finish this live stream, tomorrow is my day to catch up on everything. So that means editing Maisley, editing Maisley and editing the Taylor Swift case study. The Maisley part is all gonna finish. Everything. I already finished the whole series, y'all. So I just have to edit, and editing takes time. Editing takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And unfortunately, I do have Mimi with me. So that also, I got to take her for her walks. I got to feed her, all that stuff. So that kind of chips into my time. So that's why tomorrow the stream may or may not be canceled. If you guys don't see me tomorrow, that means I'll put up an announcement anyways and say it's canceled. I'll let you guys know. I just need another day to just kind of do everything and for everything to be put out. Then after, when I publish all of the members only and the Taylor Swift case study, I'm going to take a week off because I need to decompress. That's one. And two, I'll take a week off, meaning like week off of case studies, but not live stream. Live stream is easy because I just talk and then it just posts. But for case studies, I will take a week off once I finish posting. So I will be back with another case study the second week of January. What week are we? The first week? Yeah, second week of January. Yeah, second week of January. So I'll come back with the members only case study. Members only new case study series after Maisley's done will be Diana in Korea. And then for the regular case studies, I'm gonna put out a poll because I know some people want just Justin and Selena. Some people asked for J-Lo. Someone had asked for somebody else. I forgot who it was. I might do Beyonce, JC. I don't know. We'll put the couples up there. Y'all will vote. But for the members only, definitely Diana and Korea because I had promised that one. So yeah, it will come out. Maisley. What part are we on? Part 3, 4? I don't know, but y'all, it's gonna be like a long one. Like I filmed like, I think it might be 2 parts, 2 or 3 more parts for Maisley, and they'll all be posted like the same day. I'm gonna post everything. Like, just keep your notifications on. It's all gonna be posted at the same time. I don't care no more. I'm just gonna post everything. And then the Taylor Swift is 2 more parts because one part will be Joe and the deleted scenes between Joe and Maddie Healy, and then the Travis Kelce one. That y'all gonna like that one. If you want the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce one's gonna be crazy. That one is woo. Oh boy, Travis is something else. That's all I'm going to say. But yes, Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. Thank you, Karma. I'm going to put them on the poll. Yes, I'll put them on the poll, and it depends on who wants to see which one first. I might do them, like, you guys will vote and let me know. So, yeah, it'll be between J-Lo, Justin and Selena, Ryan Reynolds, and Blake. And then if you guys, it depends on which one you guys vote for, then I'll do that one. If it's Justin and Selena, y'all, Please do not vote Justin and Selena. Give me a break, please. You know what? I might not even add them to the poll. Justin and Selena is going to be too much of a mess. That's going to be way too, that's going to be longer than the Taylor Swift one. Yeah, Justin and Selena will be too long. So I might leave them for March, you know, because Justin's a Pisces. So we'll do a happy birthday case study for him. You're welcome, Marie. Thank you. Hey, Lay So Fit. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, Rose. Happy New Year, sis. Happy belated Haitian Independence. Yes, it was. Hey, Haitian Independence Day was on the 1st. Yes. How many years independent? 200 and let me find out. Haiti became independent 1804. 2024 would be 200. Y'all know my math is off. So I think it's 201 or something like that. Oh, sorry, 2021. Oh, my bad. 221 years. Yay! Yeah, I didn't get soup jumeau. I gotta learn how to make it. I gotta make it for Dom. In case you guys don't know, Haitian Independence Day was on the 1st of January. On January 1st of 1804, that's when my ancestors, they fought for their freedom. And so every 1st of January, we drink a soup called soup jumeau. It's like pumpkin soup. And the reason why that soup came to be is because when the Africans that were enslaved in Haiti, they the slave masters who were French, they wouldn't let them eat pumpkin soup. It was like only for the slave masters, only for the elite. And so once they gained independence, we made our own pumpkin soup, and so that's why it's called soup jumeau. And I'm gonna learn how to make it. I'll probably learn how to make it for next year. It's a lot though. I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot to make. I don't be liking to cook Haitian food because Haitian food takes so much time. When I tell you, my mom she be over the stove the whole day. I ain't got time for all that. But I will do the soup jumeau. Just, you know, so Dom can have a taste of it. He did taste it, I think 2 years ago when my parents did a Christmas dinner for him and my sister because her birthday's on Christmas. But I want to make it for him. Yeah, just like a tradition. Because he made me the dokguk for this New Year's. So I'm going to make him soup jumeau next year. Yeah. 222. Yes, 222. My bad. Happy New Year, Dilly Ellie. Happy New Year. Well, let's get started, y'all. All right. I think we're good enough. It's been 22 minutes. Let's start. So today, y'all, oh Lord. We're going to finish the Oprah video. Shout out to whoever recommended it to me. A lot of y'all be sending me stuff. Shout out to you guys. This one was recommended to me, and I wanted to wait to do it because I thought that Oprah would copyright strike me, but I figured out why she didn't, because I did play it in the members only and she didn't, or her team didn't. And the reason for that is because the TV show that was on the OWN network, that was the one that got copyright striked. But it didn't, actually I should lie, I lied. It didn't just get copyright strike, they like banned it from being seen. So it wasn't the Oprah channel, it was OWN network. So as long as I don't use OWN network, then I should be fine to review it. So we're going to go over the no contact video. So first video we'll go over is no contact. Then the second one, y'all, the pastors are running amok. We got two pastors, y'all, two servants of the cloth. Trifling as hell. So we gonna get into their stories and why their wives decided to leave they behind. So at least one wife did, the other one was a whole that we'll go over that story. I don't even know the entire story, but I know enough to know that there's some craziness going on in there. And then we'll go over Natalie Nunn and Cam Newton. So shout out to Elle Queen, Devonta Pittman, and who else? Sophie, who sent me the stories on Discord. Again, if you want to send me stories, please feel free to do that. You can send it in the trending stories. Sometimes I might, I'm going to cover them at different parts. So sometimes, you might not see it in this stream, but it'll be in the next stream or the stream after. So definitely still send them. I will look at them and take a look. And Audrey sent me a story too. All right, so yeah, we'll go over the pastors, and then next we'll go over Natalie Nunn and Cam Newton. And then I think that's all the stories. There was one woman who got, oh no, there are two more videos, sorry. There were two more videos about I think someone sent me those 2 videos, so I will go through those. Actually, I think I might do that after the no contact. Okay. All right, let's get started, y'all. Let's get started. So, the reason why I wanted to do the no contact video with Oprah. Oh, Kimora Lee. My bad, y'all. I forgot about that. Kimora Lee Simmons. We got a lot to cover, y'all. We might not get enough time to cover it today, so if I miss it today, it'll be tomorrow's stream. So yeah, the reason why I wanted to do the no contact video is I don't know if you guys know this, if you guys have been part of my channel or journey for a long time, but I cut my family off a few years ago. Not all, but a few family members. Long story, but yeah, I cut a lot of people off. Some people didn't make the cut for New Year's of whatever year that was. I think it was 2022, around that time. So I definitely resonate with a lot of the no contact folks, and I understand. I promise you, if my parents weren't good, like in the sense of like, you know, they're human. They make mistakes. We all do. And one thing I will say about my parents though is they recognize it. And even if they don't change, I will say this, that they will respect my wishes. And I think that is what makes the difference. I would have cut them. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll cut everybody off. I don't care if it's parents or whoever. But I don't like when people don't respect my boundaries. And I do not like it when people do not respect my wishes. And I think those are 2 important things. And so I know some of you may have gone no contact with your family members. And so this is definitely something that we need to talk about. And I find that more and more people will go no contact in the coming years. And I think it's because of just mental health. There's just so many different factors, right, of why people go no contact. But in my case, it was just because, the disrespect. That's it. I don't like to be disrespected. I think, especially in Haitian culture, the culture that I come from is very collectivist. Very traditional. And in Haitian culture, there's this like respecting, right? Like you always respect adults no matter what. And I get it to a certain extent, but then I think that there should be some type of like, you know, sometimes there should be like a balance, right? And it's too extreme. It's like, no, adults can do no wrong. You're a child, stay in a child's place. But then when you grow up as an adult, they don't see you as an adult. They still see you as a child. And I think that for me is a red flag. Like, why you still see me as a kid? I'm damn near pushing 40. And then they still talking to me like I'm a damn like 12-year-old. And I'm like, nah, y'all not going to be talking to me like that. No. Respect has to be earned, not given. I don't care if you're my family member. And I think that after a while, when it accumulates so much and the disrespect is still there and the lack of just, the lack of consideration is still there, then I'm going to have to make a decision for myself. And that is to exit stage left. I have no problem doing that. And I think that a lot of us are going to face that. And I think it's just useful to watch this conversation. So let's play it, y'all. Oprah explores the rising trend of going no contact with your family. All right, let's watch it together. And let's see what we could gather here. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can see this. Hold up. I'm still trying to play around with the overlay here, but I think it should be okay. Okay, we're going to play it like this. Hopefully it's okay. All right. Let's get to it.
Today officially marks 1 year no contact with my parents.
I've been basically fully no contact with my parents for the last 3+ years.
We're talking about the rapidly growing epidemic of estranged children.
Y'all, this video was posted a month ago and it has 4.7 million views. So that means a lot of people are going no contact, or they know people who have gone no contact. Just saying. And remember, we just went through the holiday season, so I know a lot of people probably, sometimes people don't want to go no contact because they feel like they need to have a family around them, or they feel like they're not ready to. But anyways, let's watch this video and see what we can find out.
Who walk away from their parents. What are they protecting themselves from?
You know what? I'm over it. I'm over the idea that parents are supposed to sit around in emotional timeout until our kids decide we're worthy again.
And when somebody new in my life finds out that I've been no contact with them, without failure, the number one thing that they tell me is, but they're still your mom.
Hi, everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Oprah Podcast. We are here in New York City with a live audience of our listeners. Hello, New York. Hello, New York. Hello, New York.
All right,
This
Oprah, we fast
person
forwarding
cuts
right now.
off ties to someone in their no contact. That's when a person cuts off ties to someone in their family. A Cornell University study now shows that almost 1/3 of Americans are actively estranged from a family member. That is incredible to me.
It's not surprising, sis. It's not surprising. And also, I did go over this a little bit on the members only live stream we had 2 days before New Year's Eve, or the day before New Year's Eve. But I love sis's glasses. I need to get those frames.
Yeah, I want to ask a few people in our audience to help us understand what that means. So Bristol, go ahead.
I have been no contact with my entire family for a year and a half now.
No contact.
No contact.
Not a phone call, not a text, not a nothing.
Nothing.
For a year and a half now. Okay. Chris, how about you?
It's been 4 years since I've had contact with my parents and my siblings.
4 years. Not a word.
Not a word.
Shout out to these two folks. Green flag, because I know. Let me tell y'all something. For somebody to cut off contact with their not only whole family, like sis said, but for him to cut contact with his parents and his siblings, that must mean they were toxic as hell. Because when you have toxic parents, then more often than not, there's going to be two camps, right, of children. There's going to be the children who don't want to be like the parents and who will do everything in their power to not be exactly like the parents are. And then you'll have the other children who just, or the other kids, the other set of kids who will pick up the bad traits and the bad behavior and enable the parents. I always find that it's very interesting to see the dynamics of siblings, especially when two parents are toxic or in a toxic marriage. Then usually the kids will fall into the two categories. Yep.
Okay. And Kendall.
I've been no contact with my 30-year-old son for 2 years.
By your choice.
By choice.
Okay.
And he must have been, oh Lord, okay, I gotta hear that one. I want to hear why she cut off her son, and I'm wondering what type of behavior and if he was enabled and spoiled as a child. I need to hear that.
So some experts believe that there's been a shift in how younger generations protect their mental health and their boundaries, or have an expanded view of what is considered abuse. And that has led to a silent epidemic. So social media has millions of videos with the hashtag no contact from adult children who say that their parent or their sibling is toxic and they've had enough. So what is going on? So we gathered leading experts, and people with different experiences and points of view on this issue, including parents whose adult children have cut them off. And we'll hear from other adult children who chose to go no contact with their parents. I know this is a tender, hot button topic. My hope is that we can open up the hearts.
I ain't like what he had to say, because we watched a little bit of this in the live stream I did the other day. Yeah, let's hear what he got to say.
Space and really listen. I'm not on anybody's side. I just want to hear what everyone has to say.
Okay, let me make it very clear, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all, usually I try to stay neutral, but no, in this situation, I am not neutral. I will say that I agree. Like, I know how hard it is to be around certain folks and certain family members. And for that reason, I will say that I'm on the no contact side. So I know if you went no contact, you got a very good reason as to why. I will believe it. Just like I will believe any woman who comes to me and says she's been sexually assaulted. I will believe you. I will believe you until proven otherwise. And it's the same with no contact. I'm going to believe you. If a child comes to me and says that they've been touched, I'm going to believe you. I'm going to believe you first until proven otherwise. Same thing with no contact.
So let's start by introducing Dr. Joshua Coleman, who's a psychologist and best-selling author of Rules of Estrangement: Why Adult Children Cut Ties and How to Heal the Conflict. Now, he's a frequent contributor to the Washington Post column, Ask a Therapist. Welcome, Dr. Coleman.
Thank you for having me.
So is this a new thing? Because, I mean, for many, many, many years of doing shows and talking to families from all over the country, and the world. When there's a crisis, people just sort of figured it out or came together at Thanksgiving and had a big fight. But is this new?
Yeah, I mean, there's always been estrangements, right? Forever there's been estrangements. But it's new the way we think about family. There's been a radical change in the way that we think about family. The old days of honor thy mother and thy father, respect thy elders. Family.
Hold up. You see, I don't like when people use that Bible verse. So we're going to go into it right now because we going to figure this out. Honor thy mother and thy father. Where's the full verse, y'all? Full verse. Let's figure it out. Because they always leave out the other part. They always leave that out. Look at this, y'all. Okay, so Ephesians 6:1-4. Honor thy mother and father. Okay? Which is the first commandment with promise. Praise the Lord. That it may be well with thee. Y'all know this is the King James Version probably. Oh, American Standard Version, sorry. And thou, that means you may live long on the earth. But wait, there's another part. And ye fathers, so you fathers out there, provoke not your what? Children, red flag. Provoke not your children to wrath, but nurture them in the chastening and admonition of the Lord. Sorry, that word looked a little weird to me. So basically what that verse is saying, Mr. Psychologist, is yes, you honor your parents, but there has to be a reciprocal nurturing. And do not bring your child to wrath. How are you supposed to do that if you're toxic? You always steady messing with your child's emotions. Red flag. This is why I agree with going no contact. There's only so much emotional turmoil you can take. There's only so much mental health outbursts that you can take. Okay? So yes, let's not forget that second part. So next time somebody tells you honor thy mother and thy father, whip out that Bible real quick and be like, okay. And even if you don't read the Bible, you go do what I just did. Go on Google and be like, but there's a second part to it. And he has definitely provoked me, or she has definitely provoked me to wrath. And so therefore, I am within my rights to not honor my mother and my father and to go no contact.
Families forever has given way to this much more of an emphasis on
or
personal
happiness,
personal growth, my identity, my political beliefs, my mental health. So much so that today protecting my mental health is the single most common thing that I see in every single...
And it should be. And it should be. And it should be. And it should be. It should be. That is it. That is all. Because not protecting your mental health or any type of health issues, that's going to make you live a shorter life. So would you rather live a longer life and be a little bit more selfish with your mental health and time and who you're spending it surrounded by in your environment and having a more positive environment around you? Or would you rather just put up with negativity and put up with people and their toxic behaviors just in the name of family? Choose your pick. I know I'm not going to do that.
No letter from every estranged adult
And
child.
has this been exacerbated or has this increased because of social media?
Oh, there's no question. Absolutely. Yeah, because you've got 2 billion hashtags toxic family. And everybody's got if you line up and you're an estranged parent, you're going to get onto a Facebook site. If you're an estranged adult child, you're going to probably get onto Reddit or something like that. And you're going to get support for your perspective. But these aren't people who actually know your parents or know your adult child.
Yeah, but we know them. I know my parents. I know how my parents be. So if somebody comes to me and says, hey, yo, blah, 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 trust me, I know who they are. Just like they know who we are as children. And so this is why I don't know what he's talking about, y'all. Because it's like, oh, well, they don't know your parents and they only know one version. Everybody knows a version of somebody. Who you guys see on live stream, I'm authentic to myself, but I'm pretty sure my family sees another version of myself. They've grown up with me, or another version of me, I should say. Same thing with parents. Y'all ever seen, I remember when I used to be young, I used to be so upset about it because my mom, she would be so cool with other kids and let them do it. Like she'd be the counselor to them, all that stuff. But with me, strict as hell, red flag. I couldn't come to her with anything. She'd start spazzing. Like if I came to her and said, oh, I have a crush. Boy, what? But if another girl was coming over and she was like, oh, one of my friends be like, oh yeah, like, my mom's name is Annette. Oh, Miss Annette, da 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 da. Oh, that's good, da 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 da. But with me, nope, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Every parent has a different relationship with their child, and every child has a different relationship with their parent. And other people outside of that, even if they knew the parents, are gonna know them as one way. There have been so many people outside like that have seen men and women and been like, oh my God, this person is such a great person. And then indoors, they're demons to their kids. Demons to everybody in the house. But outside, oh, this is the best pastor, best person. Come on now. What he talking about? Sir, wrap this right up. We're going to wrap you up. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. So there's this very inflammatory reaction that people have as a result of it.
They're not telling you what you want to hear. They're understanding and they're having empathy. There's a big difference. How did he become a psychologist?
And partly that happens because we become so divided as a society. People are kind of looking for their tribes because their tribes are, they don't have them anymore. We're lonely. We have rising rates of mental illness.
Your tribe used to be your family.
Your tribe used to be your family, exactly. And it still could if we figure out how to talk to each other.
Well, it's
No, red flag. No, we're not going to figure out how to talk to each other. We've talked enough. Now it's action. And you see, this is the problem I have with his generation, the boomers. Notice how he said 3 things that pissed me the hell off. They always piss me off, them and the exes. I don't understand. So 1, he said that, what did he say? Damn it. How did I forget that quickly? Oh yeah. He said that you're finding your tribe, and so you might not know, like, you're going to get one, like, the opinions of people on the outside is going to make you feel as if you're doing the right thing. That's basically what he's trying to say, but it's not necessarily the truth. They don't know your parents. And yes, there are 2 sides to the story, but at the same time, I truly believe that person, whoever's going through it, they know their parents well enough to know that they have to go no contact. That's number 1. Number 2, when he was talking about honor thy mother and thy father, you ain't say the rest of the Bible verse, and that pissed me off. And then number 3, now he's saying, oh, all we got to do is communicate and learn how to communicate. Okay, but why is the onus on communicating? Communicating hasn't gotten us this far. You think people haven't tried to talk to their parents? You think people haven't tried to talk to their kids? You think people haven't tried to say, hey, I don't like this, please don't do this? And if somebody keeps breaking boundaries, what you gonna do? Keep talking to them? No, you're gonna walk away. We have to stop using words. Now it's action time. Words and action together. Going no contact shows them that you're not gonna tolerate the disrespect. And if they choose to come back and they choose to abide by the rules that you have set forth as an adult, and it's something that they can manage and you can manage together, then we could have a conversation. But we're not gonna have a conversation if they're not ready to change. Why would I do that to myself?
Interesting, because, I've been talking to people for a number of years, and I remember back in the day, meaning 80s, 90s, the aughts, the very idea of having a disagreement with your family and the very idea of divorcing your parent or removing yourself from a toxic situation was a foreign concept to people. But now it's like common understanding.
It's common understanding. It's also positioned as this sort of virtuous act of protecting our mental health. And you know what? Sometimes it is. There are truly abusive, difficult parents and family members. But there's a lot of people getting estranged today who aren't abusive, who are loving, decent, hardworking, loving, caring parents.
To who? Because they said so? See, he talking out his neck, y'all. Loving parent. How do you know? Who told you that? Who told you that? Oh, you believe the parents who come to your therapy session? I was the best father. I fed my kids all day long. And then you find out that father was never there, neglected their kids. Okay, so you believe in people, what they saying on the couch. Okay, anybody can say anything, y'all. At the end of the day, I don't like this culture of not believing the children. It comes down to that. Because at the end of the day, if you go no contact with your parents, then you are their child. And there's always this kind of like, why would you go no contact? Why would you divorce your parents? Why would you do that? And when you hear it from the side of the child, it makes sense. But then for people like him, it doesn't. Why? Again, control. It's all about control. And not only that, but I find it interesting that when you're going to divorce a woman or a man, so let's say you're married, You decide to get a divorce. People understand that concept. They would never let you stay with an abuser. They would say, no, get away from him as soon as possible. But then when it comes to family, oh, you got to work it out, communicate. What if your parents were your abusers, the first ones that you met? So would you not go no contact? And even then, he said, but what if they're a good guy, good girl? So people get divorced and they were like, there was no abuse. People get divorced for all types of reasons. But I don't hear them talk about that, though. For that's okay if they get a divorce for any type of reason. That's fine. But then if you go no contact with a family member, it has to be like the most abusive situation. And then people can understand that. Red flag. There shouldn't be a reason. There's just, sometimes they just want to go no contact. That's it, that's all. And I get it. Sometimes maybe your parents did their best and the kid decided to go no contact. At the end of the day, it's a decision. They made that decision for whatever reason. We have to respect it. So no, psychologist, Mr. Psychologist. Ain't no, for me, personally speaking, and you guys can disagree. I want this to be an open conversation. But there shouldn't be this type of like vitriol whenever someone decides to go no contact. They have their reason. Even if it's not the best reason, the reason is there.
And they're being cut off. And part of the problem is us as therapists, as I hope we'll talk about, because as therapists, we become what the sociologist Alison Pugh calls detachment brokers, where we help people not feel guilty about feeling responsible for our parents. That gets sort of pathologized as being codependent or parentified or that kind of thing. And therapists are sort of green-lighting a lot of estrangements, particularly when you use language like, oh, your mom's a narcissist, or your dad's a borderline, or they're a sociopath, they're gaslighting you, or they're a boundary crosser. And once you say that to somebody, once you tell somebody that their parent or their family member or their child is that way, you just greenlit them cutting them off. Because now it's a virtuous act of protecting your mental health. I think that's a problem.
Okay.
You know what? This man need to go live with people's parents. That's what they need to do, because I don't know what he talking about here. Red flag. I can call my parents narkies. Yes, my parents are narkies. I always say it all the time. They are narkies. But I decide how I want to deal with them, okay? They're good-hearted narkies, but they're still narkies nonetheless. All of us have dealt with parents who have, in some way, shape, or form, have crossed boundaries, right? And so what he's trying to say is that, like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you just have to communicate and just deal with it. And I disagree with that. No. It's all about you and what you can tolerate. And sometimes, yeah, it may not be a full no contact, because sometimes, like, you really love your parents and you're just like, you know what? I love them. They've been good to me. I love them dearly, but I'm going to have boundaries. That could also be a form of no contact. Like, don't contact me for this, don't contact me for that. But if you want me, I had to do that with my parents because sometimes they were just too much. So then I was like, hey, if it's this, then yes, please contact me. If I'm working, please do not contact me. If I'm, you got to set up the rules for them. But if they decide not to follow those rules, and that's what I said in the beginning of the chat, it's like my parents, they do respect my boundaries. And that's the reason why we could continue having our relationship. But if they decided that they didn't want to respect my boundaries, then best believe, yeah, there would have to have been a desperate measure, because you're not going to keep crossing my boundaries. Just like they wouldn't like it if you disrespected them. So why should I be the only one doing the respect, but they can't do it reciprocal? Like, it can be reciprocal.
Dr. Lindsay Gibson is here, and she's a clinical psychologist and New York Times bestselling author of Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. And I hear it is sold now over 2 million copies. And many people credit your book as the catalyst, actually, for this surge in adult children going no contact. Now, her upcoming book is How to Raise an Emotionally Mature Child. So, Dr. Gibson, what is it that you were seeing in your own practice?
Yeah, as a psychotherapist, what I was seeing was people coming in not identifying the problem as being with their parents or their family members. Usually it was some other kind of stress. Could be work stress or friend stress, that kind of thing. And then about 3 or 4 sessions in, they would start talking about what was going on with the family, as sort of like their daily life stress. And from there, we would begin to get a picture of this old underlying tension that had been going on for a long time with the family. But very few people early in the day would come in and say, I have a problem with my mother, or I have a problem with my son. They would come in with some other life stress, and then we would get to the family.
Because they didn't understand the root of the problem. Because they have normalized it. You got to remember, and this is important. If you grew up in dysfunction, you're not going to know that it's dysfunctional until you get out of it. And then once you put yourself in another environment, then you realize how dysfunctional your original environment was. And I'll be candid and honest with y'all. Yeah, there definitely dysfunction. And you know, that comes with it. I talked about it in the Jeannie My Case study, where when you're the child of immigrants, such as myself, you know, I'm a first generation, there's going to be a level of dysfunction because they came from a whole other country to settle down in a new country, new culture, new identity. They're trying to assimilate to a culture that's not theirs, and on top of that, they have children. So there's a level of survival. If you grew up in a survivalist family or on survival mode with parents who were on survival mode, there's going to be dysfunction, guys. I'm sorry to say it just is what it is. However, you won't realize it until you step out. And then once you step out of it, like, because what she's talking about is they won't realize it because it's a pattern. They've been programmed to accept this type of behavior for so long. So it doesn't seem like it's dysfunctional to them. It's just a way of life. So they're pinpointing the stressors as work. Work is stressing me out. But guess what? What if your mom is calling you incessantly all day long or texting you all day long and has this type of burden on you? And then on top of that, you have to work. So it may not necessarily be the job that's stressing you out. It might be your mom not understanding that you have to work and not understanding you have to take care of her and or you have to send money to your mom. You can't quit your job because you got to take care of your mom or your parents or your grandparents, whoever. So sometimes, like, you might not notice it's the root cause until you talk about it deeply. And then you're like, wait, hold on. Actually, the reason why I have to keep this job is because my mama doesn't have a job. And so I got to take care of her. Boom. Root cause.
Issue.
Is the family issue at the root of most things?
Well, I don't know if it's at the root or whether it just resonates with what's going on now. It's very hard to tell. But what I found was that the coping mechanisms that they had learned to use with their parents, when their parents were either trying to control them or get them to do what they wanted, were being transferred to their current relationships or their work relationships.
Could you give us some factors that you believe make it necessary to protect somebody's emotional health by going no contact? I mean, when you say to someone, or do you say to them, perhaps you should go no contact?
Yeah, I don't say that.
You don't say that?
I don't say that.
You let them decide for
my
themselves.
job as a therapist is to help people
come to their own conclusions.
Well, not only come to their own conclusions, but I want them to be able to turn within and test out their own inner guidance. In other words,
Damn, everybody got some nice glasses. What is going on here? Are those Ray-Bans? Okay, sorry to get off topic. I might need to go buy those. Those are nice.
Back in touch with their own feelings and how things affect them. And lots of times when you've had a dominant parent, that ability to know what you actually feel and think has been messed with, okay? Because it becomes an issue of you love your parent by agreeing with what they see. So actually, no, I'm all about helping people to understand the dynamics of the relationship, how it's affecting them, and then they make the decision about what they want to do.
Well, how do you talk to them about your emotionally immature parent, and how do you determine whether a parent is emotionally immature?
Oprah. I mean, I understand you're asking interview questions, so I'm going to leave that alone. But you want to know how you can test if your parents are emotionally immature? You become an adult. And then you realize that, hey, how come I know how to do this, but you didn't know how to do this? How come I'm trying to better myself, but you're just stagnant? How come I'm able to do this and you're not able to do that? And I get it. You know, everyone has a different type of environment. I don't want to say that, you know, there are different circumstances, different life choices. I get it. But when it comes to emotion, I'm talking about emotionally. I'm not talking about financially. And even then, financially too, it's like, okay, we all are autonomous. We can all make decisions. Sometimes, like, you know, I do find, and I have to say this as gently as I can, sometimes you may have parents who may see themselves as the victim all the time. And then when you get to a place where you become an adult and you realize, hey, like, maybe there are different choices that could have been made. Maybe there are different ways that we could have been holding ourselves accountable. Then that's when you realize that, okay, maybe my parents might not be as mature as I am. And again, it comes with growth, and it comes with just being surrounded by different people in different environments. I left my house when I was 18 years old, y'all. I left. I went to go to school. You know, I was the first one to move out of my parents' house. And when I left, and then I stayed with an aunt and uncle, and then another aunt and uncle, and then I couldn't take it anymore. I got my own place. That's why I dropped out of school the first time. And that was because it was too dysfunctional for me. And for me, like, growing up as an adult and becoming an adult, that's when I realized that, hey, like, I got to make different choices. I don't want to be like that. And so once I started getting myself into a healthier space, I realized that, hey, this is very immature. Like, this is not right. I knew I felt it as a kid, but it's like you can only have so much of a voice, right? But yeah, like, sometimes, like, you know, your parents are emotionally immature just by their behavior, and it doesn't take much to realize it, especially when you get out of that environment. So just want to say that. But I guess Oprah's asking for, like, just the interview purposes, but you don't really need to read a book to know if they're emotionally immature or not. It's just their responses to everything, like lack of accountability, blaming everything and everyone, can never apologize, can never have like, when the communication happens, it's always like, you know, there's never any sense of responsibility. Like, they teach you that, but then they don't follow that guideline. And it's like, yeah, then it becomes like, okay, yeah, you're definitely emotionally immature, and you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. But then again, another thing that we have to mention is a lot of our parents have neurodiverse issues, especially if you have been diagnosed. More than likely, your parents probably have something that was passed down to you. I'm just saying. And they're walking around undiagnosed. And you got to remember yourself in your undiagnosed state. And so this is why I have a little bit more grace with my parents, because I was like, hey, if, you know, a few of us have gotten diagnosed with mental health issues, then most likely the source is there. And they most likely have it. And, you know, they've been walking undiagnosed for years, unmedicated for years. And so this is where some of the compassion comes from, where it's like, okay, you may not have known that you had this, because I just found out as an adult. And so I'll give you a little bit of grace, but still, like, you know, there's only so much you can take.
Yeah. I really stay away from those terms in psychotherapy, because I'm not there.
You wrote a whole book about it.
I did write the book.
When I'm coming in, I'm coming to the lady. I'm coming to the lady who wrote the book about emotionally immature parents, okay?
Absolutely.
Whether you mention it or not in our session. Yeah.
Right. But when I'm talking with them in the session, I'm describing behavior. They're describing behavior, and we're talking about the effect of those behaviors on them. Down the road, you know, once they've read the book, then we might use that shorthand about emotional immaturity. But at the time, we're just trying to understand their subjective experience of that parent.
Okay. I want to bring in Nedra Glover Tawwab. Nedra is a licensed therapist and a relationship expert known as the Boundary Queen on...
Oh, hold up. We might need the Nedra. Let me write your name down, sis. That's why I like watching videos. I get new people that I can watch. I'm going to watch some of your stuff. We might have to review some of her things. Give me 1 second, y'all. I got to write it in here. What's her name? Nedra Tawwab. Here we go. I wrote your name.
On social media. And she's the author of the New York Times bestseller, Drama Free, A Guide to Managing unhealthy family relationships. In her upcoming book,
I'm gonna get those books, by the way. We might have to go over it in the book club. And yes, the book club still exists. We just have to, I just have to come up with dates to reinstate it.
Is the balancing act, creating healthy dependency and connection without losing yourself. Welcome. I see you nodding here, and you're nodding for both of them. So what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a thin line between like what's appropriate and what's gone too far. Because as therapists, we do see our clients suffering. And as Lindsay mentioned, I don't say like you need to leave this relationship, but I might think like, I wonder how you will feel if you did. Because there's so much pain for so long for some people.
You wrote that no contact is not the first option as much as a last resort.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when is it a last resort, do you think?
I think when you've assessed whether the relationship is safe, if you can handle the consequences of actually leaving that relationship, it's our work to help our clients determine, is the relationship just toxic or is it annoying? Are these some behaviors we can live with people? Is it possible for us to have less contact instead of no contact? Have we set expectations? Are they even clear about a problem? Because sometimes we haven't talked to people about the problems we're talking about in therapy or with our friends.
But sis, you see, I love your hair too, and I totally believe. I actually agree with most of what you're saying, except that part. Excuse me. The problem is not listening, self-awareness, and effective listening. A lot of our parents, they don't listen. They don't listen, y'all. They don't listen. And the only time they listen is when you're yelling at them or you're upset. That'll usually get someone's attention. So it is very difficult to have a conversation when you're not being heard or seen. And if you grew up as a child who was never seen or heard, it would be hard for you to communicate that effectively with a parent without a third party being there. But sometimes if you want a third party there, they may not understand and they'll say, I don't want people in my business. I don't want people to know our business. And so it becomes really difficult to have a conversation that they will understand because you've been dealing with that person for years. You know your parents, you know what conversations you can have with them and not. And sometimes, maybe you'll bring something up and then they will deflect. That happens quite often, especially if you say, hey, I feel like my needs aren't being, what do you mean your needs are? I fed you, I did, blah, 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 blah. There you go. Where's the conversation now? So they are acting as if they have a kind of stereotypical parent who's going to sit there and listen to you and understand. That's only in the TV, sis. That doesn't exist in my reality. And I'm sure a lot of your realities too, especially if you are from an immigrant background, especially from the Caribbean or on the continent. Y'all could understand that too. They're not going to hear nothing about what you talking about. They're not going to hear it. They're going to feel it, but they're not going to hear it. They're just going to tell you, oh, that didn't happen. And then conversation's over. Trust and believe me.
And they need to know in order for us to have a better relationship with them.
Not with no Haitian parents. I'm so sorry. Red flag. Y'all need that. You see, they talking about other folks. I don't know. Y'all let me know in the comments. But I know my Haitian parents. No, there's no. They are hard-headed. Hard-headed. There ain't no conversation. What conversation? You know what conversations you gonna have? What we gonna eat? When we gonna visit? What we gonna do? We gonna have lighthearted conversations. Or if something's going on in your life, they will talk to you about it. But if it's about them and how they treated you or what they did to you, it's going to be revisionist history galore. They're not gonna remember nothing. I did that. I don't remember doing that. My dad called me one day talking about he ain't never spanked me. I almost dropped the phone. I said, when? Didn't you? He's like, I don't remember spanking you. I'm like, you did. A few times quite often. You didn't spank me as much as you did my sister, but you did me. You did all of us. All of us got a tap. But he couldn't even remember. He couldn't remember nothing. He's like, I've never done that. And I'm like, what reality are we living in? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like they're not going to remember things from like 40, 50 years ago because remember, you were a child at the time. So your memory is long. They were trying to survive. They're just moving on there. And especially if, trust and believe me, I can for sure know my dad is undiagnosed ADHD. You think he going to remember? I don't even remember half of what I did yesterday. You think he going to remember what he did to his kids? Come on now. That's what I'm saying. They're not considering the mental health. They're not considering all these other factors, environment. They're just saying, oh, you can have a conversation with who? Red flag, not with my parents. I don't know about y'all, but I know damn sure for mine, this ain't never going to work.
So I think what's so interesting, Dr. Coleman, you lived through this with your own daughter.
I did, yeah.
Who cut off contact with you.
That's why. Hold up, y'all. Now we get the real story. Hold on a second.
Through this with your own daughter.
I did, yeah.
Who cut off contact with you.
Red flag. Oh, this is why he's upset. That's why all of this was coming out. It's because your daughter cut. Okay. All right, let's hear it. Why did she do it? We need to hear the tea. I wish the daughter was here.
She cut off contact with you for several years.
For several years.
Okay. Tell us what this was like for you to go through this.
Oh, it was hell. I was completely heartbroken. I was married and divorced in my 20s, and my daughter's in her 40s now. We're blessedly very close, and she has a child that I'm also very close to. But, you know, she's in her early 20s, and she wanted to talk to me about what it was like growing up being in a blended family and how she felt, you know, after I became remarried and had kids from my second marriage, which is my current marriage, and, you know, how she felt in some ways neglected or like I didn't really have her back and in some ways unloved by me, which is very, very painful to hear that your own child say that. And at the time, of course, I responded defensively.
Of course. That's exactly what I'm talking about. His daughter had enough maturity to approach him and be like, hey, I don't like how you just went on and married a whole nother woman, had a whole nother family. I felt left out. Maybe you did my mama dirty. I don't know the situation. But instead of actually sitting there and be like, you know what? I can't process this right now. It's okay. Like, just give me some time and then we'll have a conversation about it. Nope, deflection. That's what they do, y'all. That's that generation. I'm being honest. You got to be honest. If you have a boomer parent, add X's to it too. But more specifically boomers, because that I only know boomer parents. This is classic boomer behavior. Deflect, deny. That's it. And then we going to move on from it. You can't bring up that topic no more. And then if you bring it up again, you're going to be uncomfortable that you don't want to bring it up anymore. And so what you're supposed to do, just sit there and take it?
I angrily explained myself, blamed other people. Yeah, and for some weird reason, it didn't really bring her back to me. I don't understand why. But so it really wasn't until I realized I just needed to empathize with her and take responsibility and find the kernel of truth, if not the bushel of truth, in what her complaints were, that things really began to shift. Because up to that point, I was making it about me. And it was really about her and her suffering. But going through that was hell. I felt ashamed. I felt embarrassed.
Did that inform your ability to write rules of estrangement? Did it?
Yeah.
And was it harder for you because you're supposed to know?
Exactly.
I mean, you're the person that's advising other families and other people about their lives, and in your own family, It happened to you.
Yeah, I wrote my first book on the topic, When Parents Hurt, in 2007. And as it was, once we'd reconciled, I wouldn't have written this book if we hadn't reconciled. But once we'd reconciled, I wrote it, and as a result, got a really wide following of other parents who were going through it. And they all said the same thing, which is, I thought I was the only one. And as a result of that, I did a study of 1,600 estranged parents and published that in that book. So, it's been really my works for the past almost 20 years.
Well, we have a number of audience members who are going through this right now. So, Chris and Bree, what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I grew up in a very performance-oriented household. It was attend an Ivy League school, get the money, the power, the status, be someone that we can feel proud of. And Bree very much did not come from that background.
Did you have other siblings in the household too?
Okay. Yeah, I had 2 younger brothers.
Okay.
So I was the oldest who was trailblazing in that way.
So tell us again, you've not had contacts with your parents now for 4 years.
4 years, that's right.
Is it parents and siblings?
That's right.
Okay. Nobody in the family?
There's some extended family, but not in the core family.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
And so when Brie and I first got together, we very much felt like my parents were apathetic towards her. They were not super interested in getting to know her, and
They didn't like her.
Yeah, that's the feeling that we got.
That's the short answer.
That's
Sorry, I was just eating. But red flag. This happens a lot, y'all. It happens a lot. They didn't like her. I need to hear the reasons why. But sometimes, remember, we talked about it with the Brooklyn and Nicole Peltz. Brooklyn Beckham and Nicole Peltz. Sometimes that does happen. And so, why didn't they like her? There has to be, but then sometimes parents just don't want you to be with somebody. They don't want you to be, they want you to always be, this is the thing. I've noticed that with some parents is that, and this is just by me looking and observing, is that if you choose a partner that has boundaries and that doesn't want to go along to get along like you did, and they start to be like, hey, no, your parents shouldn't be doing that. This is not right. We shouldn't be participating in that. No, we're going to start. That's when they start having a problem with the spouse. And so you have to figure it out. Like, figure out, is it the spouse that's the problem or the son? Because the son's going to change when he's with the spouse, right? He's not going to be the same people pleaser that he was when he was in the household. And that could be why they decided they didn't like her, because she started setting him up and being like, hey, we got to have boundaries here. We're not going to do that. No, we ain't going to let your mom run amok here. We ain't going to let your daddy just do whatever the hell he wants. This is our house. This is our new family, right? And so some parents, they do not like that. And so that's when they start putting the target on the back of the new partner or spouse.
They didn't like her. They didn't like her.
Yeah,
and
the way that really surfaced was what we perceived as a disinterest in getting to genuinely know her.
Yeah.
And for, while we started dating, so be it. But as it became clear that this was a real relationship, that this was an intense relationship, that we were in love, and I said, this is the woman I'm going to marry.
Uh-huh.
And as we moved into that more serious realm, it went from what we perceived as apathy to more of, we don't like this. And the way that took form for us was my parents, we found through friends, were scheduling lunches to have conversation with my friends where the topic was,
I'm not laughing at his story. I'm laughing at that sister with the shades, y'all. Catch
scheduling
it.
lunches to have conversation with my friends where the...
Look at this. She's like, oh, I know there's some mess coming here. And you look at you with your shades indoors. I would give you a red flag, but you looking fly, sis, so I ain't gonna say nothing.
Topic was, we're worried about Chris. That was the first thing. And then it became, can we delay this engagement, or can we...
Asking your friends.
Mm-hmm. Yes, or can we take this marriage off the table?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in spite of that, we really worked hard to figure out what is our new family going to look like going forward. We're going to get married.
So when you hear that they're conspiring with your friends, what'd you do? You have a conversation about it?
Yeah.
Wait, your friends? Hold up. Your friends was the ops. Are your friends ops? That's what I need to know. And why are they talking to your friends about you and your wife? Or your girlfriend at the time?
Conversation about it. I very much grew up in a house where, again, because of that performative aspect, it was also there was a compliance aspect.
Yeah.
And so, frankly, something I've had to really work on and grow in is being comfortable in that conflict. And at the time, I wasn't really. I could bring that up. I'm unhappy with this, but am I going to really pursue that? Mm-hmm. The answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we got married. They were invited to our wedding. They were a part of that. And for a time, we were able to have this kind of tacit peace.
Wasn't there something with the bridal shower? Or there's something, did she try to mess up the bridal?
Yeah.
Your mother-in-law did?
Yeah.
A red flag. Mama was jealous? Is that what it sounds like? That's my son. You can't be with my son. Even though she got a whole husband. And sometimes that happens. A lot, quite often. And I'm glad that he stood up and he was like, no, this is the person I want to be with. You're going to respect it or reject it. And if you reject it, then I no longer want to be part of your family. The fact that his mama literally attended the wedding to ruin her bridal, or attended her bridal shower to make it about her, lets me know all I need to know about his mama.
Tried to mess up the bridal shower?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we were trying to kind of construct a...
Well, that's a sign.
Yeah, that's a sign for
That is
sure.
fun, yes.
Yeah.
And where the tables really turned was when we found out that Bree was pregnant with our first daughter. And so we were nervous. We called up my parents. We said, this is what's going on. And we were profoundly hurt by what we were met with, which was disappointment. And
they were disappointed that she was pregnant.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. The way that we perceived it is that they were expressing that this wasn't the pace that they expected us to move at. And we had already gotten married before that.
They didn't expect the... What? Red flag. What pace we talking about here? What pace? What pace we talking about here? And then you want me to remember the sister psychologist and the other guy. They were like, oh, maybe have a conversation, maybe have some ground rules. Remember what he was talking about? Oh, you shouldn't just go no contact. You got to try to understand. What kind of understanding is this? The mama went to ruin her bridal shower, so her experience of getting married. And then when she said that they announced that she's pregnant, then they're like, oh, it's too fast for us. And then you want to negotiate with these folks? Sometimes he would just be talking to talk, man. Ain't no negotiation. That's what I said. Sometimes there's no negotiation, just action. No more negotiation. There doesn't need to be. They already invited them. They already acted and showed their whole behinds. What more negotiation and therapy do we need? I already know. You already finna be disrespectful, so I'm gonna be hella disrespectful. Red flag, no contact.
They had wanted, and now we were having children before, was their timeline.
Yeah.
And I left that call. I said, let's regroup, let's have another conversation. And when we did have that conversation and I expressed how I had felt and how hurtful that was, rather than being met with the empathy and some repair that we would have really hoped for, I was met with what they described as they were embarrassed by us. And that was actually the last conversation that I had with my parents before going no contact 4 years ago. And I just remember walking out of that conversation thinking, for the years that Bree and I have been together, I've had to watch her endure that treatment of not feeling accepted. And the last thing that I would want to do is bring a daughter into the world where she will walk into the world on day one and experience that treatment from her grandpa.
Green flag, thank you. And this is a man right here. This is a real man right here. 100%. 100%. And the reason I'm saying that is because he recognized that this was not going to be good for his child. He was thinking about his child and his wife. That's what it is supposed to be like. And that's what I said last week. I said, I don't blame Brooklyn for listening to his wife. My problem is that they're still entertaining her parents and they're cutting off his parents. And I think both of them are toxic as hell. Both sides. If we're going to keep it a bean. And I don't think it's his wife that's causing him to distance himself from David and Victoria. I believe Brooklyn always had a problem with his daddy. That's a daddy thing. That's a daddy-son thing. You could already tell. But with this situation, yeah, what other talking do we need to do? We've already tried. They don't want to react. They're not understanding. So then you're going to show them. That's it. That's all. And I'm happy that it worked out for him and his wife.
My parents.
Okay. And so you just decided no contact. So I'm curious, Chris. So can I ask how old you are?
I'm 30.
Okay. You're 30. So you grew up in a world where you said there was compliance and the household was performative.
Yeah.
So you didn't grow up in a world where you thought about, removing yourself or distancing yourself from your parents. Where did the idea even come from that, all right, I'm going to cut you off. I'm not going to talk to you anymore?
What's she talking about, Oprah? Red flag. Oprah. Sis. My fellow Aquarian. I don't think you listen to what you say when you say it. What do you mean, where did the idea come from? Like I said, I've been cutting off people since when did I become of a consciousness? Since 1995, we'll say since I was 10 years old. I done cut off friends for no reason. One time I cut off a friend because she said something to me. I said, oh no, cut off. I've been cutting off people since I could remember. There ain't nothing to it. But the reason people are making such a big deal out of it is because it's parents. That's the only reason. But trust and believe me, we know how to cut people off. A lot of y'all probably cut people off from the beginning of time. This is not a foreign concept, Oprah. We know how to cut people off. Damn it.
Yeah. I don't think there was one moment. I think it was very incremental. And I think that actually it all began when we first got together. It really highlighted the emotional distance between myself and my parents. And I think with each step over years and years where I saw my parents being less and less a part of my life, the idea that they could not be a part of my life at all became something that seemed possible.
So did you reach a point where you felt if I don't comply, then they don't love me unless I'm complying?
That's right. Yeah, I would say I'm not accepted unless I'm complying.
Not accepted. Okay, do you have a question for one of our experts here?
Yeah, as you think about parents raising children, and as us as parents, we're not connected with our families, what would be your advice for talking about that with our children, right? How as parents can we best support?
Don't talk to the first guy. You better not ask him nothing. Just the two women on the panel. That man is going to give you the worst advice. Let's hear it. Maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself.
Our children as they grow up,
you mean with their
without
grandparents? Without grandparents.
That's right. Yeah.
Because are you speaking to your parent? You're not speaking to your parents either?
No.
Why aren't you speaking?
Both. Hey, what's going on with your parents, sis?
Your parents.
I grew up in a very religious household. And when I became an adult and was not necessarily having some of the same morals and values and political beliefs and religion, they basically disowned me.
Okay.
Okay.
They disowned you.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So your children are grandparentless right now. Okay.
Yeah,
so
okay. I'm being honest with y'all. I only have one living grandfather, and I met him when I was like a teenager. Love him. Shout out to Flefa, that's what we call him. I can't even call him grandma. He doesn't want to be called grandpa. But I didn't grow up with my grandparents at all. Yeah, sometimes, you would see other people with their grandparents and you'd be like, oh, I wonder what it's like. But I never had it, so I didn't miss it. It was just sometimes to be like, oh, I wish I had a grandmother. But other people filled that role. I had other people in my life that were more than. I remember there was this brother at the church, Brother Marcelin. Shout out to him, Flemarcelin. And he was like more like a grandfather to me. Like he used to pick us up after school. He used to take care of us. And he passed away from cancer. And I cried the hardest when he passed away because he was like a grandfather to me, right? And then I had an aunt. I told y'all about her before. She was like a grandma to me. She was actually my grandmother, my maternal grandmother's sister. My maternal grandmother, she passed away very young when my mom was like 11 years old. And so her sister, so my great aunt, she was like a surrogate grandmama to me. And she also passed away from cancer too. But yeah, she was like a grandma to me. So when I think of that, and I think of like, there are other people in your life that can fill those roles, y'all. So it's okay. Like, you just have to find community. Sometimes, the kids might ask questions, but that's okay. Like, you're going to explain this to them when they're older, but don't feel like because you cut off your parents, like, oh, they need to have the relationship with their grandparents. No, not if they're toxic as hell like that.
You're asking the question of how do you manage the grandparentlessness, right? Nedra, is it a tragedy if as a grandchild, their children are 2 and 4, you never even knew your grandparents?
Yes, but they will still have some idea of what a grandparent is. And I think for you too, it'll be very important in an age-appropriate way to explain the situation. We have chosen to not have this contact as a protection for...
I don't know, sis. I don't know if I say all that. They dead. That's it. They died. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just going to be like, oh, they're not here no more on this earth. Don't worry about that. You'll have heavenly grandparents eventually. What am I supposed to say? I disown them. So I'll be like, oh, they don't exist to me. They're dead to me. That's it. We're not even going to have that conversation unless they bring it up. And then I'll be like, oh, well, they no longer exist. Sometimes in life that happens. Somebody's going to be gone. That's it. That's all. I mean, at this point, especially the ones who disowned her.
Our family. Right? And as they get older,
maybe this is why I don't have kids, y'all. Don't listen to me. I'm not the one to listen to.
You express that more. I don't think they need to know like all of the painful stories. That's not appropriate. But being clear that this is a choice that you made and trying to find other people in the world who can be grandparent-like. right? So that could be a neighbor. If you're a part of a social community, that could be someone in that social community. But being open and honest is really important, not trying to erase your childhood. So, not doing the thing of never talking about your childhood, never talking about your parent. Share some of those good memories with them as well. So, don't make it seem like...
Nah, I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe I'm... like I said, maybe that's why I don't have kids. We ain't talking about none of that. No memories, no nothing. They're gone. Sorry. They don't exist. But you know what? This person could be like your grandfather. Don't you like this right here? Like, yeah, we'll go to senior day or something at the retirement home. And then they'll have a lot of grandparents that they could be around, right? So, I don't know. Don't listen to me, y'all. Don't listen to me. I'm just being too much. But yeah, for real. But I ain't gonna lie. I would say that. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta be honest. We're gonna be honest and transparent. I would say that. I'm being honest.
These are people we don't talk about because they will have some curiosity. And if you want to have that emotionally connected relationship with them, the one that you didn't have, you'll have to be vulnerable and honest with them
So you
about
shouldn't
this
act like
situation.
these are people we don't talk about, even though you're not talking about them?
Well, they should be clear that these are people that you have chosen to not have a relationship with. We don't want to make it seem like they just disappeared, no one ever existed.
Nah, they disappeared. They don't exist no more. Because if you made it that far in my life to not exist anymore, you really don't. Red flag. You don't. You don't. And to be honest with you, if it's gotten to the point where I have to go no contact, then my kids shouldn't be around you either. I'm just being honest. Why would I subject them to that? Why would I do that? Now, I'll be honest. I mean, maybe not say they're dead. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. But hell, I got to do what I got to do. I don't know what to say. At that point, I'm just going to be like, you know what? We just don't talk to them. And then that's it. Maybe be honest and be like, okay, something happened. I don't talk to them anymore. And that's it. That's all. What else we going to say? But I wouldn't want my child to be around them until they're of age. So if that is something that you think that you would want to revisit in the future, or your children, you want them to know your parents or whoever you cut off, then yeah, you can tell them the truth or tell them, hey, like, I have chosen not to talk to them, but when you are 18 or when you're this age and you can have a conversation with them, you can start to have a relationship with them. That's different. But I don't know. That's a bit, these are things I never thought of. But to be honest with you, yeah, they don't exist to me, then I'm just going to act like they don't exist at all.
Okay. Because you were raised by someone.
That's probably why I'm still in therapy, y'all. I'm still in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you say, Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, I was just thinking about when your children begin to be curious about it or when they bring it up.
Yeah.
I think that's when you're in that position of what do we say now? What do we do now? But I don't think that, for little children, 2 and 4, yeah. I mean, they're not in the position yet where, Johnny's grandparents had him over for supper. Where are our grandparents? I mean, that day may come. And when it does, I think you can let them know that we're just not that close to them. We don't have contact with them. It's sort of like when children ask, the facts of life. It's like, be careful about how much you lay out for them at once, because they can only digest so much. And age appropriate, right? Yeah. But I think it's very important to wonder and ask the child, honey, why are you asking that right now? What brought up?
She brought up I think her response is the best one. It's the most healthiest one. I probably would lean more towards that, but to be honest with you, like I say, it's like Santa Claus. They don't exist. It's make believe. Don't believe it. They don't exist to me. I'd be like, you remember Santa Claus? When they find out Santa Claus is not real, I'll be like, yeah. A lot of things are not real in this world. Toughen up, kid. You'll be all right.
What brought up the thought about grandparents?
I'm just curious. It's been 4 years. You think it's going to go on forever? Do you
Yes,
see?
Oprah, damn it. Red flag. If anybody knows about no contact, it should be you. Didn't you have a problem with your daddy? I feel like wasn't Oprah estranged from her sister? What's she talking about? Yeah, wasn't she? Oprah, hold up. What happened to Oprah and her mother? I think her mother passed away when she was young. I remember that. Didn't she have a problem with her daddy? Hold up. Oprah's father. Why is she talking like this is so, like, abnormal? Yeah, she had a problem with her daddy. Oh, okay, no, she was fine with her daddy, but didn't she like go no contact with somebody? Estranged. I think from her sister. Yeah, you see, mourning my estranged sister who lives somewhere in Boston. There we go. Red flag. You already go in no contact with your damn sister. And didn't you have a problem? Like, didn't Oprah get pregnant at a young age or something? Or she got molested? I don't remember. But yeah, she had a whole bunch of family issues too. So why are you acting like you don't understand, Oprah? If anybody should understand, it should be you. After nearly a decade of no contact with her sister, one writer... Oh, okay, sorry. No, never mind. It's not Oprah. Oh, it wasn't Oprah. But I feel like Oprah's estranged from somebody in her life. I gotta figure that out, y'all. I feel like she don't talk to her sister. Let me figure that out. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. So she was born to a teen mom. And she grew up in poverty. I'm talking about Oprah here. Vernita welcomed 2 more children, Pat and Jeffrey, who passed away in 2003 and 1989. Okay. Then she found out that her mom had a younger sister, had another child. She was reunited with Pat in 2011. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you see, Oprah, who had a tumultuous relationship with her sister, would say, my sister, Pat, I did the best I could for her, and many of you know I had to put her through drug rehab twice when she came out. She just didn't survive it. So one of them, okay, her sister was an addict. Okay, and then her brother died from AIDS. All right, so she was close to him. And then she's close with Patricia. Okay, never mind. I thought she was estranged with somebody. Okay, I gotta figure that out. But I feel like her and her daddy had some type of beef. Anyways, y'all let me know in the comments. I don't remember.
It going on forever. You see never, ever, ever communicating with them again.
Right now, yeah?
Yeah, both do.
On a cautionary note, you are presenting your children with a role model of how to handle conflict. And that's a concern. You are showing them that people can be cut out of your life. And so that is a role model. Because I'll sometimes work with a parent who will say, well, you did it, Mom. You cut out your grandma, so why can't I cut out you? So it's an adult child. So we just have to be very mindful of every layer of this.
Okay, and? What are we talking about here? Red flag. What we model? Yes. It's not about cutting off. What is this man not understanding? What is in his brain cell? It's not the cutoff action. It's the reason why, the behavior that warranted the cutoff. So you want them to take abuse from his parents? You want them to hear because trust me, the grandmama, what she would do is she would start to poison the child's mind about the mama, talking all reckless about her mama, and her mama ain't shit, her mama this, her mama that. That's what you want their kids to be around? We gonna wrap you right up.
No.
Yes.
I thought about that. I think you will try, knowing what you all do about the importance of your inner subjective experience as being an individual. You're going to pass that on to your child. That what people make you feel inside matters.
Thank you. She's the only one with some type of sense on this panel. Thank you. How you react to the treatment. It's not the cutoff. Why that boneheaded man, he's the goofy guy. He's focused on the cutoff. It's not the cutoff that's the problem. It's what led to the cutoff is the important part, sir.
And that has to be taken into account. It's not a solution just to cut somebody out for no reason, of course. But if there are reasons, there are people that the role model that you're becoming is, if there are people that are harmful to you emotionally, you do have the right to keep as much distance, maybe not total cutoff or whatever. You have the right to decide the optimal distance that you're going to have in your relationship with them. That is preparing them for adult life. So I don't see it as you giving them carte blanche about cut anybody out that you don't like. You're saying...
No, I'm... A red flag, listen. Like I said, I've been cutting off people since 1995, and I've never had a problem. My intuition is pretty spot on. Sometimes there is no reason. Sometimes the person's just being weird. If they're a weirdo around me, they start making little comments. Nah, I'm out. Because then people feel like they can disrespect you the longer you stay around, and you're like giving them all the benefit of the doubt. Oh, maybe they're gonna. No, you got about one time to show me you weird. You're out of here. I'm not playing with you. Because every time that I've tried to give people benefit of the doubt, be like, oh, maybe it was just this situation. Maybe it's this. It ended up being exactly what I thought it was. And so sometimes, yes, you'll know when you need to protect your peace. How come we never have that conversation with people you want to keep in your life? There are some people, they're just genuinely good people. And you're like, damn, I really want to be around this person. This person makes me feel good. This person's nice. We get along. Why don't we talk about that? Oh no, be careful. Don't give too much. No, they'll be like, oh yeah, that person's a good person. You know when somebody's good for you, and you know when somebody's not a good fit. That's it. That's all. What you talking about? So by their logic, if you meet somebody that you're dating or something like that, and you really know right off, like, there's nothing wrong with the person inherently, it's just not a good fit for you, but you're gonna keep trying until you make it work, why would you do that? They would tell you break up with that person. Why would you waste your time? So why is it different with family? Red flag. Just because they're my blood doesn't mean nothing. I just don't like them. That's it. They my blood, but I don't like them as a human. Get out of here.
You have to come to that decision about what's best for you. And we would be here to talk with you about that if you ever needed that.
Thanks, Chris and Bree. Thank you. Thank you. Bristol?
Hi. I first want to start off by saying thank you for creating space to have this conversation. When I first made the decision to go no contact, I felt so alone. So this conversation means the world to me.
So when did you first make the decision to go no contact?
As sad as it is to say, ever since I was young, I knew I would be no contact. I knew I didn't want my family in my life.
You're still young, Bristol, let me tell you that.
Yeah, no.
Oprah, sis. This was right conversation, wrong people. Wrong people. Red flag.
Oh, but so what do you mean? What do you mean by young? Okay.
She meant when she was young, when she was a kid, she felt weird. That weird energy, she knew it. Some people, they're clairvoyant. They understand that. They knew, oh no, I'm just like, I'm telling you guys, as an example, myself. I knew I could not stay in my parents' house. I knew it. As soon as I was 18 of age, but I also knew I had to wait. I knew that I needed my parents to take care of me. I knew I needed them. They needed me, whatever it was. But as soon as I was able to, as soon as the opportunity, I was like, okay, I'm about to be 18. I think it's time to get up out this house. I can't. There's just too much going on. Just too much. I need my own space. I need peace. Left. 18. How did I know that? I knew that from when I was young. This environment's not for me. It's just too much chaos. I don't thrive in chaos. People know that. Like, why do they act like kids do not have any type of sense? Like, we know as children are very extremely intelligent. They just don't have the emotions to express themselves. They need more guidance, but they understand that something is off. They know. I knew. Love my parents, but I knew something was off. And guess what? I have never regretted my decision at all. I can't be around dysfunction. I can't be around chaos. I just can't. I thrive best in solitude, or at least with my husband. He's the first man I've ever lived with outside of my family. And the reason why is because I lied. I did have roommates in university. Oh, Lord, I did have roommates in my master's. But what I'm talking about is actually live with. But yeah, he's quiet. We're quiet. I love this kind of peaceful environment. I hate chaos. I grew up with 5 other siblings. It was chaotic as hell. And then always having people in and out of the house. I don't like that. I never did. Till now. You ain't gonna see nobody come up in my house like that. I'm just not that kind of person. I just know my personality. I know who I am. And I knew that from when I was younger. So why are they trying to act like, oh, but you're still young? Shut up, Oprah.
Okay.
No, like just being
proud of you.
A younger years old. Yeah. And I had family that saw how I was treated as well, and tried to step in. So it's something I sadly always knew would happen.
Is it like what Chris said? There isn't one thing, but there was a series of things?
Yeah, it is multiple events. So it's not just one traumatic event.
What was the final straw for you that you said, that's it, no more, I've had enough?
It was a phone call, actually, where I spent my whole life trying to change every aspect of myself to be the perfect daughter and to make the relationship work. And it was a phone call where I tried to set a boundary of just, don't talk so rudely about your children. Like, we're not punching bags. And my mom is actually the one that blocked me initially. So she's the one that laid down that foundation, and I followed suit and just cut off contact everywhere else.
I hear you have a question for Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, I do. So I have no regrets about my decision to go no contact. But every time I see a girl with her mom or dad, it physically aches in my heart. And so does the longing for that connection, despite never experiencing it myself, ever go away? Or do you just learn to live with it?
Yeah, it's like any terrible loss.
Yeah.
Do any of our terrible losses ever go away? We all know that it never goes away, okay? But I think our job in this kind of situation is to enlarge ourselves so that we know ourselves better. So,
Bistro, I'm gonna tell you something, sis. Oh wait, let me let her finish her thought. My bad, y'all. I didn't mean to interrupt you, sis.
that we're expanding our own life so that this terribly hurtful loss becomes an integrated part of the tapestry of your life, of your overall life. It'll never go away, but it's not all there is to you. And so you carry this, I see it as part of your increased complexity as a human being, your increased depth, and your ability to know what it is that's good for you and not good for you.
Okay, love your advice, sis. So let me tell you my perspective, since this is my channel and commentary. My perspective is that some of us have our moms, Bistro, so that's what I want her to understand, is some of us have moms and we don't have that kind of relationship with our mothers either, even if they're in our lives. So I want her to know that. And I think that this is why we have to have these kind of conversations. I just didn't want Oprah to do it because I don't know what she's talking about. But sometimes, like, you can see that there's what she's talking about is the ideal closeness with your mom. But I personally, like, let me tell you my experience. Again, it's my experience. I've never had that type of closeness with my mom in the sense that she's talking about. But yes, my mom is in my life. I love my mom. She takes care of me. Yes, she does call me. She checks up on me. But we don't have that, like, mother-daughter, like, go on dates, or mother-daughter go to spas, or mother-daughter go to, like, dinner together. We don't do that. We've never have. Or I could tell my mom about anything going on, or I can just express it. Like, we don't have that. And I never had that as a child. I think now as an adult, yes, we have had moments where, we spent time together. But I never had that as a child or a teenager or a young adult. I had it now that I'm married. I would say that, yes, it has become a little bit different, the relationship, but it's still not what other people and their mothers have, quote unquote. But I stopped thinking about that because I realized that my mom's my mom and that's just it. And so sometimes we have to stop fantasizing about a relationship that doesn't exist. It just doesn't. It's the same as when people fantasize about a marriage or a husband. I can tell you right now, whatever you fantasizing about, baby, it ain't it. Don't fantasize. I'm telling you, I do not fantasize. It is not a fantasy. I promise you, real life is real life. Same thing with being a puppy owner. Like I said, I had the fantasy of, oh my God, I'm having my puppy, and then it's a lot of work. It's a lot more work than I thought. And so that's what I'm saying, like, everything looks different for everyone. So I just would want her to know that, like, yeah, like, that fantasy is just a fantasy. That's not really who your mom is. Even if she came back in your life, she's not going to change. I mean, what I meant to say is that's not the person who presented themselves to you as your mother. Maybe she will change in the future, but she's never going to be that kind of mom to you. And you got to stop thinking that those, like, you know, what you're seeing on the outside, you don't know people's real relationship behind closed doors. That's what I'm saying. So sometimes, like, there's a certain codependence that comes with it too. Sometimes you'll see mother-daughter really close, but then come to find out there's a codependence and it's unhealthy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't just look at the image of it, but there's always something under the surface.
And when you bring all that together, yes, that feeling is still there, but the context is now so much bigger because you're a much more complex person.
Nedra, you wanted to say what about this?
Yeah, I think that void gets smaller as time passes, but there will always be something there because you do have a mother, you do have that part of your family, and both things can exist. You can miss people and decide to not have that relationship, and you don't get to erase the feelings in either direction. So
yeah, I don't know about that, sis. But yeah, I guess in her case, yeah, I don't know. I don't miss nobody I cut off. I'm being honest, y'all. I don't know. Maybe I need to go get checked. I think I need to get checked. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels that way. If I cut you off, I'm pretty satisfied. I sleep very peacefully at night. Because if I get to that decision, that means it's wraps for you. I don't feel no type of way. I'm not going to miss you. I'm good. Because if it gets to that point where we got to cut each other off, then that means that it was for the best, in my opinion. But then again, I don't know, you know, I don't know her, and it seems like she's very, like, you know, holding on to something here. But I don't know. That don't work for me, though. I'm sorry. I will sleep very peacefully. I'm not going to have no regrets.
it's something that you'll come to live with. Thank you.
But how's your life otherwise? Do you miss the contact with them? Or have you been able to create a life that's full and vibrant without them?
I love my life. Like,
Okay.
I have 5 animals. So I've created my own family. When I went off to college, I am used to spending holidays alone. So it's not like much has changed.
I've spent a few holidays alone, y'all. So, I mean, like I said, like, yeah. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, you'll figure it out. That's what I'm saying. Again, like, I totally understand where she's coming from. I'm not trying to dismiss her feelings, but I'm trying to have her and others, if you're watching this chat and you're no contact, I want you to understand that it's just remember the reality of the situation and don't fantasize about it. That's all I'm saying. The reality is that person had to be cut off for a reason, and you're going to stick to that. And if you have those thoughts, just remember that person had to go for a reason.
I'm just not being walked all over, actually. So it's I know peace for the first time. It's amazing. I felt my nervous system leave fight or flight, and
I think this is so fascinating to me because I've been doing this so long. And I remember in the early days doing this, people just suffered. They just went through hell with their parents, and we were always talking about relationships with your parents. Have you, as therapists, seen it evolve over the years also?
Oh, absolutely. You know, and I think one of the things, Oprah, is that there was a study done in 2016 which showed that our ideas about what constitutes harm, abuse, trauma, and neglect have radically expanded in the past 3 decades, radically expanded. So what often happens is an adult child, like any of you may come up to your parent and go, you emotionally abused me, you neglected me, you traumatized me, and your parents are gonna be like, what the hell? I would have killed for a childhood like yours.
Yes.
So generations are talking past each other. I mean, it's kind of incumbent on us as parents to really learn how to speak the language of our adult children if we want to have a relationship with them. But that is one of the most significant changes, is our expanded views of what constitutes abuse and harm.
And that has changed.
That has changed.
And it has evolved exponentially in the past several years.
Exactly. Well, the past few decades, but social media is an enormous amplifier of that.
Yeah. Thank you, Bristol. Thank you so much. We have another Bree in our audience. This Bree is with 2 E's, in case you're going to get them confused. Okay. So you've decided no contact with your mom. What happened?
Yeah, so my mom abruptly stepped away from our family when I was 6 years old to be with someone else. And not only did she leave my dad, she didn't want to be a mother to me at that point either.
Justified cutoff. Green flag. Okay, we're going to finish hearing what sis got to say. That already her intro. Gots to go. Gots to go. Her mama's male identified, male centered. Already. She left the family for another dude. Didn't even want to take care of her daughter. Abandoned the daughter too. And you want me to feel sorry that she got cut off? Red flag. Her mama was male identified. 100%.
There, and so throughout all my
pieces, but
away from our family.
You've decided no contact with your mom. What happened?
Yeah, so my mom abruptly stepped away from our family when I was 6 years old to be with someone else. And not only did she leave my dad, she didn't want to be a mother to me at that point either. And so throughout
So your mom basically abandoned you?
Yes.
When you were 6?
Yep. She didn't, she was just like...
She left to go with an old boyfriend?
Yep. She decided to go be with her college boyfriend, and she wanted to kind of just live this new child-free life. And it was very jarring and traumatic for me because I was used to having a 2-parent household and doing things with them, and just, it was just a night and day. And at that point, she just kind of stepped away, didn't really have as much contact, would see her sometimes. It was very off and on, and I would try. And whenever I would try, I felt like I would be let down. I had a wonderful dad who filled the gap, but it's just no mom. And I would see all these girls being raised with their moms, and I wanted that. And so when I was in college, I extended an olive branch, and I invited her to my college graduation, and she ended up humiliating me. I was on the floor with the graduates, and I saw this crowd of people walking towards me, security, the counselors, and looked in the middle. It's my mom. They brought her towards me. They said, Bree, it's been an emergency. So I'm like, what's going on? And she's just like, I'm ready to leave. We're about to go, her and her boyfriend. And that was what the emergency was in front of all the graduates before.
Red flag. So let me get this straight. Mama still has the same boyfriend for many, many years. Okay. Number one. Number two, this is what I was talking about, fantasy versus reality. So you see, she saw other kids with their mothers. And then that's why I'm saying, if those thoughts come to your mind, you got to remember the reality of the situation. Yes, you can see other people with their moms and wish oh, maybe I should have had that, right? But then at the same time, what's the reality? Your mama ain't shit. She should have never had children. Seriously. And so now the reality of the situation is she's still the same selfish person who left you and your daddy for high and dry. For her boyfriend. So here we go. So now for real. Sometimes those lessons are hard to swallow, but here we go. She never changed. Same person. So this is the reason why we have to think of the reality. Stop thinking television. I feel like a lot of these kind of the fantasies is from TV. You watch Full House and you think, Full House ain't got the 2-parent household. You watch give me there's a whole bunch of TV shows. Freshman, I don't know, whatever TV show you watched that had the ideal family. Family Matters. We gonna talk about that. Mom, dad, kids running around and everything, and then they got a whole, whole family going on. Sometimes they have a dog. That's picture perfect, right? But that's television. This is reality, sis. Unfortunately, you had to learn the hard way.
Before I even walked. And so I was bawling, crying. The whole stadium's looking at me. And from that point on, I was like, this is done. She does not have a care for me. And with me being a mom now.
She couldn't leave quietly?
And she couldn't just get up and go.
I know.
And so.
She had to call.
No, she had to make a scene because she wanted you to realize that, number one, she's jealous of you. Again, male-identified, male-centered woman. I already know that. The fact that you could abandon your child for a man already lets me know all that I need to know about you. And then, not only that, but she wanted to humiliate you on top of that and take your moment away from you. After she abandoned you, she didn't ever care about you, sis. She probably had you to keep your daddy, just being honest. And so that's why it was easier for her to leave you in the wind and leave you alone because, again, the motives, some people just have kids just to keep a man. I could already tell that's what she was doing, and then she found her other man, and then boom, gone. So, yeah, the reality of it is your mom was never a mother to you. She never had you for the right reasons, and sometimes, again, it's a hard pill to swallow, but think of the reality of whatever reality you're really living in and not the fantasy.
A scene? Yeah.
A whole scene.
Yeah.
And so, I'm a mom now, and I'm a single mom. And so there's points in motherhood where I'm like, whew, I get that it can be a lot, but I could never just walk away from my child. I just couldn't understand doing that. And so I get a lot of judgment for it. When something happens and people are like, your mom isn't feeling well or something like that. It's I don't have that empathy because it's just like, she didn't really have it for me.
Red flag. Why should you? That's what I don't like. It's like the mother embarrassed her, abandoned her, did all that stuff to her. I'm not saying she shouldn't forgive her mother, but at the same time, it's like the relationship is gone. Why should I care for you now when you didn't even care for me and you left me for dead? Yeah, I'm going to forgive you. That's my mandate. But I'm not going to, I can forgive you from a distance. I can pray for you from a distance. Prayer is powerful. Just pray give a little nice prayer and keep it pushing. But no, that does not warrant you being in my life. You've already made your decision. And she abandoned her twice. Remember, she abandoned her when she was young. And then she tried to reach out to her, have a relationship. But then she chose that man. Where that man at? Where that man at? Her mom is having health issues. Where's that man at? Red flag. He ain't nowhere to be found. Exactly. So, sis, you're right. Yeah. And that's the same thing with, I now that I become a fur mom, I even though it's hard with Mimi, even though it's difficult, I can't imagine abandoning her. And again, I'm not talking about the people who had to rehome their dogs. I'm not talking about those folks. But I'm talking about people who literally abandon their babies in the middle of the night in parks and stuff. Like, that's craziness. Red flag. I understand that some people, they have desperate times, but hell, it ain't that desperate. There are other ways and avenues where you can get assistance. My point, though, is that at the end of the day, she's old and she could see that she could never leave her child. And so now she understands that what her mom did was extremely selfish. That's it. That's all.
And it's hard for me because it's like, I understand, like that she is my mother and this whole you only have one mother thing. However, we did not have that relationship. And so what weighs on my heart and mind a lot is the forgiveness. And sometimes I'm like, will I ever be able to just forgive her and let this go? Because it's like, some people's mothers have passed away. My mother lived 20 minutes from me my whole life, and just didn't want to be there.
And didn't see you.
Yeah, and just didn't want to see me by choice.
Well, I think that's so interesting because people use that phrase, particularly in our culture. You only have one mother.
Yes. Yeah, and she ruined her opportunity. What about you only have one child? Or you only have one chance to be a good mom? Or whatever it is. Her mother didn't care about that. She was chasing up behind Dick. And so let that Dick take care of her and her ailments. Get the hell out of here. No, sis, I hope you didn't reach out to her again. I am so sorry. No, she did enough. Enough damage.
And they use that to guilt you. No matter what's been done to you, no matter what you've been through, you only have one mother. And it sounds like that you allow that sometimes to bother you, right? You feel embarrassed or the shame of that in some way.
Absolutely. I'm very empathetic, and it's the fact that it's like, I do understand she is my mother. However, it's like we don't have that relationship, and so it's just like, she was never there for me. Yeah. Like, and whenever I would try, I would be met with hurt. And so it's like, I want to be able to like forgive her for my own peace of mind, not to bridge the relationship, but just to like have some kind of a start to healing.
So your question is?
So my question for Nedra is, how do I carry the void of the disappointment and the hurt and the distance, but also like, is there a chance that I could truly forgive her and be able to kind of move on, even though we obviously are both still, here in the world?
I think you have to accept that people can birth a child without parenting them. And what I'm hearing in your situation is you have a mother, but you don't have the nurturing of one. And it's very hard to reconcile that while you're mothering, right? And other people are being mothered and they're telling you about their mother and you should do this for your mother, but you don't have that role or that connection with your mother. And so it's very important for you to accept that you can give birth without parenting. I think you also need to allow yourself to be angry because sometimes we're not making room for that and we're just rushing toward forgiveness. I have to hurry up and forgive.
Especially if you live in a culture that says, but it's your mother.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the advice she's given so far. You have every right to be angry.
And it's the only mother you have.
But you are her daughter. You are her daughter. And so on both sides, if we're going to say, but this is your mother, this is your father, you are also a daughter. And you get to be upset about not being parented.
Yeah.
after you work through that stuff, what does forgiveness mean for you? Because you can forgive and reconcile. You can forgive and continue to not have her be a part of your life. You can forgive and readjust what the relationship is. Maybe she's not a mother, but she's a great friend. So you get to decide what that forgiveness...
Did you see her just do this?
Or maybe an associate.
So. Sis, cut her off, forgive her, and keep the relationship what it is. She lived 20 minutes away from you your whole entire life and never thought to get back to be a mother to you. The window's done. It's closed. Door's closed. And you should think of your consequences on Judgment Day. How about that? And go get that man that you left your family for to take care of you in your health issues. Thank you very much.
Maybe she's an associate. I'm not sure. But perhaps there is something there. If you can remove that expectation of parenting from her because she hasn't done it and she's not doing it, maybe there's a little bit left there that you can have. I don't know what that is. And maybe it's nothing. But you decide what that forgiveness looks like. And it sounds like you have learned how to be a nurturer even though you didn't have it.
Yeah, and may I say this, that in all the years of all the shows and all the experts, my best example or best definition for me of forgiveness that has carried me through many a situation is that forgiveness is giving up the hope that the past could be any different. I don't even remember who said that so many years ago, but when they said it, the hairs on my arm raised because I was like, wow, it's not even about that other person. It's about you giving up the hope and you accepting finally that this, as Bristol has already done, that the relationship is what it is. And there's not going to be one thing you can change. You cannot change yourself. You cannot change that situation. Give up the hope that it's going to be anything other than what it is and accept the reality of it. That's what I hear Nedra saying. Once you accept the reality of it, you can meet her where she is or not meet her at all.
I agree. So yeah, but in her case, because the mother left her for dead, I would recommend for her to continue on, forgive her, and leave her in the wind. And in other cases, such as myself, like I said, I limit my contact. I choose what I want to do, when I want to call, they call me, I call them. I still talk to my parents, of course, and I love my parents. But there are certain things that I definitely had to limit because of my mental health and my peace and my serenity. And so, yeah, like there are different ways. It depends on your parents. And my parents never abandoned me. They never left me for dead. Because I guarantee you, if they did, it would be a whole different conversation. So I think, like, yeah, it looks different for everyone. But I'm really glad finally, there's some, conversations being done and not just, oh, yeah, like you should have a communication with them and all that stuff. Nah, not with that one. That one, leave her where she's at.
Yeah, you wanted to say what?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is we can't really forgive people who've hurt us unless we really believe we didn't deserve to have what happened. I mean, you were abandoned by your mother. She treated you really poorly. And you probably don't yet fully know that you really didn't deserve that. You might consciously feel like you don't deserve that. But we can't really forgive somebody until we really, really know in our guts that we didn't deserve to be mistreated. So usually compassion can follow from that.
Well, we have some parents here who have a different perspective. First, watch this short clip of what a mother named Christy posted on her social.
So I'm going to ruffle some feathers with this one, but I don't care. So I'm going to address a comment that repeatedly gets commented on my post and other people talking about estrangement. And it's the comment that says, your children are not estranging from you to hurt you. They're doing it to protect themselves. I call BS. What are they protecting themselves from with us? Loving parents who've always supported them, loving parents who's always, done everything in their power to be there for them, who financially has supported them, who has went out of their way and put their life on the back burner for their kids. What are they protecting themselves from?
What's her name? Christy. Red flag. What you talking about here? All she's talking about is financial. Put their lives on the back burner for their kids. And so you expect what? What do you expect in return? Because I know many of parents who have sacrificed so much for their kids and they expect their kids to give their entire lives back to them. Have we not had that conversation? They expect their kids to be their retirement plan. Have we not had that conversation? They expect their kids to take care of them and their grandparents, not the parents and their grandparents and family members all around, send money everywhere, buy this person a house, yeah, you forgot about that? Red flag. It's not only about financial. If you were such a great parent, I can guarantee you, unless the kid maybe has a mental issue or drug issue or any type of issue where they're incapacitated, if it's a healthy, of sound mind child, they're not going to just abandon you. I can promise you that. So if you raise such a great kid and they all sound like this. They all gonna say the same thing. I took care of you when you were, you're supposed to, you're a parent. Red flag. Who told you to have sex and breed? Oh, not breed, sorry, and have children. Who told you to have sex and have children? Who told you to? Exactly. It's a responsibility. Just like I went to her mama. Sorry, I was talking about, I said breed. I'm sorry, not for women. I meant for, I was thinking about my fur baby. Listen, I'm not a parent. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It was a slip up. But just like I went to the breeder, that's what I was going to say. Just like I went to the breeder to go get Mimi. I chose her. I had her. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's not easy. But I'm not going to sit here and act like this wasn't a decision that I made. I'm not going to act like I didn't, come on now. Let's be for real. You had a child. You knew what came with it, or you just opened your legs and just expected for the worst or the best. What is it? What are we talking about here? That child didn't ask to come here. You brought that child into this world. It is your responsibility to take care of what you bring into this world. Stop it.
Their life on the back burner for their kids. What are they protecting themselves from?
Okay, Chrissy, so you've had no contact with your daughter now for what, 3 years?
My daughter, yes. She's estranged from my side of the family 3 times in 7 years. The last estrangement came as a shock because we had reconnected for 2.5 years. I let my guard down. We got matching family tattoos, beach vacations with me and her brothers. And so I thought, we made it. We're golden. We're not, I'm not going to lose her again. And bam, a little conflict happened and out the door. And I tried to talk to her and I was like, we need to sit down. Can we just please sit down and talk? And why are you so upset? It was something so minor. And she refused to communicate with her brothers and I. She's cut my mother off, the only grandmother she's ever had, who's completely heartbroken. Her brothers don't have a sister. They're
cut off contact with them.
Yes. And in the beginning, the first estrangement, I will give, it wasn't her fault. She was 17, 18 years old. I went through a divorce. She felt she had to choose, and she didn't choose me. We worked through that, and she explained some things to me, and I understood it.
You see how she, red flag. See how she's just glassing through everything. Now, is every estrangement the parents' fault? Like I said, there could be some mental issues going on. There could be some drug issue, alcohol abuse. There's so many different reasons why a kid might decide that they want to cut their parents off. Maybe the parents were very nurturing, caring, enabled their child's behavior. And then the one time they set the boundary, the kid goes off the scales and off the Richters. That happens. But more often than not is this type of situation. Listen to what this mother talking about. Oh, the first time I could understand, I went through a divorce and notice how she's glossing over that. That's the reason why the second one happened, ma'am. Do you not understand that? Your daughter literally cut you off the first time. There was a reason. She decided to reconcile with you and rekindle whatever it was and was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to just talk to my mom, whatever. And then you reminded her why she decided to cut you off the first time. That's what happened the second time. It wasn't something minor. It's her remembering that you ain't never gonna change. That's all that was. She gave you 2 extra years and you squandered it. And then, what happened? You remember what happened? You didn't try to change for 2 years. 2 years. And she just up and left. She's acting like, oh, she just up and left from nowhere. No. From the first time, whatever you did, it triggered her. And she was like, you know what? She's never gonna change. And she decided right then and there, I'm not going to talk to you no more. I'm really done this time. We have to remember that. So don't just remember this time. Remember the last time, ma'am.
But now she's 25, almost 26. She knows I'm a good person. She even, you know, we made TikToks together.
Thank you. You know what, lady? The other lady. Hold on.
She knows I'm a good person. She even
look at her. She's like, I know you damn. She knows I'm. Once somebody says I'm a good person, I already know there's some BS behind. She knows I'm a good person. I know I'm a.
You know, we made TikToks together. She made me beautiful TikTok and that I have pinned on my profile. You know, and you know, literally Mother's Day, and then 2 weeks later there was a conflict. So my daughter, she is smart. She's funny. She was a joy to raise. She's a college graduate, but I feel she lacks conflict resolution skills. And I just feel like my question to the therapist is how do we move forward to help parents and children?
No accountability. I'm a good person. I know I didn't do anything wrong. I'm good. What if you're so good, why did she leave you twice? Something's wrong here. Something's off. And you can't even have the self-awareness to be like, you know what? I think that this is bigger than me. I think that my daughter needs me to go to therapy. Did you even try therapy with your daughter? Did you try, instead of making TikToks? Did you try? What did you do? Because all it sounds like is the daughter's trying to have a relationship with you. She's like, oh yeah, we tried, but then, you know, my mother, my family, my brothers, What is it, sis? What's going on? I feel like there's more to it than what she's talking about, y'all. I already know it. I could tell by the way she's talking. I'm a good person. I already know what time it is.
How do we move forward to help parents and children that weren't in abusive parents? Like, a lot of us are really good parents. We aren't deserving of.
Good parents, what's the measurement? Can someone let me know what is the measurement of a good parent? Because a lot of people can pass that threshold, but that doesn't mean that they're a good parent. That doesn't mean that. I need people to understand that. Like, is it that difficult? Is it that difficult to understand? The child's needs are not being met. Therefore, no, you cannot call yourself a good parent if your child's needs are not being met in other ways. She thinks being a good parent is what? Feeding them? Clothing them? Bathing them? There's more to it than that. Your daughter obviously felt empty. Some type of... For her to cut you off, like I said, there must not be a closeness there. Trust and believe me. Because if you're very close to your parents, you're not going to think to cut them off. Just like that sis said, I could never abandon my daughter. I'm a single mom. It's hard, but I can never abandon them. Why? Because there's a closeness there. There's an attachment. If there's no attachment, then it's easy for you to disengage and leave. What is she not understanding? But then, of course, no accountability. Is it, because I did so much and I'm just such a great parent. Says who? She obviously thinks you're not. Red flag.
Of this, how do we teach parents and children that we can work through the messy, hard stuff so that we can talk and not go no contact? Because I'm not going to lie, like, it's been 3.5 years, no word at all. And the glimmer of hope of us ever reconnecting is going away. I talk about a platform and give parents a place to be seen and heard. And, when it first started happening to me, I was like you. I was like, I thought I was alone. So now I have a platform where parents can be seen and heard because we are villainized. And that video was about how villainized we become on that app.
What was the response?
Oh, that was her? That was her. Okay. Yo, she had dark hair. I couldn't tell. She got curly hair now. She done changed her whole appearance. Okay, that was her in that video. I gave you red flags twice.
To that video.
Parents were thankful. And, so many, I felt like I was alone. And to be honest, so many of us parents, I'm not a therapist, but I've heard hundreds of stories. So many of us never even got the opportunity to sit down and talk to our children. Listen, I'm all about, we don't decide what hurt. We don't get to decide what.
You had 2 years. 2 years before the first cutoff, second cutoff. You had 2 years. Not only that, but you had ample time in between that time because you said that you raised her allegedly. But remember, she chose her father in the divorce. There must have been a situation. Sis is not telling us the whole story. I promise you, if I heard the whole story from the daughter, I would be able to know, oh, okay, that's what your mama did. Okay, got it. But she's not being, again, self-awareness. She's not self-aware, and she's not taking accountability for her actions. She's brushing through it. So this is why I can't take what she's saying seriously.
Hurt someone.
Yes.
They don't get to decide what hurt us. So if my daughter came to me and said, Mom, can we talk? Heck, yes, absolutely. I would take ownership of anything she said I did to hurt her because I don't get to decide what hurt her.
Okay.
But she refuses.
Well, that brings me to the point. When you said the reason we are not talking now, it was such a little thing. Mm-hmm. We all are wondering what little thing was that? What was that? You know what? I was going to say, but I don't want to interrupt you. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was obviously it was a little thing to you, but it wasn't a little thing to her.
Thank you.
It was something she didn't get her way.
Okay.
She didn't get her way. And
notice, what's the story?
My boys are in my life. I'm a mom of 3. They reassure me all the time, Mom, you're not a bad mom.
Do you have a specific question for?
Okay, another thing we gotta bring up real quick is that there was a video where I saw, and I really resonated with that. Mothers raise their daughters, but I think they said mothers raise their daughters, but they nurture their sons or something like that. A son's relationship with his mother will always be different from a mother's relationship with her mother. Same with a daughter's relationship with her father will always be different from a son's relationship with his father. I could call my brothers right now and they're going to say, oh, mom this, mom that, mom's awesome, mom that. They will never have anything negative to say about my mom. She's the queen of the world in their eyes, right? But my sister and I, we have a completely different reality. Not saying my mom's not a great mom, but we're just saying that she's a flawed human. But my brothers will never accept that account. Like, they will never see her as flawed. So anytime my sister and I will bring up something like, oh, she did this, she did, oh, no, but no. Mm-hmm. It doesn't exist to them because, again, the different type of relationship with a mother and daughter. So, of course, your sons are going to think you're the best thing since sliced bread. You're a boy mom, red flag. I already know what it is. But you're not thinking about the relationship you have with your daughter. There's a reason why she left your ass.
They reassure me all the time, Mom, you're not a bad mom.
Do you have a specific question for
my question is how do we work on teaching conflict resolution skills so that the no contact doesn't start? Because we all know once it starts, it's a hard thing to go back from.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, what I always tell parents is you have to start with telling your adult child that I know you wouldn't do this unless you felt like it was the healthiest thing for you to do. Now, I may not feel that way to me.
Is that the first rule of estrangement?
That's the first rule of reconciliation.
Okay.
Yeah. The first thing is you have to reach out to your adult child and say, you wouldn't do this unless you felt like it was the healthiest thing for you to do. Now, you may not feel like it. You probably don't feel like it's the healthiest thing to do. I, as a therapist, may not feel like it's the healthiest thing to do. But it doesn't matter. Your kid does. And there's no way they're going to come to the table unless you do.
Finally, he said something that makes sense.
Second of all, you have to find the kernel, if not the bushel of truth in the complaints. And maybe you did all that. I mean, I get it. You're right. Some of these adult children who cut off contact, they're conflict avoidant. Mm. They don't know how to have a conversation. And they tell their parents that they're gaslighting them or they're, emotionally mature, or they're, narcissists or whatever. And it's actually that they have mental health issues.
Yes.
Or they're being negatively influenced after a divorce.
Yes.
Or they're married to somebody who says, choose them or me, you can't have both. Or they're involved with a therapist who assumes everything's a result of parental trauma. Mm-hmm. Or they don't know any other way to feel separate from the parent other than to cut them off. Mm-hmm. But this idea that it's only bad parents who are getting cut off, I'm sorry, I call bull on that.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You agree with my TikTok.
Yeah.
Red flag. Who raised the kids, though? Hello. If you raised her, let's put it this way. This is what makes my mind spin. So she got up and she's not communicating with you. You're saying that she's not effectively communicating. Oh, they're bringing up these terms, gaslighting, whatever, but you raised her. Didn't you say that? So obviously, if you weren't an effective communicator, so do you think your daughter's going to be? Nope. But they will never, again, it's deflection. She expects her daughter to be a great communicator, but you never taught her how to be because you're not one. And then you want to cry on the internet and have this whole seance with other parents so you guys can be each other's sounding boards. An echo chamber. In an echo chamber is what I meant to say. At the end of the day, if she doesn't have effective communication skills and she doesn't know how to do conflict resolution, then you didn't do your job as a parent to teach her that from not when she's a teenager, but from when she's a baby. But I guess you taught your sons that though, right? Okay.
So we have another mother here, Kendall. Kendall? Hi.
Yes, I am estranged from my 30-year-old son by choice. And what I do notice, even in the room, when the children were speaking, people were kind of nodding and agreeing with them. But the moment Christy started telling her side of the story, people were kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
Because we know Christy's full of shit, mama. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear your story yet. But I know Christy. You know how I know it? Because she said, I'm a good person. I'm a good parent. When you speak in absolutes like that and you don't realize that, hey, I could have done better. Actually, to be honest with you, I feel like I could have done better. Then I know you full of shit. Red flag. You're not taking accountability. That's why we said that. That's why everybody looked at her all side-eye and sideways. You cannot call yourself a good... I could stand here right now and say, I'm a good wife. Please. When? There's no such thing as a good anything, to be quite honest with you. You're human. You're going to make mistakes. Stop it. That's why we're calling her on her BS. She talking nonsense. Caca.
My platform speaks similar to hers on behalf of the parent because parents are suffering in silence. And when children become estranged, they are celebrated, they're supported.
And look at this Karen. Look at Karen right here. Look at her smiling.
Platform speaks similar to her.
A black woman agrees with me, so I know I'm right.
On behalf of the parent.
Look
because parents are suffering in silence. And when children...
Look at her. She's like, black woman. Look at her.
Children become estranged. They are
She got that face like, a black woman agrees with me. That means I'm right. No, you're still wrong. Red flag.
Celebrated. They're supported. People rally behind them. But when their mother decides to go no contact with her child, she's demonized. Mm-hmm. And that's been my experience.
You made the decision to go no contact. Why with your son?
My son he's caused me verbal, emotional, physical trauma, and financial trauma for over 15 years now.
And you just decided enough.
2 years ago, he threatened my husband and myself, and I made a conscious decision that was the...
Who raised him, sis? Red flag. Who raised him? Who? So he just was raised by wolves? This is exactly what my point is. Whatever is wrong with your child, it all leads back to who? Not me, because that ain't my baby. That's yours. You raised him to be that. How many times did you enable this shitty ass behavior? Where's his father? Is that the father that he's with? You and your husband, is that his daddy? Who raised him to be this delinquent? Who raised him to be abusive to you? Who raised him? This behavior didn't just come out of nowhere. You're telling me as an adult, he just poof, just happened to be the most monstrous person. No, he was raised to be that way. You raised him, sis. Take your L. Why can't parents talk about that? They don't never want to talk about that. Always want to talk about, oh, I don't know what went wrong. What went wrong? He's with you more than he's outside. You raised him. Those formative years, that was important for you to get them lessons. And just like the other one talking about, oh, she has bad communication skills. Who didn't teach her that? You. Take your L. Maybe take parenting. Oh, it's too late now. They done grown up. Let's hear what he did. Hold on. Let's go back.
And that's been my experience.
You made the decision to go no contact. Why with your son?
My son he's caused me verbal, emotional, physical trauma.
Where was that from? Please, somebody let me know. Class, y'all let me know. Who raised these kids? Y'all let me know. Did the school raise them? Who raised them? The wolves? Oh, they were raised in the wild? Who raised them? Somebody let me know. No, I need answers because they act like they act like it's somebody else's kid. It's yours. Yours. I'm gonna talk about, I know it's not the same, But I'm gonna talk about Mimi. Mimi had a biting problem. She started biting. I was worried about her biting other people, so I nipped that right in the bud. No, as soon as she starts biting, discipline right away. No. But her daddy, Dom, was like, "Oh, dude, it's okay." It's just, I'm like, no. I had to make him realize. I was like, yeah, for you, it's okay for her to bite. But imagine she's, if she's outside, she's at daycare, somebody rubs her and then she's biting them. That is that's not good behavior. Nip that right in the bud. You have to train them not to do it. Just like you got to raise your child and train them and be emotionally there. You got to see all that bad behavior. You got to nip it in the bud. Figure it out. You had them. You procreated. What you want me to do about it? But then now it's everybody else's problem, right? Not yours. It's his. He's the abuser. He's this. Who raised him?
Trauma and financial trauma for over 15 years now.
Financial trauma. Who gave him the money?
And you just decided enough.
2 years ago, he threatened my husband and myself, and I made a conscious decision that was the last straw.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get his way.
Because he didn't get his way. Mm-hmm. So that means you were enabling him. That's all I hear is enabling. Yeah. If somebody, like I said this in that very sad story, Robert Rayner, that's his name. When their son unalived his son unalived him and his wife. I guess that was his. I don't know if that was his mother, but hell, he unalived both of them. And I said it in that live stream. The reason why he was acting that way when he didn't get his way is because he's so used to you doing. You spoiled him. You didn't discipline him. You never held him accountable. And so now you want to right the wrong when they're old and because they were terrorizing everybody around you, but you couldn't see it because that's my son and my son. But then as soon as they start terrorizing your ass, then you want to set up boundaries. But when they were running amok around other people, teachers, girlfriends, friends, cousins, whoever, you couldn't see nothing. Defending the piss poor behavior. And this is what I was talking about when I equated it with Mimi. When she started biting me, it starts in the house. She gonna start biting me first. No, you're not biting me and you're not biting nobody out here. Stop biting. No. That's it. Ask her if she gonna bite somebody outside. I ain't gotta worry about that. That's what I'm saying. But imagine if I was like, it's okay if she bites, it's okay. And then as soon as she goes outside and bites a kid, thinking they're playing with her, and then the kid bleeds or something, then all of a sudden I want to start disciplining and be like, no, don't bite. No, it should have happened from the beginning in the house. All that behavior was already apparent, ma'am. Red flag. Get off the stage.
Didn't
Both
get
of y'all.
Yeah.
You and Christy roll up out of there. Both of y'all. Exit stage left. Both of y'all need to pack this up and take that psychologist with you, the male one. Wrap it up. Get up out of there.
And has he respected the no contact?
No.
He has not.
No, he has not. He sends threats that if we don't unblock him, he just threatened my husband yesterday as I got off a flight.
Yeah.
Saying if we don't unblock him, if I don't speak to him, he's going to do some harm to us.
Wow.
So that's been my experience. And parents don't go no contact for very small reasons. It takes a lot for a mother to make that conscious choice. And I've been experiencing this for over 15 years since his dad and I got a divorce and I got remarried.
Here we go. All right. Both of these parents, notice, first parent divorce. There's a pattern here. I'm noticing something here. All the parents who are crying about no contact, there's a divorce that happened. And then what happened now? And mind you, it's not the divorce that got him acting all erratic and stuff. This is child. Let me tell you something. He was like this as a child. The only difference is I don't know if the parents together discipline him. I don't know the dynamic, but I can already tell he didn't have no type of structure or discipline. And so now you got a new man. Here we go.
Married 18 years ago.
And you have a question?
My question is, why are parents always demonized when they speak their truths or when they make a conscious decision to go no contact?
You're not being demonized because you're going no contact. You're being demonized because you're being demonized because we already know that this is the thing. what can you guys not understand? And this is what I'm saying. This is an Xer right here. I can already tell. She's an Xer, y'all. This is not a millennial woman. This is a boomer, a Xer, and I'm gonna bet my money it's an Xer. This is what y'all are failing to realize, is that the kids did not raise you. You raised a child. So, of course, I'm going to be harsher with the person who raised them and who brought them into this world, who was responsible for financially, emotionally, physically, mentally, making sure that this child would be prepared as an adult to live in our society. You failed. You and curly perm girl. You failed. And the psychologist guy. Y'all all failed. And then you want to come here and ask us to have sympathy for you for going no contact. I don't have sympathy for you. I understand why you did, because he's an abusive piece of shit. But guess what? You raised him. So what do you want me to do about it? I don't have any, I can't have any sympathy here. You raised him to be like that. And then you want us to have sympathy for you for what? That's why people are not like really resonating with that. This is exactly why.
But estranged children are celebrated and rallied behind.
Good question. Who wants to answer that?
If someone was coming in to see me as their therapist, I'm listening for what that person's experience is. And I have had parents come in whose children are asking for money, or they're making the parent feel morally obligated to give them exactly what they want. It's the emotional immaturity switched, okay? I mean, you don't have to be the parent or the adult child to be emotionally immature. And so whatever it is that is crossing the boundary of the relationship or the other person's right to their own life or to their right to say no, I mean, that has to be dealt with every time in order to keep your own stability and mental health. So I see it very much as going both ways. Whoever it is that's going across the boundary and saying, you have to give me what I need because I'm the most important person in the relationship here, in effect, whether that's parent or child, that has to be addressed, and it's for your own mental health.
Let me tell you something, okay? Thank you, sister here. But I'm gonna tell you something. That's one thing I will say about my parents, is that they will let us know, hell no. I never had to question what my parents could support me in and what they couldn't. It was always very clear, very apparent. They did not spoil us, y'all. I've been working since I was 15 years old. Yes, they gave us the necessities. That's what it was. But yeah, they said no. The rejection was there. I was rejected many, many a time. Many, many a time. You know where it starts? It starts at the toy store. It starts at the convenience store. Wherever you go and your kid takes stuff and they start putting it in that cart. My mama was quick with it. Nope, 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 no. Trust and believe me. If you say no enough times, they'll know. From when they're what? Young. This is the problem. You have given your child free reign to just ask you and do whatever they want. And then when they're older, that's when you want to put the rules and the restrictions. It doesn't work like that. It has to start from when they're younger. They have to understand no. No, no, no. Those boundaries should have been set from when they were teens. That's when. The problem is that y'all not doing that. Red flag. And then you expect us in society to deal with it in the coddle. Yo, you did your best as a parent. No, you didn't. I already could tell. You didn't. You didn't. I'm sorry. Somebody's proved me wrong. You did not. I can tell. You know how I know? Because I see the results. I see them every day. This is what's going on. These are the people y'all are dating. These are the people y'all are working with. And your coworkers, your whoever you meet on the outside. You can already tell when somebody was raised properly and when somebody wasn't. That's all I'm going to say.
I would add to that for a parent, when they're estranged, there's no upside to being an estranged parent. It's all downside. It's all heartbreak. It's all shame. It's all getting cut off from your grandchildren. It's all guilt. It's all sorrow. It's regret. Whereas when you're an adult child, you're not doing it unless you were in pain in the first place. I get that. But it's also wedded to our very powerful themes of identity and personal growth and personal happiness and protecting my mental health. And those are much more resonant themes in our culture. So they're much more likely to catch fire than, some parent is getting cut off.
Well, thank you so much. I wanted to now bring in Aaron. Aaron is a husband and father of 4, whose oldest daughter chose to go no contact for 3 years before reconciling.
Correct.
Take a look at what he shared with other parents about that experience.
Parents, no one prepares you for the silence after no contact with your adult children. One day you're texting, "I love you." The next, you're staring at a phone that doesn't ring. That silence, it doesn't just hurt.
Sir. Okay, you know what? That beard tells me all I need to know about him. I know by that beard and that jacket he got on and that shirt, I could already tell what we dealing with here. But let's hear brother talk. I'm gonna give you a chance.
It haunts you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Painful.
Painful.
It's painful. It's very, very painful.
So what's your story, Aaron?
So my story was my daughter, I think it was around 2021, she decided to go no contact. That turned into 3 years of no contact. 3 years. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I thought I was a great father. I really did. I thought I was a great father. I did the best that I could, provided her with everything, took care of her, just did everything I thought that I was supposed to.
Yeah.
But what she told me, and when we had the conversation, she said, "Dad, you're a helicopter parent." I said, "A helicopter parent?" I didn't know what that was. Again, I didn't know what that was. She told me I was a helicopter parent. And a helicopter parent is a parent that wants to fix everything. And then I started thinking about it. She was right. I was a helicopter parent. I was trying to fix everything. I was always doing too much. I was overstepping my boundaries.
Okay. All right. Sorry, brother. I judge you for your beard. Okay. You know, I have a little bit of trauma with beards. Okay. They always, not me personally, but, judging by what I see online, I do be seeing beards and stuff. Okay. So he sounds like he making some type of sense. Okay, my brother. I'm going to let you talk. But the other two, they got to wrap it up. The boy mom's got to go, but he seems like he has some type of sense.
And I had to realize that and understand that.
But weren't you doing that as a man, providing for his family, trying to protect his family, wanting the best for your children?
It's not enough, Oprah. It's not enough. Okay? It's not enough. That's like you, okay, example. I got to bring it back to marriage again because that makes people understand. Let's say you're in a marriage. Your husband provides for you. He gives you whatever you need. You ain't got to ask for nothing. You want to go to the grocery store, buy whatever your heart's content, or the Louis store, whatever. But he's not there. He's always out working somewhere else. He's always traveling. He's never emotionally there. You're going to tell me that you're going to stay in that marriage? Some women would. They'll be like, okay, I don't really care. It's okay for me. But for somebody who craves that emotional connection, they're not going to. There have been many women. Look at so many women out there. The men provide, give them whatever they want. And yet they still are lonely and miserable and looking for that connection. Why? So now let's talk about parents. You provide your kids with food, shelter, clothing. That's not enough. They are craving more from you. It's emotional connection, nurturing. You're not doing that. Hell, even the Bible verse said it. Do not bring your child to wrath and nurture them. You can't do that. And then you expect people to just what? To just stay? You wouldn't tell that woman to stay? I mean, some people wouldn't be like, oh, he gives you everything you want. Why would you leave him? Because I don't feel emotionally connected to him. He's just a stranger. That's how these kids feel, y'all. It's a stranger. A very close stranger, but we don't really know each other like that. We've just built, like, we're just in relationship, but not in a relationship is what I should say. I understand you're my parent, but there's no closeness. I don't feel attached. This is the problem. So that's why. Okay? It's not enough. Damn it, Oprah.
Children. You were not doing that because you were trying to inhibit her. You were doing that because you wanted the best for your children.
Correct.
Yes.
But then she also told me I didn't listen. She wasn't wrong about that either. I don't listen.
Okay.
I'm hard-headed.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she wasn't wrong about that. But she told me, she said, you're a helicopter parent.
So is she having this conversation after the 3 years?
Correct.
Okay.
After the 3 years.
So for 3 years, she said nothing?
Nothing.
You thought everything was great?
I thought everything was great, and then my wife reached out to her, and she didn't respond to my wife. And my wife kept trying to reach out to her.
Is your wife her mother?
Her mother, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, she kept trying to reach out to her. And then we went through a situation where we started talking to her roommate, just trying to figure out what's going on. No contact, no communication, no nothing.
Yeah.
So then she needed some help, of course. So she calls me. Dad, can you help me? I'm enrolling in college again. Okay, cool. I was just happy to hear her voice.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard from her in so long. So she came over, we talked, and that's when she told me, she said, Dad, you're a helicopter parent. And I'm looking, and I'm gonna tell you
So you were
something.
willing to help her even though she hadn't spoken to you all these
Oh,
years?
yeah, that's my baby.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
It's because he knew. He knew. I think that, yes, could she have done it in another way? Absolutely. But she's young and she's probably thinking, look, I just don't want to talk to anybody. Hell, I did that before. It's very immature, but that's the only way. It's a response, right? So it's the only way that you know how to respond. I've cut people off. Like I told you, I'm the queen cutoff, right? But should we have had a conversation before? Absolutely. I can admit that. But the cutoff wasn't the problem, because trust me, you needed to be cut off. But the problem is that I didn't know how to verbalize it. So just like her, she didn't know how to verbalize it, but she knew that she didn't want to deal with it no more. But then at the same time, she needed her parents. So red flag, daughter. You still needed your parents. But I think also, I don't think she went, I would say for her, maybe she needed that space. I would say that. I think it's more of just her being independent and having that space. Do I think that she would have went no contact forever? I don't think so, because she called her parents when she needed something. So obviously, if she really, trust me, if you really want to go no contact with your parents, you would never call them. You would try to do everything on your own. I think what it is she just needed space, and she knew that her parents would never understand that, and that's why she just decided to disappear. That's my opinion about that situation.
You know what I mean? I'm going to help you as long as I'm living. Mm-hmm. So then after the conversation, I said, well, how can we work on our relationship? Good. What can we do? She said, I'll tell you what we can do. We can go to therapy. As a man, I did not want to go to therapy. I'm going to be real with y'all today. I didn't want to go and be vulnerable to somebody that I don't know. Mm-hmm. So went to therapy because I wanted to get my baby back. So I went to therapy. The therapist told me, she said, listen, Aaron, what you got to do, and you got to understand, you have to parent your children at different stages differently. You're still trying to control her like she's a teenager. Mm-hmm. You're still trying to do too much like she's a teenager. She's a full-fledged adult.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that changed my whole outlook.
Yeah.
And then the therapist also told her she has to learn how to communicate.
Shout out to this brother right here. Shout out to him. I think that he and his wife, I think that they just overdid it, but at least they're aware that they did something wrong. And this is all that kids are asking for. Notice how his daughter was very quick to be like, you know what? Let's go to therapy. Notice. Because he accepted the fact that he failed in some aspects of being a parent. And that it's not only about it's not only financial, it's not only taking care and providing financially, but you also have to be there to nurture your kid. And I love what the therapist said. Yes, to be honest with you, a lot of parents struggle with learning how to treat their child as an adult. They don't do that. They still treat us like kids, yo. Trust and believe me, they still do. But you know what? I love the fact that he accepted, he was self-aware, took accountability, and he went to therapy. That already lets me know that this is going to be a really good situation here.
And stop running. A lot of adult children run and hide when they don't get their way.
Yeah.
Or when their parents don't.
I think this is so interesting. I have a friend who just...
They run and hide because they never learned. And again, that was your responsibility as a parent. I gotta be honest.
Went through is going through this with her daughter, and she said we had gone out for Thai food and bowling.
Correct.
I thought everything was fantastic, and then I get a letter. A letter arrives in the mail.
Oh, that's why Oprah's upset, because her homegirl had a problem with her child and the child went no contact. Okay, Oprah, you got a personal story here.
Everything was fantastic, and then I get a letter. A letter arrives in the mail telling me from this day forward, no contact. And she thought something had happened to her daughter. She thought like it was like that her daughter had been kidnapped or somebody had done some harm to her. She calls the police, they go to the park, all of that. So I think it's harder when you don't know where it's coming from.
Correct.
Yeah. I think this situation where they tried to work it out, you tried to get them to accept your new wife, you tried to get them to accept that you're having a child. Very different than if you just suddenly disappear and nobody knows what it is.
Correct.
Yes.
No, I totally agree.
Yes.
So the positive, our relationship now is phenomenal. We worked it out. We learned how to communicate. I backed up.
How do parents not know where it's coming from? That's a question I would like to know. I would love to know the answer to this. How do you not know where it's coming from? I think kids, they talk. They say things, even if it's not verbally, but actions, y'all. You can tell when something's wrong. You can tell when something is not right. You can tell when something needs to be fixed. You can tell. And I think that a lot of these parents, again, it's awareness, obliviousness. They're not paying attention. Trust me, if you paid attention, you would know something's off here. Something's off.
So what I started doing now, and I'm gonna tell you parents out there, this is how you can help your situation. First thing first, stop overstepping boundaries. Stop overstepping boundaries. Just have a normal conversation with your adult child. You know, if they ask for any more information or if they need a question answered, answer that question. But stop overstepping boundaries. That's what I did. I changed my relationship.
Yeah. We're so happy to hear that your story worked out, but I also can hear that every situation is different.
Correct.
Oprah, he's giving good advice here, but you see she cut him off real quick. This is exactly that behavior. Every situation is different, yeah. At the end of the day, it all leads back to what? Boundary setting, parenting properly. It all leads back to the parents. That's what I'm saying. And this is why I said that I side with the kids. I have to. Because if your daughter didn't know how to communicate, guess what? Who was she supposed to learn it from? The wolf? I'm sorry, I give you the coyote. Who? The cheetah? Who else? The mountain lion? They supposed to teach her? The puppy? Who's supposed to teach? Just like me. She's peeing and pooping all over the floor. Who's gonna teach her how to potty train outside? Is it me or her? She gonna teach herself. If I'm complaining, oh, she doesn't know how to poo, she doesn't know how to pee properly, everybody's gonna look at me crazy. Like a dog, they're gonna be like, you're the owner of her. Like, why don't you just take her outside and teach her how to do it? Exactly. So we can understand it for that. How many times do parents go to teachers? Oh, you didn't teach my son to read and write. You didn't teach. Why would they do that? Oh, because it's the teacher. That was, teachers are supposed to teach, right? We understand that concept. But then when a child doesn't know how to communicate, all of a sudden it's everybody else's problem but yours. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. I'm not talking about this brother though, but I'm just saying in general. And then look at her talking about everybody's situation is different. Shut up, Oprah.
I mean, in Kendall's situation where there is verbal and physical abuse.
She raised him. Next.
Correct.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Not tolerating that.
And I agree with what you said earlier too. In our generation, the way we grew up, you loved your parents no matter what.
Yeah.
They're not doing that no more. They're not doing that anymore. And now that you think about it, hey, I can see some of these situations. I understand.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I've been doing it so long that...
Oprah, be quiet. You have I really don't like I'm sorry. Oprah is losing me here. She's losing me. But again, she's from that generation. They hard-headed. Do they not have critical thinking skills? Like, I'm starting to really believe that. There's something wrong with the emotional intelligence in that generation. I'm so sorry. How could you not see? That lady. The first thing I would have said if she came in my office or she said something to me, I'd be like, but you're his parent. Why would you expect somebody else to teach him that? That's your job.
People were like severely abused physically, emotionally. and still felt like they had to, tolerate whatever from their parents. So,
Oprah, you wouldn't tolerate that from your boss. Let's wake it up. Would you tolerate that from your boss? Even if you had a great boss, the best boss ever. I've had so many good bosses and I still left that job. Why? Because it didn't suit me. It didn't fit me. What, I'm supposed to stay there forever? Because they were a good boss. They've taken care of me. They gave me so many office parties. They gave me like a $20 Tim Hortons cord. $100 gift. So I feel obliged. I got to stay here and just work it out with them. No. If I feel like I need to get somewhere else, it could be, maybe it's just the position's just not for me. I want something else. I want something better. That doesn't mean the relationship is going to end. They're a good boss, yeah, but I got to leave. I got to go. I got to do what I got to do. What's in my best interest. Thank you.
So I think some of it's good. Some of this being able to, I think, reaching a state where you're able to honor.
I'm about to wrap this right up. We're going to move on to the next
and
story,
protect your own emotional and mental health. That's a good thing. That means that we are evolving as human beings. Have we gone too far? That's the question.
Nope, not far enough. Not far enough, in my opinion. I think this light work. I think we should go further, to be quite honest with you. This light work.
Well, what I'm hearing a little bit of is if someone isn't coming to me with an issue, it's very important to ask ourselves why. Do they not feel safe with me? Is there something maybe I've done?
Oh my God. Eureka.
In the past that has prohibited them from wanting to clear the air, talk about an issue with me. Sometimes we don't recognize that with ourselves. We think, oh, I'm just being a dad. I'm just being a mom.
Yeah.
But what's actually happening is you're overstepping their adult boundaries.
But isn't it also true, though, that because Erin and I were talking about being raised in a different time, that a lot of the parents who are parenting kids, they're raising kids the way they were raised.
It doesn't matter, Oprah, because listen, let me tell you something right quick. You can always learn something different. The problem is they're not adapting to the times. They're just keeping on with the keeping on. That's the problem. Another thing I want to mention is when they have to do what they need to do. Let me tell you something. I got to give y'all an example, very quick example, because I know time. When my dad, when he knows how to get things going. He knew how to sign up on Facebook. He knew how to order things online. He knows how to go on Amazon. He knows how to do all that stuff. He knew how to buy his own house. He knew how to pay bills. He figured it out. But why can't you figure out how to connect with kids? I'm using that as an example, but it's the truth. Parents know how to figure out everything out. That sister, she knew how to get another husband. She knew how to hop on dick. The one who talked about her son being verbally abusive, she knew how to get another husband. She knew how to do that. She figured it out. She was with that man for a long time. She figured out how to work on her marriage. She figured out what she had to do to keep her husband or whatever satisfied. Whatever she did. Anyways, it worked because the second marriage, it lasted. You're telling me you didn't know how to please your husband? You spent a lot of time trying to figure that out, but then when it comes to your son, crickets. I don't know what's going on. That's what I'm saying. People focus on what they want to focus on. People know how to make new recipes. When they want to find new food to eat, they know how to go online, look for new restaurants to eat at. They know how to buy new cars, know how to do all that. But you don't know how to talk to your kids. Interesting. So this is why I keep telling Oprah to shut the hell up. She don't know what the frick she talking about. It's not because they don't know. They don't care enough. There's no incentive because they have to do labor. It's hard work. They don't want to put the effort. That brother, he put the effort in. But the rest of them, they don't want to. They want the kids to put the effort. That's the problem. But when it comes to their stuff, they know how to go on them damn cruises. How to buy crab legs. I always see them senior citizens at the mall chilling, eating seafood. Boy, they know how to do all that. They know how to do all of that. They know what to do with their sons, how to raise their sons. They know. Trust and believe me. There's no excuses now in 2025. I'm so sorry. I don't care what generation you grew up in. Well, now you know that there's a problem. You're going to learn how to fix it. That's it. That's all.
And so
Yes.
you're raised not to come to your parents with your
Yes.
problems. You're raised not to have conflict with your parents. You're raised not to disagree with your parents. So nobody knows how to even begin to have that conversation because your whole life you weren't allowed to disagree because you always had to be compliant.
Correct.
Yeah, but just as the kids have more information and we know gaslighting and we know narcissists, we know all these terms, it's also available for parents to find.
Yeah, they be all up on Facebook. Red flag. You know how many articles there are on Facebook? If you really cared, you could check them articles. There's so many books that y'all don't know how to read. This is the thing they don't understand. You were an adult way before me. You had access to books. We're getting restricted. If anything, we have information overload. At least you could read it. You could have read a book quietly on the lawn in front of your house. No disruption from cell phones. They ain't even have cell phones back then. You had way more. They're not restricting things from you guys. They are with us. And yet, somehow, y'all had parenting books. They had parenting books from a long time ago, y'all. I read so many psychologist books from 1980 and prior, 1975. You didn't tell me you didn't want to crack open the book. It's because you didn't care. You weren't invested. But if I tell you how to keep a husband, oh, you gonna show up at that course, how to get a man. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get my man. Oh, I gotta please him, man. I gotta do this. Yeah. Go to a woman right now. I'm telling you, from that generation that ask them, how do I keep a husband? I bet you they gonna know everything. Oh, you gotta cook for him, clean his drawers, get his laundry going, rub the floor, keep makeup on all day. You know they like that. Find out what your man like. Yeah, girl, you gotta find different moves. But then you ask them how to raise a child, crickets. Oh, I don't know how to communicate. Oh, I didn't know. Shut up. Red flag. Do better.
And understand these things as well.
And not even get on the daddies. The daddies too. They know how to buy cars. They know how to fix car mechanics. They know all about football. All about sports. They know which running back is doing what. Passing to the tight end, quarterback, whatever. They know how to make all them ribs. Oh yeah, y'all want some ribs. They know how to go chase women, writing all these numbers down. They know how to call, contact women. They know how to do all that, communicate with, but they don't know how to communicate with their child. Red flag, get over it. Get out of here. All of y'all, all excuses. Your parents, you're older. That's why I look at you differently.
Okay. You want to say that? Yes, Dr. Gibson.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that you show the one thing that turns this thing around, and that's the willingness to self-reflect. That is the change agent. Because if you can't reflect on your own behavior and say, gee, I wonder if there was something I did that may have contributed to this. A lot of times when people are scared and they're in fear of loss, their first reaction, of course, is to be defensive and to find all the reasons why they're not the bad guy, because that feels horrible.
Which is what Dr. Coleman did when his daughter had the conversation.
Anybody would do that because
it's what we do. It's your natural reaction.
Because it's like you've just been injured. Okay, your first reaction is going to be to clench and to defend. Okay, but nothing can change until you ask that question, which is, gee, I wonder if there was something that I did too. Once you do that, you begin to become more objective, and you certainly become more receptive to your adult child. And that is the platform from which you can have a different relationship.
And guess what? A lot of us did not learn it from our parents, by the way. I didn't learn that from my parents. I gotta be honest. My parents deflect, deny. No accountability. None. I don't even think my parents ever took accountability ever for anything. Sometimes they'll take it and then you hear a little whisper. That's it, and they'll do the same thing over and over again. But you want to know how I learned? Reading, checking. And I'm not perfect. I still make mistakes, but guess what? It's the acknowledgement and the awareness and then the action. You got to want to do that. Stop deflecting. Those two mamas, that's what I was talking about. All they did was deflect. Take self-responsibility. Yeah, I could have been better. I could have been a better this. I could have been a better that. I could have been a better daughter. I could have done better. I could have communicated better with you. I understand that. But but then I can't be the only one doing it. That's my whole entire point. I can't be the only one always reflecting, always saying, okay, I could be better. I could do it. But then you just sit here, just nothing's changing. Two people that need to have a relationship, not just one.
I just wanted to point that that is a hallmark of emotional maturity, that you can self-reflect and understand that you are not the most important person in the relationship.
Aaron, you are the hallmark of emotional maturity.
Yeah, and you was trying to cut him off, and he was giving them gems. I didn't like that. Yo, we need to go see. Does he have a TikTok channel or something? He was talking about don't overstep the boundary. He was about to go into something next, and she's like, well, but shut up, Oprah. Get on my damn nerves.
Already. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Aaron.
I think that absolutely you would want to hear what your daughter had to say, that you would want to work it out and do that conflict resolution. Absolutely. The problem is that some of us have such a strong personality and such a strong way of engaging other people that it becomes a little intimidating. And we don't know we're doing it because this is our
I'll be right back.
energy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is who we are. So one of the things we have to remember is that when you're trying to get someone to engage with you in conflict resolution, that you have to be aware that you may have more power than you actually think you do. And they may be backing up from that in a way that feels unnecessary to you, but to them, it may feel like, I can't stand my ground with this person. And if you feel like there's no hope of standing my ground, there's no hope of the conflict resolution. So I think we have to just be aware of how we come across with our energy. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being a strong personality.
Yeah, my sons communicate well with me. The problem is it's not all on my daughter. I'm not saying that, but she has cut her father off. She's cut other people off. When there's a conflict, I feel like she lacks those skills with anyone, not just me.
Well, is it that she lacks the skills or that she lacks the feeling of personal power? That she could stand.
You just said something, and this is definitely not a criticism, but I'm just going to say but because I said it's not a criticism, you're going to think it is a criticism. But
I'm used to it. I take it all the time on TikTok.
This is what I noticed that you said, and I just wanted to bring up this point from Dr. Copeland's book, that there are separate realities in every family. And for years, I've had multiple discussions with lots of families, and lots of parents say what you just said, Chris. They say, but my sons did this, and my other child did this, and my other... Everybody in the family, in the same family, you're doing the same thing with all the kids. They're all having a different experience.
Thank you.
Correct?
Exactly. Still not taking accountability.
Yeah, not only is it correct, but, our children also they kind of come into the world with a certain temperament. If you've got, 3 kids, they might all have really different temperaments. Some might be really assertive. Others might be really resistant.
And I have an inkling feeling, because the other 2 kids are boys, and that's the only girl, that you were more attentive to your sons, and that's what happens with a lot of these boy moms than with your daughter. Red flag. Stop trying to blame other people and blame she doesn't have no communication skills. But I bet you know how to communicate with your sons, though, don't you?
Resilient. Others might be really conflict avoidant, anxious, depressive. And, how they see us as parents is going to be reflected through that filter. So if you have a kid who's sort of prone to depression or anxiety, they're going to be much more reactive to you. They're going to be much more sensitive. And they're going to later say, well, you were emotionally abusive. You're going to be like, the hell I was, because you're not really reading the world from their perspective. And that's why I agree with what Lindsay's saying.
Because you don't know your child. You just know how to provide, but you don't know how to nurture. That's it. And that's okay. If you know that you could do better as a parent and you're like, damn, maybe I should be more nurturing, then go pick up a damn book. Go to a therapist. I don't know. Figure it out. Hell, you know how to figure out how to log into Facebook, see them senior citizens all damn day clogging up the damn timeline. That's why I don't go on Facebook no more. Red flag. And they be on YouTube too. Yeah, put it in the AI video. I bet you they'll watch it.
That we need to sort of see it through their eyes.
And then not only that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on a rant here. That's what I'm talking about. Not only that, they be going on them, they be believing all those lottery scams and all of those scams. They'll be quick to believe that. They'll be quick to do that. Quick to get scammed. Red flag. That's what they like to do. But then they don't, when it comes to parenting, I don't know. I didn't have that when I was a kid. Learn it.
It's not through just our own eyes.
Yeah.
Tired
All
of
your
it.
kids see their experience in the
and
family.
I understand that. And like I said, I've never had the opportunity to talk. Like
Yeah.
we didn't come from a family where we just fought and yelled.
Yeah.
That wasn't our family, you know. And in fact, you know, a lot of things were shoved under a rug. And I have thought to myself, did I teach her how to communicate? You know, because a lot of things in my marriage was shoved under a rug.
Oh, so now the truth is coming out, Christy. Let's hear it again.
And I understand that. And like I said, I've never had the opportunity to talk. Like
Yeah.
we didn't come from a family where we just fought and yelled.
Yeah.
That wasn't our family, you know. And in fact, you know, a lot of things were shoved under a rug. And I have thought to myself, did I teach her how to communicate? You know, because a lot of things in my marriage was shoved under a rug, not on my end, but it takes two people to talk. And if there's not communication, so I've thought,
She's still not taking accountability. Red flag. Your marriage ended. And then she's talking about it's not on my end. Then how did it end, sis? It was just him, not you. You ain't do nothing. Like what's going on here? I promise you guys, she lacks accountability and awareness. She lacks it real bad.
from a family where we just fought and yelled. That wasn't our family, you know. And in fact, you know, a lot of things were shoved under a rug. And I have thought to myself, did I teach her how to communicate? You know, because a lot of things in my marriage was shoved under a rug, not on my end, but it takes two people to talk. And if there's not communication, so I've thought, did we teach her that? Did we teach her to just
Where did she
shove
learn
things
not to
under
have-
a rug
yeah,
and
where
not
did she learn
talk?
Finally, that question came up. How many minutes? 59 minutes. 49 seconds. 59 minutes, 49 seconds. I clocked it from when she started talking. Oprah, you're too late. Red flag. And I used to look up to you, Oprah. I still like your shows and stuff, but damn. I don't know what's going on with the brain cells in your head. The Ozempic done got you to your noggin. You should have asked her that from the beginning when she started talking all that yik yak. I already knew it. But then again, when you're a child, this is the thing. Oprah's from that generation. That's why she could understand them. She could understand their craziness. I can't. I'm sorry.
Not to have conflict
But I
resolution.
can't make her talk to me. Like,
Yeah.
she has to be wanting to come to me and say, let's sit down, let's go to therapy, let's talk about this. Because I've said so many times on my platform, I will own it. Bring it to me. I will own it.
You're not even owning it here. So we don't believe you, number one. And number two, you had all that time to bring it to her. So yes, it is now her turn. You had so much time and you squandered it.
Had that chance. And so many other estranged parents haven't had the chance either.
Does she
There's
know
so
you
many.
want that chance?
Yes, I'm sure she's seen my TikToks.
And she don't
So
give a
we thought
damn.
this was interesting. Thank you all so much. We thought this was interesting. Hadley, stand up. So Hadley, y'all, is a hospice nurse and a New York Times bestselling author about her experience. And she says that sometimes her dying patients will ask her to call their estranged adult children who have gone no contact. And when my team saw one of her videos, we, wanted her to join us in this conversation. Here's a quick look.
If you're the type of person who continues to have no contact with your dying family member, even after I, as the hospice nurse, call you and say that is their final dying wish to talk to you, then I think that's totally fine. I don't judge you, and I don't think you owe people who abused you peace. I don't mind being the bad guy and telling them no. I'll even update you when they pass if you ask me to and be your shoulder to cry on. And if all you feel is relief, that's totally normal too, and you're not a bad person.
I agree.
When I first heard your story and I hadn't seen you on TikTok, I was like, wow, what an interesting thing. You're putting these estranged children with their dying parents, but it's not that at all. In most
Not
cases,
always.
They don't, right? They say no.
Yeah, you know why though? And I get it. I totally understand because you had that time when you were healthy. You didn't think about it. When you were running around, ripping around the streets, you didn't think about it. And then now all of a sudden, because you're about to pass on and you want to, like, this is the thing, you don't want to feel guilty because you don't know what's on the other side. Now all of a sudden you want to think about calling me all these years. That's the problem. It's too late. Too late. We have to normalize that. It's better. It would be better for me, to me. Contact me while I'm living, not when you about to pass. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's better to treat somebody the way that they should be treated while they're healthy, while they're, while they're living, while you have the chance. Because once they're gone, they're gone. That's it. So this is the problem. You're in hospice. Now you realize what family means to you. Why didn't you realize that when you was with whatever around the corner, around the curb, doing whatever you was doing? You didn't realize that. It's too late. And I get it. It is what it is. You waited till you're dying. You shouldn't have to wait until you're dead or until you're near death to do anything. That should be done while you're living. This is a consequence.
I don't want to see them.
They do in most cases, but it's difficult. I've had conversations before where they say, "What should I do?" And they asked me, and that's very difficult. When I became a hospice nurse 10 years ago, I was not estranged from my own biological father. And about 7 years ago, I did become estranged from him. So I really began to understand more how those children are and what they're feeling whenever they're getting that phone call.
Wow. And so what do you find when the people who are dying ask to see their children? Are they asking to see their children, their estranged adult children, because they want to apologize, because they have regrets, because they want to have final words?
I don't believe personally that they usually want to apologize because they're telling me, do they know that I'm dying? It almost feels like a guilt trip to me. Like, please tell them that I'm dying and maybe they'll talk to me.
Has anybody expressed, regret or grief that they were estranged from their adult children?
I did have one person in particular I think of that really told me that they had a lot of regrets and they wanted to make amends. And I did, with our social worker, make that phone call to the child and asked if they wanted to hear them out and give them that chance. They ultimately decided not to. They went really back and forth. They ultimately decided not to. So what myself and the social worker did is we offered for that patient to write a letter to the child, and we said, after you pass, we'll make sure that they get it. We can't promise that they'll read it. And the patient decided to not write that letter.
Really? Mm-hmm. You told my team that you think that this is oftentimes a form of control on the part of the parents.
I do, yes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, what it takes to be a hospice nurse. Can we just give that a round of applause? Thank you. That is the Lord's work you are doing for sure. And do you find that when you're asked to reach out to these estranged children, adult children, that the adult children appreciate being reached out to or not?
Not always. I think that sometimes they have no idea that anything about their parent at all. And I'm usually making these at like 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, and they're in the middle of a work day, and I think it's very jarring, understandably.
Yeah, right. And how long have people been estranged from their children?
I think the most I've seen has been like 20, 30 years.
Yeah. Well, I can understand it's been 20 years.
Yeah, to get that phone call on a Tuesday while you're working.
Yeah.
Exactly. Why are you calling me now when you're about to die? You had 20, 30 years to call me, and you know my number. So obviously you knew where I was at. That's the point. And I know it sounds heartless to some people, but to me it's not heartless. That's just life. Like I said, treat people well while they're living, not when they're near death.
Hard. And then you call them after the person has passed, if they want you to?
I ask them, or a social worker will. I ask, and most times they do want to know, which I find interesting. They want to know that they've passed, and I understand that. I mean, being estranged myself, I think it would also be extremely jarring to find that out from like Facebook.
Yeah. So you said you now are estranged from your biological father.
Yes.
Why? Can we ask?
I say it's a million cuts that bled me dry. And I could give you one reason, but I think that it wouldn't reflect the entirety of the situation. And I think that someone would judge that one situation and say that wasn't enough of a reason. And in reality, it wasn't just that. It was a million things before that led up to that.
Yeah. It sounds like it's never one thing. Yeah. Nobody does it over one thing. So thank you so much, Hadley, for sharing that with us. I want to close with a word from our experts. Nedra, let's start with you.
Well, I think there is hope because we have more information on the topic. And if we want to preserve relationships, we have to be open to hard conversations. And sometimes we have to be the person to start it, whether that's the parent or the child. We have to get out of these patterns that we've been in with our parent. If they've been domineering, if they've done something to us, we have to learn to use our words and speak up. I think that the boundaries that we're starting to see with so many adults is not necessarily a new thing, but people are more vocal about wanting emotional connection with their parents or not wanting to be told who to marry or what they should feel in certain situations. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because we want to feel closer to our families, but we also have to learn to deal with the conflict within our families. And I don't think everybody is just like, I'm out of here, I've never had a conversation. Sometimes people make it hard for us to talk. Some people are intimidating.
Thank you. Finally. Why is this happening at the 1 hour mark?
Some people become defensive.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to tell a
Oh yeah. You try having a conversation with Haitian parents. Please try it. I dare everybody to do it. Try it with Caribbean parents, African parents, Latin American parents, hell, American parents, whoever. Try it.
A person who's doing that
especially with Haitian parents.
They're actually doing that. But if you are disconnected in a relationship, you have to look inward and you have to own your part of it and not just assume that this other person is wrong. It's two people. Perhaps we both did something. So being open to that conflict is really important for repair.
That's what you said, Dr. Gibson. Self-reflection is the key.
Yeah, I mean, it's the key for any relationship to have things get better. But I just wanted to mention that, societally and culturally, what we're all up against is that everybody has tremendous stress in dealing with a very complex world now. I mean, this is not the world of 30 years ago, even. The things that adult children are having to think about, weigh, succeed in are very different, and it's very, very stressful. We don't have the energy to put into relationships where someone is going to be continually pushing back and making us feel that what is going on inside us is not valid or is not true in some way. This old way of the respect for the role itself, I think, for the role of the parent or the authority figure.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it says honor them. It doesn't say obey them.
No, it says honor them, and then fathers, do not bring your child to wrath. We done read the whole verse. Read the whole damn thing.
Agree with them. Do whatever they say. Make them the most important person in the relationship. So those days of the role trumping everything else are gone. People do not have the energy now to sustain a relationship that is draining or difficult or constantly conflictual. They do not have the energy to keep on maintaining that and live this very complex life.
I think it's a very interesting thing you just said. The days of the role being the almighty in the relationship, because it's not about the role, it really is about the relationship.
And that's what's happening to these poor parents, because they're thinking that there is some security there for them in the role, okay?
Yes.
But what has happened is that...
And that's what people mean when they say, oh, she's your only mother, that's your only one. They're talking about...
Yeah, they got used to abusing that power. That's what it is. And then they found out we don't give a damn no more. We don't care. It's a new generation. We'll cut everybody off. At a quick notice, parents, if you're on this chat, please be advised. Then it's going to make you work harder. It's going to make you feel like, okay, you know what? I really got to do right by my child. I really have to raise them. Yeah. This is the era of consequences. We done dealt with enough. I don't need to deal with that on top of everything that I'm dealing with. We done went through economic crises. We done went through wars. We done went through unemployment. So many different things going on. No stability. Can't even, you're priced out of everywhere. And then I got to deal with your crazy ass antics. Red flag. I'm not dealing with none of that. Get out of here. I'm stressed at work and at home. No, I want peace. I want peace. That's it.
The role, you actually haven't had a relationship with a mother who mothered you.
Yeah, it shifted from the role to relationship skills and to empathy and to understanding the other person's subjective experience. There has been a ground shift in that. That's not going to go backwards. People are not going to become less aware and less conscious of their own inner experience. The ship has sailed. And so we have to find ways of understanding that our kids are stressed, they're exhausted in this very complex society. They don't have a lot of extra energy to work stuff out with
Yeah, we don't. We don't.
you. And so you have to, if you want to get along or regain the relationship, you have to treat them like a treasured friend. Like, how would you keep a friend that you wanted to keep? A cherished person. That's how you have to treat them because they're exhausted.
And for you male identified mamas out there, treat them like it's the next dick that you want to hop on. How about that? And for you fathers out there who want to rip and run the street, treat them like they're your side chick. I think when we start to make it make sense to them like that, then it'll make sense. Treat them like your side chick. You will run and do whatever you can to make your side chick satisfied, to stay on the side. How about that? Treat them like you're gonna take them on trips, like you do that with your side chick. You would do that? A lot of not side chick, sorry, mistress, because a lot of mistresses, they get, the husbands, they'll chase the mistress. They'll go down, they'll do whatever they can to keep that mistress. They'll do whatever they can. Don't treat like the wife, because y'all usually don't like to treat the wife well. You treat the mistress better. How about that? And then for you male identified ones, how about you treat your child, act like they are the man that you want to hop on. That's going to make you do whatever you can. You'll go to the ends of the earth to get that. Do that for your children too. Treasure them the same way you would treasure the people on the outside. Thank you. All right, we're done. I'm gonna read a few comments here. Just a few. The word narcissist is overused and many times not properly used. I agree. I think that though there are some people who use it because it's the only way to describe it. But I do agree it is overused sometimes. Unknown Feather, you said their egos get in the way. Absolutely. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the parents that I see. It could be with children too, depending, but I do see it more with the parents, is that the ego is out of control. And they feel like you owe them because they took care of you. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, but that's your responsibility. So that's like me paying my bills every month. Is somebody gonna clap for me because I pay my bills? No, I got to. That's my responsibility. You get what I mean? So it's like, and when I say I mean we, because I don't want people to think you pay your own bills. No, my husband does. I gotta start using that. We pay our bills because we're responsible. Nobody's gonna clap their hands at me if I pay my bills, because it's a responsibility. Yeah, if you want a roof over your head, of course you're gonna pay your bills, right? But then why do we do that with parents? That's I've always had those questions. I'm like, why do we give them we give them accolades for doing what they're supposed to do as parents? That's my problem. And it's like, you feel like you owe them. But then at the same time, when you start to really think about it, it's just a control mechanism. Oh, we did so much for you. But I'm like, but you should have, because you decided to lay down together and have me. I didn't choose to come here. You made that happen. One night, whenever. Y'all was buzzed with, I don't know what y'all was doing that summer. But I was born 9 months later. So y'all was obviously doing the tango or whatever in the bedroom, wrestling in the sheets. And then I'm supposed to be grateful that I exist. That never made sense to me, to be quite honest with you. It's very much manipulative, if you ask me. But again, like I said, I'm not gonna go to my landlord's not gonna come to me and be like, thank you so much for paying your bills every month. They're gonna look at me like, yeah, he's supposed to do that. Thank you so much for paying your rent every month. I ain't never get a thank you letter for that. Red flag. They don't never thank me for that because they understand. We gave you a place to stay, but you gotta pay. You know, you can't just be squatting here. It's a responsibility. Just saying. Just like your job doesn't say thank you for coming to work every day. Like you're supposed to. That's what we pay you for. And guess what? If I don't show up, they're going to cut me right off. Same thing with these folks. If we don't pay these rent, if we don't pay our rent, I'm talking about everybody here. If we don't pay our bills, they're gonna pack us up right out of here. Ain't no damn, oh, let's give them a second chance. No. They're going to pack you right up out of here. And they're going to make you pay it back. So no. You said she gives boy mom. Absolutely, Rose. Wow, this gooper. Summer, you said get a pet. Hey, sis, at the brighter side, how are you, sis? You said he's giving horrible advice. Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Happy New Year, Amber. Melanie, or Mel, you said my mom's a therapist and it still has its difficulties. Absolutely. It's because no one's perfect. It's going to be. Even if you are the most mature, you are emotionally regulated, you understand, there's still going to be some gaps and some blind spots because we're all human at the end of the day. But what I can say though is that for me, I appreciate that brother who was trying. He tried. And I love that. And I think that all parents should take an example from him. He's the parent that we should like, that should be modeled. He actually was gonna give some gems and then Oprah cut him off. Red flag. All right, let's continue. You said hallelujah for pink shirt. Yeah, her and brother with the beard, they saved the day. Cause the rest of them, her and him. And sister with the braids, she was here and there. But the rest of them, cut them all off. All right, let's continue, y'all. Ooh, time. Time is going by so fast. I didn't expect to do that much time on this one. All right, let's get to it. What did I put on the thumbnail? Let's see the stories. I did put Natalie Nunn. Okay, let's watch a little bit of damn, Kimora, we might have to save you because I didn't even put you on the thumbnail. So I didn't put this one on the thumbnail too. Let's move on to relationships. Now we're done with parental relationships. We're gonna get into real, like, regular relationships. And I don't know, someone Elle recommended this Natalie Nunn interview. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because Lord, I don't have 2 hours to spend watching Natalie Nunn. But maybe we should go over this. I don't know. Why did I need to watch it? Was it that good? 1.5 million views in 8 days. Hold on. What did she say that was so important? That's what I need to know. We might need to watch a little bit of it. All right. Let's get to Natalie Nunn because I'm not going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to move on to the pastors because that's really what I want to get to. And this one right here, for better or worse. I don't remember if I put it in a thumbnail. Just give me a second, guys. I got to check the thumbnail. Just give me one quick moment. What did I put on the thumbnail? Because that's going to make a difference. Did I put this one on the thumbnail? Okay, we'll watch this one after. All right, let's get to Natalie Nunn real quick. We're not going to watch the whole thing, though. Just a few highlights. I need to see what's happening here. Why did I need to watch it? Someone recommended it to me on Discord, so I'm going to watch a little bit of it. In case you guys don't know who Natalie Nunn is, she started on Bad Girls Club. She is now the host of Baddies, I believe. Now, this is how I remember Natalie. I might get copyright strike for this, but y'all, this was a crazy one right here. This is how I remember Natalie, y'all. So if you guys want a crash course on who Natalie is, just watch this short clip from Bad Girls Club. I might have to stop it. There's a little bit of tussling here, so I'm going to put a trigger warning in case you guys are not into like tussling, which you shouldn't be. But again, this is the background she comes from. This was before Baddies. We're gonna see Natalie get mollywopped real quick. That's how I remember her.
Don't go in the house. Go in the house right now because Portia won't shut up. You're the one who's having kids and don't worry about your daughter because you're the one. Where's your daughter?
I don't know where Natalie is at this point, but...
Are you done for the night? Then let's go to bed. We're done.
No! Gee, who wants to go in there?
This is out of control. Just wanted to have fun tonight.
But I don't want to be on just your side. I want to be on everybody's side.
Then go inside because everybody's against me because I want to have fun.
Where are you stupid bitch? You want to bring my child?
Here we go. Oh, whoa. Red flag. Okay, she mollywopped her behind. Natalie got mollywopped so bad. This is my favorite Natalie Nunn moment. Red flag. This is why you don't talk about people's kids. Leave people's kids out of it. You don't never hear me talk about people's kids. Usually if I talk about the kids, it's about how the parents are ain't shit parents to the kids. Look at that. Look at how she got mollywopped, y'all. They need look at this. They needed to get security all up in the Portia gave her the business. But then again, this is what happens when you talk about people's kids. This is what happens when you talk about people's kids. So that's how I remember Natalie. Now let's see what she's been up to years later.
For me, I know I've been in reality television a long time. So people might not like all the things I do on TV, or they just might not be, they might think Natalie Nunn is this and they feel this way. I'm always okay with however people feel about me. But what I don't appreciate, and I will always stand 10 toes behind this, is just leave people's family and their kids and their, out of it.
Oh, this is, wow, interesting she said that years later. But people change. Hold on, let's watch this again.
Don't go in the house. Go in the house right now because Portia won't shut up. You're the one who's having kids and don't worry about your daughter because you're the one. Where's your daughter?
I don't know where Natalie is at this point, but...
Are you done for the night? Then let's go to bed. We're done.
No! Gee, who wants to go in there?
This is out of control. Just wanted to have fun tonight.
But I don't want to be on just your side. I want to be on everybody's
What she
side.
said now? She was talking about somebody's daughter. I think she figured that out. Yeah, Portia done knocked the coins out of you, and now you realize, don't talk about people's kids.
Where are you?
Don't talk about
bitch, you want to bring my child?
Yeah, you want to talk about my daughter. Look at that. Okay, now let's rewind again. What she said.
For me, I know I've been in reality television a long time. So people might not like all the things I do on TV, or they just might not be, they might think Natalie Nunn is this and they feel this way. I'm always okay with however people feel about me. But what I don't appreciate, and I will always stand 10 toes behind this, is just leave people's family and their kids and their, out of it. Like, you could have whatever opinion on me, or you could say whatever you want about me. I opened up those doors when I walked into the entertainment industry for people to have opinions, and I've never cared. But when people go online and say, yeah, and her husband and her family, like, now you're talking about my family. I will address that. So I was eating at True Foods or True Food Kitchen or whatever, and I was taking my team. It's the end of the year. Go buy them their Christmas gifts at Louis Vuitton. They get a Louis Vuitton bag every year for working with me all year. And we were walking out to go into Lenox to walk to the Louis store, and I saw the girl that was talking about my family. No way. So I said, here's my phone, record this.
No.
Yeah, and I walked up on her.
Who got the opportunity to record it all?
My messy team.
Say less than
Yeah,
messy.
that's what they're supposed to do, get messy with me. So they're recording it, we're walking over, and she's sitting there with her mom, her family.
Wow.
So a lot of people are like, why would Natalie walk up on her when she's with her mom? Why would you even say anything online about my family?
So it was so fitting.
It was so fitting. It was like perfect. The only thing that wasn't perfect was the mom had the dog in the restaurant, and they were caught off guard, and she was chewing this chicken, and she spit it onto the plate while I'm addressing her daughter on camera, not knowing we're recording, and she fed the dog the spit up food on the plate at the...
That's disgusting. Red flag, don't do that. That is nasty.
True Foods, I will never eat there again, and I definitely went into my Yelp app and I left a review.
After
Natalie put a lot, she got a lot of fillers. Is that fillers?
You cussed her out and handled
she
that.
She looks completely different. But you know what? One thing I would respect about her is she never got that chin done. I respect the fact that she kept her chin. She's like, no, y'all gonna stop making fun of my chin. And she's been true to herself with that. I'll give her that.
But wasn't a fight. I don't go out looking to fight people. I just say, hey, I'm okay with whatever you say about me, but don't you ever in your fucking life fix your mouth to talk about me, my family.
Yeah, that's why Portia whooped your ass. Yeah, I'm glad you learned that lesson. How many years later? 20-some years later, yeah. Portia done gave you a 20-year lesson. Don't talk about her daughter. She whooped your ass so clean on that episode. Rightfully so, because I'm glad you're talking about that right now. That's right. Off limits, kids. Husbands, I don't care. I talk about anybody's husband. He's a full-grown adult. But kids are off limits.
Anybody. Don't do that when it comes to, your loved
just
ones.
so we're all on the same page, we're talking about Lyrica Anderson.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's why she got into a fight with Lyrica? Oh, yeah, I saw that on Instagram. Lyrica Anderson, hold up. Y'all talking about this Lyrica? Van and oh my god, they're doing it again? Okay, Lyrica Anderson, the one with this guy A1. Yeah, that one. Ooh, that was a mess. I can't play this. Oh man, that relationship was crazy. Okay, Lyrica versus Natalie. Lyrica Anderson, why would she beef with Natalie Nunn? That makes no sense. Okay, let's watch this, y'all, because I don't know what happened between them. I'm confused. Lyrica's she doesn't really start drama. I know she had drama with K. Michelle, but that was different.
And has a few for Natalie Nunn after being confronted at a restaurant.
My phone died and I could not wait to get to a f***ing charger because I've been out all day doing family time. Something you don't do, Natalie, you f***ing crater face, long chin ass, ugly bitch.
Oh, what happened? How did these? Okay, I'm lost here. What happened with her and Lyrica? I'm so
My phone died and I could not wait to get to a f***ing charger because I've been out all day doing family time. Something you don't do, Natalie, you f***ing crater face, long chin ass, ugly bitch.
I can't even say red flag. That was a clean. Oh Lord, that reminds me of Jasmine Crockett when she called that lady Marjorie Greene bad built boop boop. What she said? Bad built. Whatever she said. That joke was funny. Lyrica, what happened?
Totally unaware that you're about to walk to my table with 5 people and a camera hidden where you're recording and nobody even knew you were recording, you sneaky bitch. But since you were recording, do me a favor and show the whole video, please. Show the whole video, because I followed you outside and you f***ing ran. You f***ing ran, you scary bitch. I'm not even a f***ing fighter. And I followed you outside. Your homegirl got in my face and said, she's done talking. I said, I'm not talking to you. I've known her 20 years. This ain't your beef. Excuse me.
Oh, so they know. Okay, they're old friends. They're old acquaintances. Okay.
You f***ing had a guy, dude, get in my face to fight me and at me from afar. Like,
okay, they know each other. All right, y'all. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Okay, this is old beef. But they're too grown to do that. Red flag. Both of y'all got kids, man. Come on. This gotta be a better way to do conflict resolution. All right, so Natalie's talking about Lyrica Anderson.
And the washed-up reality star that is begging to come back on Baddies.
Okay.
And just
Natalie, I'm sorry. She's washed up, but she called you a crater face. What she called a crater face? Lyrica was better with the ad libs. She dissed you better. I'm so sorry, Natalie. You lost.
Because of that, I might bring her back because it is my show.
It
and
is.
Yes.
What makes it your show?
I created it. I'm the creator of Baddies. Really? Yes. It's my show.
Don't say.
It's just a spin-off of Bad Girls Club, Natalie. I'm so sorry. You're not that original.
Oh, I did say entrepreneur.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. $1 billion empire I've built.
$1 billion?
Yes.
You don't say.
Yeah,
So you get paid to throw these hands.
But that's why I didn't fight her there, because that's when I said on my post, I'm so proud of myself, because really when it comes to my family, I will fight over that because it's just disrespect.
Natalie, could you even fight? I don't know. Listen. Listen. Here we go. All right, y'all.
Like my daughter,
again, we're
my
not
husband,
gonna watch
have
the whole
nothing
thing. I'm gonna skip through this.
do with all this. So leave them out of it. But
And red flag the Cam Newton for smoking all that damn cigar. This is very rude to be smoking in front of your guests.
I would have whooped her fucking ass and dragged her up and down that fucking restaurant if I wasn't a rich bitch. Because I don't want to get sued. But I might book her, bring her on baddies.
Do what you got to do.
Do what I got to do, and then fire her. But then she still gets a check, so she kind of still wins.
That comes with the territory.
Fuck it, I'll give her a check. Bring your ass on baddies, chapter 2, USA. Yeah, for sure. But I wasn't gonna, I'm too smart. You said USC degree too in there. You said USC, University. I'm smart. Clock it, Cam. There you go.
Clock it?
Like this, clock it.
I don't want to learn that.
You have to learn it.
Yeah, I know. Baddie behavior from
Wait, but do you think that was wrong? Like, it's not like I walked up on her like on some like, and you said this about me. I don't give a fuck what you said about me is what I said. I said, don't talk about my fucking family.
Okay.
What would you have done as a man if somebody that is a mutual friend of yours was online talking shit about your family?
Let them talk. What the hell I don't care. Just at the end of the day, let them talk. That karma gonna come right back anyways. People gonna talk, Natalie. But I get it. You're part of Baddie, so you're supposed to do something about it. But it's so insignificant to me. At least, the thing I think about is if somebody's talking about me or talking about my kids or saying derogatory things about my kids or my children, yeah, I'm gonna be upset, but I'm not gonna sit here and fight you for what? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. At the end of the day, there's still all that energy is coming towards me. So I'm like, I feel flattered that you thought about me enough to have a rant. Like, that's amazing. Thank you for the energy.
And then you finally run into them after all this time. It's only been like 6 months or whatever, but I haven't seen her. I never come to Atlanta. And this is where Lyrica lives. So what would you have done? I mean, I didn't like go over there like, I was like...
Natalie, actually, I appreciate the fact that you didn't fight her. I think that it was smart of you not to do that. You have more to lose, to be quite honest with you. But Lyrica's not a brokey either, but still, you have more to lose. And number 2, you too grown to be fighting over this stuff. Like, there's just better things in life, yo.
I mean, I was a little
What would I have
sassy.
done?
Yeah, you would have walked out of the restaurant?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. No, fuck you wouldn't. Don't get up here and be funky and lie. What would you have done if you hadn't seen the person? They blocked you on social media. They blocked you on their phone. What would you have done? You would have addressed them. I didn't go there to fight. I just said, watch your fucking mouth when you talk shit online about my family.
I don't curse.
Oh, you don't?
I'm trying not to.
It's just words.
Can I give a response now?
Yes, because I want you to be
What
real,
I
though.
would have done, had I been in that situation, was simple. But I guess we'll never know because I haven't been in that situation.
I know. Cam, you a damn lie. Because wasn't he the one that fought? He fought them boys at the training camp. Hold on. He fought a mascot? Oh my God, look at this.
Did you see me work on Friday? On first take?
Was he the one who fought the
the second
mascot?
race
Hold on a
done.
second,
So
hold
trying
on.
to get Cam hat. And so
look.
now I'm running toward it.
Look at him, look at
Bulldog, he
him.
rev back. So now he like, oh, we playing knock the hats off. So he trying to get Cam
Red
hat.
flag.
And so now I'm running toward it, and I'm laughing, giggling, and I see he run toward Cam, and Cam hit him with one of these. I say, ooh.
He saw it.
Hey, so I grabbed it, I done tripped over my shoes, and I'm talking to him, and he trying to tell me something, and I'm just like, bro, I'm just trying to save your life. Like, I don't pick on Stephen A.
Yeah.
Like, if you gonna fight
Cam Newton
anybody.
was about to fight a mascot. Red flag for taking his hat. No, but that's not the one. It was a training camp. He fought some kids. Here. Hold on. Was it here? Yeah, 3.
Before you say we don't
He
have all
fought-
the facts, as you can see in this video, Cam Newton is getting jumped
Red flag,
by
red
2
flag,
guys.
red flag.
And then here's another guy who comes up, tries to sucker punch him. Never is it okay to take.
But I get it though. You know, they was trying to jump him. So for that, I will allow it. But y'all saw how mad he got at the mascot. And he talking about, I don't know what I
Before you
would have
say
done.
we
Please,
don't have all the facts.
Cam,
As you can see in this
Look at
video,
him.
Cam Newton is getting
Look at
jumped by two guys.
And look at him with that hat. But he fought them off. Okay, continue.
No, but so what would you have done if you were in that situation?
Okay, we fast forwarded, Natalie.
Keep it funky.
Hold on, hold on. Let me read the comments. Maybe y'all could tell me what I'm supposed to see here. Every projection is a confession. Right on. As Shauna, you said as hateful as she actually can't draw the line anywhere. Oh, you talking about Natalie? Right? And she just be doing too much to everybody else. I agree. RKO love. Thanks. Glad we all made it. Oh, okay, you guys were talking about New Year's. Wow, like a pimp. The hat. Y'all, the hat is sending me here.
I'm not talking.
But you know what? He actually looks really good in this episode. I must admit, the hat, the fit, it matches. Usually he be looking all types of crazy.
Oh, you would have fought.
No, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Oh, damn. Oh, we know that.
I'm a lover.
We know that.
Well,
We know you're a lover.
What do you mean?
I mean,
All them baby mamas you got. That's what she talking about. Red flag. All them kids you got. Don't you got another one on the way with Jasmine? Cam, that's what she talking about. Oh, he's gonna get mad?
What are you saying? It's like,
you're a lover.
do we know something?
Yeah, do you know something? You're a lover. You don't even say bad words. I'm good.
You may have found your man. Because I like where we're at right now.
Okay.
But what about the other
I'm sorry.
Don't
No,
be
you want
sorry.
to keep going.
Please don't be sorry.
He's about to get me.
I'm not. But what about the other people?
Yeah, my team. We were all about to leave the
Okay, we don't hear no more about you and Natalie. All right, we're gonna fast forward a little bit.
Just go. I'm like a free spirit. I grew up in San Francisco, and like I'm just a free spirited girl. Like when I was a little girl growing up, they had rainbows all painted on the streets in San Francisco, and my mom told me I was in the 6th grade. You could be whoever you want to be. You see the rainbow painting? This means that you could be like girls. You can you could do whatever. And I've always just been a very free spirited person. Like I don't judge people. If people make mistakes, I'm like, it's okay. Can we get past it? This is you know what my favorite line is? Is this the hill we're really gonna die on? I love that line. That's my favorite line.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like, wait, we're about to argue or fight or eat a friend. I'm like, you want to die on this hill right now? You want everything to just, it's crazy to me.
This is what I don't understand. You and Lyrica have so much history.
Yes.
Been friends for 20 plus years.
Yes.
Right? What happened?
Hey, I don't like that number. It sounds like I'm old. We've been friends I'm 21, Cam.
Can you do something for me? 21. Can you hit him with the rich flex for me? 21. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing.
Yes.
But is this something, like what was, before that, what happened that
Yeah,
really
everybody wanted
turned
to know.
the
Everybody wanted to know. So, I decided to start rapping because Baddies became such a huge show. And everybody was like...
She's a rapper?
We were on tour and going outside and hosting all these clubs and thousands of fans were coming out. And at one point I said, we just need to be like performing or something. Like I started just like
rappers?
having other ideas.
Hold up. Natalie Nunn is a rapper? Since when? Oh, Lord. Okay, we're not going to spend too much time on this. It sounds like I need to see what... She has a music video.
Ladies, listen up.
Hold on. Let me not play this because I know she's going to copyright strike my ass. Hold on. Let me just hear a little bit.
I've been doing what I want. The money make a broke bitch mad. I don't complain, I just pay the tab. Show me what you have, I don't care what you have. Me, I've been having it. Me, I've been stacking it.
You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Hazel E. Red Flag. What is going on here? Didn't she have that song with Young Berg? Oh my god. Oh, that's not his name anymore. Hitmaker. Where's this one? The song that she had with him. Oh, I can't play this. Oh damn, I can't play this. I know they're gonna copyright strike. She reminds me of Hazel E. Where's her music video? What is going on here? Has the rap game gone that bad? Anybody could be a rapper at this point. This is who she reminds me of. Yeah, this one. No, not this one. Not this one. Hold on. Where's the other one? Everything. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, that's this one.
Black beans sipping lean, Shelly fuck with me, black on black beans.
But got Houston on my head. I told my pilot, take me all around the map. When I touch down, I bet we turn up where I'm at.
All right, Natalie, here we go.
To grow the show.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm always the one that has to do it first.
You specifically.
Yeah, because it doesn't fucking work. And that's what I've really been trying to figure out. Like, who can fill in and do me while I still make money and I'm not here? Oh, bitch, that's what I'm really trying to. Who's the next Natalie Nunn? Please stand
who
up.
Can you pass this torch to?
Yes.
That you feel
so I can just be in Switzerland while these girls make me millions.
No, she's trying to be like Shawnee O'Neal. That's what she's trying to be like.
Love that for me. But unfortunately, I'm rapping now. And I'm on stage and I'm headlining. And it's like, motherfucking bitches got me out here working more.
Okay. All right, Natalie. Okay, what's her sign? Let me hear astrology chart. Let's get to it.
Oh, my team looked it up. Because I wanted to know what your sign was. I'm big on signs. You said a Taurus? Yeah, you're a Taurus. She told me May 4th? 11th. Yeah, because I'm big on signs. So it was something.
He's a Taurus.
That was going on, because I don't know if you were in season or not. It was something at that club, and they definitely. I don't tell lies.
The tyrannical Taurus.
I'm
not saying that you're lying.
But have you ever been to Onyx?
I've been there numerous times.
In Charlotte.
Numerous.
If you is like a little bit of a balance, and I do feel like America, or you asking that question isn't wrong. Like, oh, this doesn't look good. Black women fighting on TV, but we fight in real life. No one's perfect, and we all have issues. So
is women empowerment fake?
No, if you watch the show, I fight for us to do things. We went to a college this season. The next episode, I'm at Virginia State University, and I sent the private jet to pick the baddies up in New York and bring them there with me. I was already there. They missed their flight. They missed their slot to take off because half the girls didn't have their IDs.
Okay, I don't know what she's talking about here. All right, we're going to wrap this right up. I thought there was going to be something interesting in here. What's she talking about? Hold on. Turning reality fame, non-negotiables of what?
Yeah.
But what I'm referring to is it's not necessarily about money all the time. And I think...
No, you said that.
No.
You said, what is it that makes a male...
No, I will say it again.
Okay, say it again.
Why should a man take a baddie serious?
I just told you.
Oh, okay. Here we go. That's going to be interesting. Okay.
You can fuck you, bitch, and all that. Like, yeah, why not? When he pops off, or like she's that type of girl. But she's a cute little Spanish girl from the Bronx. Here he goes, putting his iPad down. Now, I like that type of put your iPad down.
Let's
so you asked a question.
Yeah.
He makes more money than her, for sure. She don't give a fuck. They don't care. Yeah. Baddies don't care.
But what I'm referring to is it's not necessarily about money all the time. And I think...
No, you said that.
No.
You said, what is it that makes a male...
No, I will say it again.
Okay, say it again.
Why should a man take a baddie serious?
I just told you. When they make more money and they're the boss.
That's cool.
She's the boss. And so he makes... what I was trying to refer to is he makes more money, right?
Right.
But she's the boss.
Okay, take money out of it.
No, it was money out of it. He definitely makes more money than her. She's still running that shit.
Okay, but take financials out of it.
Okay, so what?
What are the qualities that a baddie may bring to the table?
She's definitely more popular than him. I don't even know who the fuck he is. So if he respectfully, I don't watch Major League Baseball, but if he wants to be like with a young, successful baddie that is an it girl, that's what she's bringing to the table because...
Okay, basically nothing. Basically nothing is what I'm hearing. Okay. And anyways, I mean, why? What was the question? I don't know. I skipped over it. Okay, but my thing is, okay, from what I could understand, the gist of it is he's asking why a man should invest in a baddie and what she's bringing to the table. Her beauty. Ain't that what you want her for? Red flag. Why are we even asking these questions? Why does she need to bring anything to the table? I mean, I thought y'all didn't want career women. I don't understand the logic of this. You want a beautiful woman. You want arm candy. She's beautiful. She's arm candy. What is there to discuss? What she got to bring to the table? She's bringing her looks, her beauty, and her flower, her coochie. What else do we need to talk about? What else does she need to bring to the table, Cam? Is that what? I don't understand what's going on here. Why is this even a conversation?
She's definitely her follower, everything. She's more popping. So I don't know. Sometimes, like, I'm a little bit older. I don't really care about social media and followers and all that. But the younger people do. You know that. So maybe she brings more, like, to the table, like, for social media and, like, popularity or
but
whatever.
You're not answering my question.
No, you just asked. What?
No, I'm gonna guide you.
I don't know. Don't
Yeah,
guide me. Oh, my God.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
fine.
get to an answer.
Right. I don't know. Baddies bring a lot to the table.
Can you name something?
Great mothers.
Okay, talk about it.
I put $1 million swimming pool in my backyard because my daughter said she wants to swim.
Okay.
So I put a pool. It cost me $909. It was like $1 million. I put them. Great moms.
Yes.
Good people. Giving. I'm the biggest giver. A baddie is gonna give. We're gonna give to the community. I pass out turkeys every year for people that are not in fortunate situations like the rest of us that are eating Thanksgivings and having. We just did a toy drive. So I really wanted Journey to come, my daughter and Jacob to come here this weekend so that she could see my music video because she loves the song. I just found that out. I was like, how does she know the song? But she went to a toy drive because the Sacramento Kings and I have a relationship, and we set up a whole toy drive with the Kings, my husband, and my daughter. I don't post these things because this is not something that I feel really correlates with, like, my brand. It's just my real life. So there's definitely separations from real life and Natalie Nunn. So they did a toy drive. I asked Jacob, I said, how many people do you think we gave back to? He's like, 250 kids got toys. And like,
Oh, wait. Hold up. I just got a message. Okay. Thank you, sis. Because I was trying to figure out what was going on in this interview. But hold on. Let me finish watching this. Thank you, Elle, for sending him to me on Discord. Because I was like, what's going on?
even if it was one, I'm for the kids. I'm for, I spent money and I want everyone to just, I don't post this stuff because it's like, she's just posting to try to do PR work. I don't have to do PR work, baby. I'm good. Mm-hmm. But that's why Journey wasn't here. And then you said you wanted Jacob. He's not here because they were at a toy drive on Saturday. So that's it. Like, you said, what do baddies do? That's what we do.
Outside of yourself.
Yeah. What else do baddies do?
Can we remove you from this discussion?
Fine.
I just want you to speak on behalf of the baddies that you come in contact with.
Yeah. They're doing for their communities.
Why would it be advantageous for a man to take serious a baddie?
Because they're smart.
Okay, first of all, why would it be advantageous to a woman to take your ass seriously? Your cat in the hat looking ass. Red flag. All right, let's move on to the video that Elle sent because I need to see what the synopsis of this interview is. I just hear them talking in circles. She's sleeping. Can you go get her?
What happened?
I don't know. I'm kind of worried about her a little bit.
You didn't check?
No, I did. She went back in the room to go sleep. I think she's really tired. Hi, guys. Sorry, Dom just came home. Can you go check? She's in my closet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the vaccine.
What do you mean vaccine?
Because she got the vaccine a few days ago. Can you go get her? Oh, there she is. She heard you. She's here.
Oh, she just wake up.
Yeah, she was sleeping.
Yeah,
she was waiting for you. Yeah, you see she's excited. Hold on, y'all. Red flag to my puppy. She was acting all tired when I got. Y'all saw her like, oh, and then she rubbed her bill. And then as soon as her dad's here, she heard him come. She's running and energetic again. You see, this is what I gotta deal with, y'all. She knows how to play us. Look at her. Look at her and her daddy. Well, they can't see you. Wait, come here. You wanna say hi?
Yeah.
Look at her and her dad. Yeah, no, she didn't want to be around me. I tried to feed her. She doesn't want to eat. I don't know why.
What happened?
I think she's sleeping.
Really?
Yeah, she's just sleeping.
You just feed her like that?
Oh my God. Okay, you're here now. All right, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. Time, honey, time. Okay, here, Natalie Nunn played in Cam Newton's face. Let's continue, y'all.
Nunn just ran circles around Cam Newton. She exhausted him. You could see the exhaust in his eyes, like he couldn't even muster up a proper question or a follow-up. She said, "You got 9 kids?" And the way she did it with such lovely, plausible deniability, it's like, is she laughing at me? Or is she laughing with me?
No, the reason why is because he's talking about what do baddies bring to the table, and he's trying to say all that stuff. And I think she's trying to, like, basically make it a point that you have no room to talk, and he doesn't.
Am I laughing at her? What is going? He looked so confused. But let me tell you, Cam, she was laughing at you. And we all are, frankly. She was cackling her way through the entire interview, and she had that man unsettled from the depths of his soul. Whatever he thought was going to happen during that interview, it went left, right, upside down, inside out real quick. I know that man sat there after that interview was over and just stared at the wall, replaying what happened over and over again, how the train got off the rails. And sir, I don't know, but Natalie Nunn just got a new fan out of me, girl. Let me go watch Baddies. I've never seen it before, but...
All right. I guess Natalie Nunn made him feel foolish and
Natalie
stupid.
Nunn just ran circles.
Oh, that's the... Hold on. I feel like there's another video. Hold on. You sent me 3 videos, sis. Let me see. Is it the same video? Hold up. Oh, now she's eating. You see? Her daddy's home. She want to eat now. Red flag. I tried to feed her. She didn't want it. So she was... I think she was missing you. Y'all, whenever whenever Dom leaves, she cries by the door. And then she literally lays there and waits for him. So now all of a sudden she got so much energy to eat. But she did not want to eat when I was feeding her. Imagine.
Help me out.
I'm telling you.
Help the peoples out.
I'm telling you.
Because for the folks that don't understand, what is a baddie?
I mean, a baddie is a lot of things. Mm-hmm. But in my true definition of a baddie, a boss. A boss. This is as simple as that.
Simple as that.
Yeah, like you running the show, you running it, you the boss. People respect you as the boss. People see you as the boss. Mm-hmm. People know you're the boss. Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest misconception of a baddie?
That all we do is fight.
But I mean, Natalie, that's what we see on TV. Okay, so you cannot like hold it against us because I didn't even know baddies. I know that of course, everybody is multifaceted. But hell, when y'all get together, all y'all do is scrap all damn day.
I mean, we do fight. I mean, everybody fights.
Really?
Yeah, no, not everybody. Red flag. I don't go knucking and bucking the air. I don't go outside knucking and bucking, okay? I don't do that. Now, if I have to, I will. And that's usually if somebody threatens my life, okay? But I'm not doing all that. That's just a waste of energy to me.
Fight, too. I saw you fighting that mascot.
Yo, that's a video we saw where he was fighting the mascot with his hat.
So everybody fights, but that's not
with
like,
a mascot.
come on.
That's crazy. Okay, so she did her research on him. All right, good, Natalie. Good.
It's not the only thing.
I wasn't fighting the mascot. It was like...
No, but you swung on the mascot. I died.
Swung on the mascot?
I want to cast you on Bad Boys for real when you did that. I say, oh my God, I love that.
You weren't supposed to see that.
But I seen it because everybody's seen it. It's like the most viral thing. Like, are you kidding?
What's the male version of a baddie?
You and your teammates. You should know, Cam, aren't you a football player? That's the male version of a whorish baddie at that.
Like the mascot hit your hat and then you
saw that?
Yes.
But I'm saying, like,
I'm
what's
saying
the
a
male
male
version?
version, that's a bad boy.
A
That's
bad
like
boy.
right there. You was not playing about that hat.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I'll play about respect.
Yes, that's a
I
big
just felt
thing
like-
too, right?
And it was tough too, because it was like, yo, I couldn't see his face. And
So you didn't know what?
I didn't know if he was playing. I didn't know. Like, I'm like, bro, hey.
That's a. You know what? That was a good answer though for that one, because if you can't see, like, you didn't know if he was playing around. Or
I didn't
not.
know. I had to let him know.
But you were not playing about that hat.
I did not know what it was.
It didn't matter, Cam. You like to knuck and buck. You see, this is hypocritical to me. Cam Newton, of all people, asking what do baddies do and what do they bring to the table. What do you bring to the table? What do you bring to the table except for dick and deception? That's all you do. Red flag, Mr. Taurus.
Was a mascot.
Trifling ass Taurus at that.
Hey, bro, like you.
Oh, that's their new name, Trifling Taurus. Somebody asked me because we got the we gonna call lying Libras. Then we have the Cap and Capricorns, the Trifling Taurus, Airheads. That's the air signs. I gotta find another one for Aquariuses and stuff. We getting there. We're getting there. I gotta find one for Pisces though, because after that Scott Swift letter I read in the case study, oh Lord, I gotta find one for Pisces. It's gonna be a crying emoji too.
Died though. Why did you do that to that mascot?
When did you first hear about it?
I saw it on the blogs, on the Shade Room and stuff. Like
My Shade Room don't ever post nothing good.
They got me on there all yesterday. I was on there for like they had 4
What
posts.
good
up.
is
I was
there
like,
to
no
post?
way.
What good is there to post about you, Cam? What good? Please let us know. Please let me know. Okay, hold on. I gotta make this smaller since it's a
Yeah, like how did they? Like I've been doing such good things too, and they never post none of that. It's like 4 full posts.
No, I'm gonna ask you this.
Drama. Like dang.
4 full posts.
Yes.
Was there some truth in the first, second, third, fourth post?
There was truth in all of it.
Yeah, but how did we get here? So is their job to report the news?
Yes. Like it's your job for Funky Fridays to get a little
Keep it funky.
Yeah, get funky.
So
I mean, everyone's doing their job.
The people want to know.
Oh my God! Don't set your shit.
Help me out.
I'm telling you.
Help the people out.
I'm telling you.
Because for the folks that don't understand, what is a baddie?
I mean, a baddie is a lot of things.
Oh wait, didn't we see that already? Oh yeah, we did. Okay, we went back. All right, one more video, y'all. Oops, wrong one. Hold on.
Help me out.
Wait, give me 1 second. One more video. I copied it. Why is it not pasting? Okay, this is the one. Okay, let's see if it'll paste. Cam Newton is full of crap. That's all I'm gonna say.
Do you have any quarrel or beef with Jocelyn?
No. Just that I came to Zeus and I'm the #1 show. And originally she felt like she was the #1 show.
But she's not the #1. Not no
She's
more.
talking about Jocelyn Cabaret. Oh, Jocelyn Hernandez. Okay.
No. And I would be mad too, though.
So she's mad.
Did you ever go to the Super Bowl? I don't. No, I'm not.
Natalie, what you got in your cup, sis? Red flag. I can't even say red flag. Green flag. Natalie, whatever is in your cup. Whatever is in your cup, you need to sell that to us. What is going on here? Oh my God. She destroyed that man's whole entire life with that. Look at his face.
No. And I would be mad too, though.
So she's mad.
Did you ever go to the Super Bowl? I don't. No.
You know what, Natalie? All right, sis. You got it. I know I made fun of you and Portia beat the bricks off of you, but you know what? It's okay. You made up for that and then some with this interview. You cleared his cat in the hat ass right up out of here. Green flag. Look at that.
So she's mad.
Oh, the ego.
Did you ever go to the Super Bowl?
Like,
I don't.
Look at his face.
No, I'm not. Guys, I swear. No, I'm about to ask you something though, for real.
Sis, you know damn well he never did. You researched and saw that mascot video. You know damn well he never made it. But you know what Super Bowl he didn't make? He made a lot of kids. That sperm meat and the egg. That's a difficult feat, y'all. I mean, remember they said at one point the something anyways, the percentage is very low. Like the chances of us existing, that's already a spectacular show right here. So he knows how to do that. He did that 9 times. So at least he could do that. But in Super Bowl, no.
Number 1, number 2, I was gonna get to sports.
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you win?
No.
How did you feel when you were number 2?
Distraught.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, I don't know that feeling. I mean, I'm number 1, baby, but
You have any quarrel or beef with Josh?
Man, that's funny as hell. All right, Natalie, I might have to watch a whole interview. Not tonight, though. That's a lot of time because we got other fish to fry. Let me check the comments. Oh, Lord. Oh, she didn't say anything new. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's just her life. They're doing the most. Okay. Romy, are they TikTok? They're calling Alandria the black girl with Nick. Didn't anyone make a reaction to her saying that? Oh, okay. Let me see real quick. Since we're on the topic of Natalie, let me look it up real quick. So, Natalie Nunn, Alandria. Oh, was that on that was on this episode? Let me see. Maybe it comes up here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, let's watch it. Okay, I got it. Was this also the time where he talked about Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson? I saw a clip about that. Maybe that's the same time. Okay.
Nicholas from is it?
Oh yes,
Love Island?
Love Island. Nick.
Yeah.
They love Nick, the baddie, because he's like he's a fan of baddies, but I feel like he wants everyone to be he's popular too, and he's with the black girl too. Ooh, she's cute.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, Nick. You're talking about Nick from Love Island. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the host.
Oh.
Him and his wife?
Oh no, not that one. There's a guy on the show.
Nick Lachey. What?
Oh, he's talking about Nick and Vanessa Lachey.
Love is Blind.
Oh, Love is Blind. Oh.
That one.
Well, you're behind. Who the fuck watches that show anymore?
I'm sorry.
Everyone's watching Love Island.
I'm sorry.
So look up Love Island and put Nick in there. It's a white boy. Yes, what? He's with Alandria. The black girl. Yeah. I didn't know it.
Oh, okay. Now that, okay. Red flag. Okay. At first, when she said he's with the black girl, I didn't think anything of it because she's just like, okay, she's talking about him. But somebody corrected her and then she said, what now? Hold up. Let's go back now. Hold on. We're going to go back.
Nicholas from is it?
Oh yes, Love Island. Nick.
Yeah.
They love Nick, the baddie, because he's like he's a fan of baddies, but I feel like he wants everyone to be he's popular too, and he's with the black girl too. Ooh, she's cute.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, Nick. You're talking about Nick from Love Island. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the host.
Oh.
Him and his wife?
Oh no, not that one. There's a guy on the show.
Nick Lachey. What?
Oh, I thought.
Love is Blind.
Oh, Love is Blind. Oh.
That one.
Well, you're behind. Who the fuck watches that show anymore?
I'm sorry.
Everyone's watching Love Island.
I'm sorry.
So look up Love Island and put Nick in there. Okay. It's a white boy. Yes, what? He's with Alandria. The black girl. Yeah. I didn't know it. You're
Okay. I don't know if it's shade, but she did say is the white boy. And then the girl said Alandria, and she said, yes, the black girl. I don't know, yo. For me, because the reason why I said it's may or may not be is notice what her reaction is afterwards.
I'm sorry.
Listen.
Not the elevator eyes. Can you please lift your eyes?
No.
You just gave me one of these.
No, because, how old are we?
I'm sorry.
Because she said, who the F watches Love is Blind? I don't know, yo. I don't know. I can't catch the shade. Maybe my shade of meter
you're
is
behind.
Not good.
Who the fuck watches that show?
So when she called Nick the white boy, that's when I was like, okay. And then she said the black girl. Okay. But I do find it suspicious that somebody said Alandria's name and then she didn't say Alandria. She said the black girl. But I don't know if she was just agreeing with her, like, yeah, that her, the black girl. Or if she was trying to be shady, but she did call Nick a white boy. So
I'm sorry.
I don't see. I don't know what the shade is. Y'all gonna let
Love
me
is
know.
Blind.
Love
Maybe
is
my
Blind.
shade meter's not
well,
good.
you're behind. Who the fuck watches that show anymore?
Yeah, you see, this is real shade when she said, who the fuck watches that show anymore? So she's very vocal when she doesn't like something. So I don't know.
Everyone's watching Love Island.
I'm sorry.
So look up Love Island and put Nick in there. It's a white boy. Yes, what? He's with Alandria. The black girl.
Oh, okay, she ain't say her name. Red flag, so she okay. Listen, y'all, this could go either way. But I'll be honest, they don't know like Nick is the popular one because he's the one that they know, and that's the one who always like he's always the one talking about Biggie, Rolly, and all the baddies people. So he's the fan. Alandria is not a fan of baddies. I don't know if she's ever said anything, so it's possible that she's just more focused on Nick than Alandria. I don't know if it would be real shade, but for me, though, when they did say her name and they said, yeah, the black girl, that's when I was like, but then, I don't know, like, for me, I still don't see what she said that was weird, but maybe you guys watch it more than me. I think her and the doctor are only people who grilled him during his interviews. Oh, at the start that fell. You talking about Dr. Bryant? I think that's her name. Cheyenne, I think that's her name. You said they were dragging her on Threads. Oh, I'm in trouble. What I said? Oh, you talking about me or Natalie? I didn't say nothing. I mean, she is a colorist, so yeah, she been a colorist though. But then to be fair, like, I don't think, like I said, like, I'd have to see more of what she says about Alandria. That's the thing. I'd have to see more. Because just based off of that alone, I don't know if it would warrant the reactions that people are doing. That's an energy waster, to be quite honest with you. Personally speaking, she's just talking. But then again, she is colorist, so yeah, it could be that too. But then she called him a white boy, so I don't know. I do not know. But either way, who cares what Natalie Nunn says, to be quite honest with you? I don't think the lady looks drunk as hell. Let's just put it that way. People are saying it's microaggression towards Alandria. She talks like she watched the show, so she's supposed to know who's Alandria. You said it's problematic. Why is a white man watching all seasons of Baddies? There's that too. I would say it's microaggression towards Alandria when she says she's cute, and then he's with the black girl. And then she said, oh yeah, Nick, the white boy. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's because of her past that people are saying that. Personally speaking, though, like, I need to hear more about what she got to say. But to be fair, though, like, I wouldn't put it past her. But do I think that she made an underhanded remark? It didn't sound like it to me. It just sounded like she was just more, to be honest with you, it was more of a dismissive tone to me. And it was more dismissive, like, oh yeah, that girl, that black girl, like that, like, yeah, that's who you're talking about. But I think to me, it sounded like she was more focused on Nick because he's the fan of Baddies. That's all. And she looked like she would be a Huda fan, to be quite honest with you. So I ain't gonna lie. It could be that too. I mean, there's a lot of elements to it. But do I think that I don't know, for me, do I think people should waste time and energy on her? Absolutely not. I think it's a waste of energy, to be honest with you. I feel like there are better things to address, and for me, it was really subtle. It was very, very subtle. I couldn't catch it, to be quite honest with you. But then again, you know, it could very well be that I need to see more. Yeah, she liked the Glamour magazine shot. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I didn't take it that way from her. I don't know. Maybe I'm just on the fence with it. I really didn't take it that way from her. It just sounded like she really was saying like that way. Because let me tell you something. Like, people could say the same thing about me because I be calling people girls, boys. I be like, that little boy when I be doing my case study. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to, like, little boy him. I'm just saying, like, that's just how I talk. Like, oh, that little boy. Oh, that boy. Oh, boy. I say that to him all the time. So it's like, am I trying to make Dom, like, you know, seem like a child? No, that's just how I talk. So that's why I'm saying, like, I got to be neutral with it because I could see myself doing that too. Be like, but I personally wouldn't do that. And I wouldn't call her that black girl, but Natalie could have said worse. That's what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't know how to take that one. So for that one, we're going to have to wait and see. We'll wait and see. Because I feel like she might say something else. And then that would make me be like, okay, for real. She was outwardly colorist in the one I tagged you in. Oh, you tagged me in one? Hold on. Let me see. You tagged me in another one. Was it this? Okay, good. This one. Okay, I'm going to end on this note. Okay, thank you, because I need more evidences. I'm going to need more, because it sounded like she was just talking. Let's see what she said in this one.
You're gonna get the ghetto black bitch, and she's gonna punk you all the time. Too black.
Wait. Hold up.
You're gonna get the ghetto black bitch, and she's gonna punk you all the time.
The ghetto black bitch. Who's she talking about?
Too black. Her nose looks like a gorilla nose. I'm Puerto Rican, Brazilian, and black. I grew up around like white kids, and so dark-skinned girls never seem to like me.
Okay, I forgot about that. Oh my God, Elle, how did you bring this up? I forgot about that. I only remember when she got her ass beat by Portia. She said all that? Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we mother effing go. All right, so yes. Rightfully drugged.
You're gonna get the ghetto black bitch, and she's gonna punk you all the time.
That girl was so uncomfortable. Poor girl.
Her nose looks like a gorilla nose.
Whose nose look like a gorilla nose?
I'm Puerto Rican, Brazilian, and black. I grew up around like white kids, and so dark-skinned girls never seem to like me.
Natalie, we gonna wrap you right up out of here. Okay, wait, let's go back to the Nick and the... Wait, let's go back. After watching this, hold on, I got one more time. Let's go right back and then we gonna move on. Hold on. Let me get the link. Wait a minute. What she said now?
Natalie Nunn just ran.
Hold up. No, not this one. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I'm clicking the wrong links. Damn it. Where's the Nick and the Landra one? Hold on. Maybe it's the first one. Wait. Why am I clicking on the wrong links? Hold on. No, I'm clicking on the wrong links. Give me 1 second. Okay, I can't find the Nick and the Landra. Oh yeah, because it wasn't a link. Oh yeah. Sorry. Let me find it.
People are literally...
Hold on a second. What's the video we just saw? My bad, y'all. My bad. Let's go and check what I just watched. Where's my watch videos?
That there's an incoming three.
Okay, here, Natalie Nunn-Landra. Okay, we're watching back one more time.
Is it?
Okay, let's watch it one more time.
Who? Nicholas from is it?
Oh yes,
Love Island?
Love Island. Nick.
Yeah.
They love Nick, the baddie, because he's like he's a fan of baddies, but I feel like he wants everyone to be. He's popular too, and he's with the black girl too. Ooh, she's cute.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, Nick. You're talking about Nick from Love Island. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the host.
Oh.
Him and his wife?
Oh no, not that one. There's a guy on the show.
Nick Lachey. What?
Oh, I thought.
Love is Blind.
Oh, Love is Blind. Oh.
That one.
Well, you're behind. Who the fuck watches that show anymore?
I'm sorry.
Everyone's watching Love Island.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. So look up Love Island and put Nick in there. It's a white boy.
White boy.
Yes. What? He's with the the black girl.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yo. Ooh, Natalie with that chin. That's why nobody liked your ass. Red flag. And she talk. Look at how she talking greasy here, and look at the chin. Look at her chinny chin. I'll huff and I'll puff. It wasn't that part of the which story is that? Not by the hair on your chinny chin. I huff, I puff, and I blow the house down. Which fairy tale? Red flag. She looked just like him. Was it the wolf? Not by the hair on my chinny chin. Which one was that? The Three Little Pigs. Yeah. Not by the hair on my chinny chin, said the third little pig. Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. Red flag. Look at her looking like Jay Leno talking about those black women.
You're gonna get the ghetto black bitch. She's gonna punk you all the time.
Too black. Who was that? Was that Portia? That's why. Okay, you know what?
Her nose looks like a gorilla nose.
Yeah, and then this is why Portia beat your ass. Hold up, one more time, y'all. Portia and Natalie. Here we go. This is exactly why Portia beat your behind up. Oh damn! I closed the thing. Oh well, I can't watch it on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I can't watch it on YouTube because they're gonna try to copyright strike me. But yeah, damn, y'all could just catch the replay. Oh wait, here it is. Here it is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is exactly why we're gonna watch the whole scene. You see, I was trying to be nice, but now we're gonna watch the whole scene of her beating the brakes off of you. This for all the dark-skinned women. She called her. Was she the one that said? Was Portia the one she said had a gorilla nose? I didn't see the picture, but anyway, she beat her ass. Let's go. We're gonna watch the whole clip, y'all.
Where's your daughter?
Entire clip.
I don't know where Natalie is at this point, but
I do have fun.
let's go to bed. We're done.
No.
Gee, who wants to go in there?
This is out of control.
Just wanted to have fun tonight.
But I don't want to be on just your side. I want to be on everybody's side.
Then go inside, because everybody's against me because I want to have fun.
Where are you stupid bitch? You
Here we go. Yes, for the ancestors. Go get her. Get her behind. Yeah, whip her ass. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. And you know I'm a lover, not a fighter. So please, y'all, do not do this. Do not try this at home. For all the, if you are watching this video, do not resort to violence. Violence is not the answer. But whoop her ass. Let's go. Whoop her. Yes, get her on the floor, Portia. Get her ass. Yeah. She talking all mad greasy. Called you a gorilla nose. What she called you? Gorilla head. Get her. Get her. Yeah. Jam her. Jam her. Again, I do not condone violence. Please do not resort to bullying or violence. We do not accept that on this channel, okay? But get her ass. Get her, get the chin. Get her by the hair. I'm going to drag her. Drag her, Portia. Get her ass. She was talking about your baby.
It was gonna happen. Oh, Portia.
Send me the home. Natalie should have never met.
Take care of my don't whore. I should knock your teeth in you. Say something else.
Because
Where the you at, you slut? Where the are you at, Natalie?
Portia, what? What are you doing?
Where the you at, you slut? Because the bitch wants to bring my child up to this bitch. It's not right.
Portia.
Then they gave us the back end too, from the front and the back end. Here we go. Get her, Portia. Get her for all of us. She want to talk greasy about black women and Alandria, the shade not subtle shade. Now that I know the background, I forgot about that part. Damn, it's been a long time. Here we go. Here we go.
Stop, Natalie. Degrading me as a parent, me or my daughter. I'm losing it.
Send me home. I swear to God, send me the home. Portia.
I'm bringing my child up in this.
Here we go. Oh Lord. Ooh, that camera was shaking. Oh Lord. Yeah, get her on the floor. Get her. That's right, Portia. Get her ass. Get her on the floor. Get her on the floor. And she's barefoot.
She's going home. Goodbye.
There we go. All right, y'all. We done ended it for the ancestors. All right. Let's continue on to the next story. The two pastors running amok. Oh, Lord. All right, this one, oh my God, where do I start? I used to watch her channel, y'all. I watched her channel before, so I was very shocked to see this. I have not watched the breakup video. I saw the divorce video on YouTube, but I always knew something was off with that husband of hers. I ain't gonna lie, he was a little off. But he's an anointed, so I watch a lot of Christian content. I be trying to keep up with that. I used to. They've been on YouTube for a long time. So let's watch her story because we need to see what happened with her. And then we're going to get to the next one. Who, Lord, it was messy. All right. So why I am no longer a pastor's wife. So she actually had a YouTube video. We're going to watch a YouTube video first, and then we'll watch her series on TikTok. Why am I seeing Hazel E? Get her off my damn screen. Goodbye. Bye, Natalie. Red flag. Bye. Good riddance. Get out. Okay, we'll do this one tomorrow if I come on tomorrow. Get out. Bye, Cam. I don't want to see your cat in the hat ass. Okay, let's go. Let's get off of my damn screen. Okay, here we go. All right, so there was she got on YouTube, y'all. So we're going to watch her YouTube video real quick. I think I might do that one tomorrow or next week, the Kimora Lee Simmons one. I don't think I have time tonight. Okay, Diamond. No, that's not her name. Ooh. Maybe I'll find it this way. If not, I'll look it up. It was on my YouTube. Her name was a Diamond. Hold on, maybe I'll find her. A Diamond Starks. So she has a whole series on why. Okay, here she go. She changed her name. All right, so she cleared up all her videos, y'all, because she was with her husband. Her and her husband used to be on YouTube. I remember I saw the God Sent Me My Husband a long time ago. I remember. And ever since then, I thought they were still together. I don't know. I don't follow these folks. But I remember when I used to be indoctrinated, I really thought, I was like, oh my God, they have such a beautiful story. Okay, you know. Maybe in the future, God gonna find my spouse like that. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I went in another direction, y'all. So let's watch her video.
Hello, it has been quite.
There's a YouTube video.
You guys have seen my face here on YouTube.
Why is it so quiet? She speaks very low, y'all. Okay, y'all gonna have to turn your volumes up. It's not me, it's her. You wanna know how? Because look, watch this.
Famous.
See? And this is loud, all right?
The title of
She's
today's
quiet.
video, I am divorced. It is 11:58, December 30th, and I wanted to film this video before we got to 2026. I wanted it to be off my chest, into the air. For those of you guys who follow me on Instagram and TikTok, this is not news to you.
I'm gonna show the husband, sis. Don't worry. Oh, this is just the beginning. I'm gonna go through the whole break. Oh, we're gonna see the husband, and we're gonna hear the TikTok story because she went into detail in the TikTok story. But I just wanted to give a backstory here. We might not watch the whole thing because it's 21 minutes.
I've been sharing my story in snippets, and more recently, very forwardly on TikTok, I did this little trend. It was like dance or become a pastor's wife again. And that video got multiple millions of views across both Instagram and TikTok. Since that time, I did a 10-part series on TikTok sharing my story that I want you guys to wait and go watch after this video, because the purpose of this video and those videos are different. Many years ago, when I posted the video of how I met my former husband,
and I watched it,
it was received very well. That video, I think, has 200,000 views. And there were women all across the world who were excited about
finally the volume went up.
My testimony. They wanted to know more pertaining their own stories and their own experiences, and women all across the world sending me DMs and questions. And I really felt like from that momentum, I began to create an experience and a mentorship called Maiden for women who were waiting for marriage, desiring marriage. And to make this video, to come back on this platform to say I'm no longer married, it feels like hypocrisy to then come on here and say I'm not married anymore. And I now know that that is just honestly a lie. And my hopes today are really one thing, and that is to speak to a woman who is in the same situation.
All right, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because we're gonna watch her series, the TikTok one. Because she kind of goes, she doesn't really give too much detail, but there was a part where I'm going to give her a red flag.
Intentions on marrying a pastor again. And I obviously did that little TikTok and reel as a joke. I want whatever God wants for me. And that is the truth. And it's hard for me, my job, to love my wife. I didn't do my there hidden from me for 6 years. I don't even want to mentally try with me or then be intimate with me. I do forgive him, and I do hate women at the church previously, and on top of that, on your own. I feel like traditional way, but I have a performing arts background, and I've been singing on the platform in some capacity since I was literally 4 years old. And oftentimes the way that I showed up to God was, what can I do for you? Two, I don't have to pastor people. I don't have to try to disciple other people as I am relearning and growing in my walk with God. And that's been amazing and so healthy for me. I do see myself doing ministry to some capacity again in the future. I think that sometimes the question being asked, do you still believe in God after what happened to you? Is just I've always known that I was called and chosen, and God has definitely set me apart in a lot of different ways. I just think ministry will look different. I have no intentions on marrying a pastor again, and I obviously did that little TikTok and reel as a joke. I want whatever God wants for me, and that is the truth. And it's hard for me as it is to say that. I will never limit God in the sense of like what he wants for me. And I just haven't been through enough to think I don't trust him. Like, he doesn't know best. Like, I ain't been through that much. I currently live in Atlanta. I live in the city. I grew up an hour south from here. So it feels like I am back home. I have been living in Atlanta for, I think April or May will be 2 years. And I love it here. I actually can like see where my sister lives from this building. We are very close. I have not lived near my family in 6 years previous to coming back home last year. So that's been great. I have found a church that I love, and it has been amazing for me. I don't necessarily care to disclose or I'm going to church. If you figure it out, great. But I have found a church that I love. I haven't called it home quite yet.
Hold up. It's coming,
there
y'all.
is a lot of church hurt and a lot of church abuse that I endured. And I know that that's still an area of my heart that God is working through. And he's been using the right people and places to help me navigate that and see me through that. I am dating. I kind of hopped into dating pretty soon after the divorce.
Red flag. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Sis, you spent 6 years married to a pastor. Then you got divorced. We're going to find out why. And then you said that you started dating before you got divorced. Let's hear the reason why. You see, this is the reason why
I kind of hopped into dating pretty soon after the divorce. Well, not even like, I think I kind of started dating honestly before the divorce was final. And my mentality surrounding that was, I'm not going to waste more of my time waiting for somebody to sign a piece of paper.
So what you're going to do is waste more time because you're not healing properly. We could clearly see that. And you was waiting to find your next man. This time it's not going to be a pastor, but guess what? The same character traits are going to come up if you don't get rid of that pattern you have because you chose the pastor.
That just didn't sit well with me. One of the visions that I actually saw from God that signaled to me that, hey, this marriage is no longer written in the books. I remember I was leaving.
We're going to hop into another one. Okay, we gonna hold off on here.
Nashville to go visit my family in Georgia last year. And I saw this thick cord of 3 strands, and I saw a pair of scissors cut the cord. And I felt like that was God's way of saying, this, my hand is no longer on this marriage, and 1, 2, 3, release them. So with that being said, I didn't really, I think there was a lot that I was like processing, like being single did not really sit well with me. So I'm like, I'm going to date.
This is the issue, y'all. Being single didn't sit well with you. Why not? What is wrong with taking time and taking a breather? You couldn't do it, and you're not even recognizing that. You need to work on that, sis. That's a problem. It's a big problem. Because now you can't be single. You're basically saying you cannot be alone. And you just got, I don't think you understand. When you get a divorce, that's already a lot of emotional turmoil. Then on top of that, you didn't even, what happened? What could we do better to not make the same situation happen again? But you're not even thinking about that. You're not thinking about healing. You're not thinking about taking time out for yourself. I can understand. I'm not saying never date again. I'm just saying, why now? You didn't even, the divorce papers wasn't even fresh out the divorce already looking for the next man. And she's beautiful. I'm sure she's going to find somebody else. But guess what? It says you're going to end up in the same predicament again.
And dating in Atlanta is quite the show.
Dating in Atlanta should not even be in your vocabulary. Red flag, girl. Cut this off. Cut the lights.
I haven't had a lot.
Cut the lights. Atlanta and dating should not be in the same sentence. I am so sorry. If you're from ATL, I'm sorry to tell you that. It's the same with Miami. Dating in Miami should not be in the same sentence. Dating in Atlanta. You talking about you fresh out. I don't like to be single. And you dating a man in Atlanta? The home of Young Thug?
Atlanta is quite the show. I haven't had a lot of like bad experiences. I've only really dated like a handful of people, and not even a handful. So I haven't really submerged myself into like the dating world. But I am open to exploring what God has for me, in the sense of like, I'm not afraid.
God would tell you to heal, sis. God would tell you to take your time and heal. I'm sure the Lord is trying to tell you that, but you don't want to hear
Like,
it.
I'm not scared. A lot of people go through this and be like, oh, like, men, this, and like, I'd be scared to date. I prayed last night. I'm like, God, that was not my real husband, so go ahead, and when you're ready, send me the real one.
Oh, she ain't never learned. Sis, you did not learn. They're trying to warn you. These sisters been on the streets for a minute. They been outside while you was cooped up in your 6-year relationship marriage. They know what the deal is. They trying to tell you, look, it's not good out here, sis. You might need help. But she's like, no, what God has for me is for me. I don't care what none of y'all talking about. God's going to send me my real husband because that one was a fraud. Oh, really, sis? Oh, really? And I'm not saying that doesn't happen. What I'm saying is that she's not healed, y'all. Do y'all really think she's going to make this? Come on, man.
I'm not even going to say get married again. I'm going to get married because that was silly. It's been almost 2 years. So I prayed last night. I'm like, God, that was not my real husband. So go ahead, and when you're ready, send me the real one. I'm not even going to say get married again. I'm going to get married because that was silly.
Okay.
It's been almost 2 years, so I am praying that God would bring me the person that I would have kids with and raise a family.
And what if you don't, though? Like, it's okay. Like, sometimes it's not the reality that, like, oh boy, my sister, you need to get help. Oh boy. Oh God. You know what? Seeking you shall find, sis. You know what? May the Lord be with you. I'm tired of talking. There are enough examples out there. She don't want to listen. She don't want to be saved. Let her find her Boaz. Because remember, she thought the Boaz was the first one, but he was a counterfeit. So now this one's supposed to be the right one. Okay, we'll get there.
And I think about that every single day.
You think about what every day?
Men, this, and like, I'd be scared to date. I prayed last night. I'm like, God, that was not my real husband. So go ahead, and when you're ready, send me the real one. I'm not even going to say get married again. I'm going to get married because that was silly. It's been almost 2 years, so I am praying that God would bring me the person that I would have kids with and raise a family. And I think about that every single day.
Every day, those are your thoughts, sis. Every day. This is exactly why the church has a chokehold on us. That's all I'm going to say. Because this don't make no damn sense. Every day, that's what you're thinking about? Every day. Every day, every hour. You ain't thinking about nothing else but a man and children to complete you. That's it. That's all. And you know what's so crazy is she went through, like, I'm going to watch her story. I'm pretty sure she went through a hell of an experience with that man. That should scare you straight into making the right decision the next time. But no, ready to hop on to the next one. The next one might not, maybe she's like, oh, you know what? Not a pastor, but maybe a deacon. Or maybe, you know, a singer, maybe the leader of the choir. Maybe I would not touch them, to be quite honest with you. Maybe the usher. That's what you thinking, sis?
Healing has been quite the journey. It was very hard. It was and still is very hard. Mm-hmm. I struggled with my mental health for the first time, and I was actually able to put language to a lot of the things that I was dealing with. I ended up seeing a psychiatrist to really help me with some mood.
Yeah, you need to see her again. You need a little bit more help, just a little bit more.
Swings, little mood disorder was in the works, and we had to find some stability just to kind of help me in my day-to-day, if I'm being completely transparent. There were definitely seasons where I isolated, but there was a time where I was like, you know what, I'm going to do something hard. I'm going to do something challenging. And I completed 75 Hard back in 2020.
Good for you. And that's amazing.
It was the most fulfilling thing that I've ever done. And I'm actually getting ready to start the challenge up again January 5th. So if you see me and I'm the baddest teen you've ever seen, it is because I have found a love for fitness and taking care of my body and my mind. I am very much so like in the wellness space. I've learned how to ask for help professionally from friends. Financially, things were really, really, really hard at one point for me, and I didn't have a ton of financial support from people, from family or from my parents. I kind of had to figure things out, and I struggled really, really bad. That caused a lot of stress on me financially. And if I'm honest, like that's something I think we're all figuring out right now in this economy. Things are not great. And so that is an area that I'm continuing to trust God.
That's what you need to be focused on, sis. That's what you need to be focused on, not the kids and the husband. Trust and believe me. I'm not, and again, I am saying this as someone who is married, and I am also saying this as someone who made sure to take her time. Absolutely. Because once you know better, you do better. But it seems like you're not doing better after you know better. You should be taking the most time out of everybody, especially with the divorce that you just had. But nope, ready to jump.
God with on a day-to-day basis. So those are the updates.
Okay, well, we're going to get to her story, y'all. We get into it. Let's get to it. Some man might see this and pull a Wizard Liz on her. I really hope not. I hope not for sis's sake. She is still a sis at the end of the day. I really hope not. I went no contact with the church years ago, Marie James. Yeah, because it's that kind of mindset. That is very dangerous, y'all. And I'm not gonna lie, I was indoctrinated too in my early 20s. I really thought that this was I was like, oh my God, maybe I need to pray for my husband, all that stuff. I'm so happy I snapped out of that and I matured. Like once my frontal lobe grew in, I started developing different mindsets and I was like, hold up, something ain't right here. Oh Lord, thank you, Jesus. Because I really thought something was wrong with me. I thought that, I'm telling y'all, I always was okay with being alone. I was always okay with being independent. And then I felt like, oh, was something wrong with me because I couldn't find, like, you know, I couldn't be with somebody. Something wrong with me. Maybe I'm just not good at relationships. Maybe I need to pray. And yeah, it was when I decided to leave the church. I still have a relationship with God. I just don't go to traditional churches. And then that really helped clear my mind a lot because I realized a lot of the stuff was it was all just propaganda, to be quite honest with you. And then once I started realizing that, hey, it's okay to be single. It's okay to be alone. I stayed single for many, many years. And I had a great ass time. Trust and believe me. There's nothing wrong with staying single and taking time to yourself. You don't need a man to fulfill you. I promise you. That is not the mandate, y'all. That is not the mandate. I can promise you that. Excuse me. I heard women before. Women go to church to pray. Men go to church to pray. Yup. Absolutely. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. That is exactly what it is. And that's the thing. The onus is always on us, but not on them. And then I started to really peep a lot of things. And I was like, nah, I don't want that. And I got comfortable being single. And I loved it. And I was really okay with that because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, I felt the most fulfilled, I'll be honest with you, when I got to know who I was. That's when I felt the most fulfilled. And so now, fast forward to when I got married, I didn't feel like I needed to get married. It was an addition. It wasn't a need or necessity. It was more of like, okay, it fits in with my life, but it wasn't like I need to get married to feel like I did something in my life. Hell no. I did a lot. I accomplished a lot and I was happy with what I accomplished. I promise you that much. And I'm still doing, I'm still accomplishing things. So it's never ending. It's just more so like, okay, we're in the next stage of life. Okay, now we can continue. And it supplements. It's not my end all be all. Let's continue though. Let's watch what sis had to say here. I want to make this wider. Why I'm no longer a pastor's wife. All right, we're going to hear her. Hold on. Let's make this. Okay, we're going to try to make it like this. Okay, I think it's good like this. All right, let's play it.
Okay, here is part one of why I am no longer a pastor's wife. I got married at 20 years old.
Okay, that makes sense now. She got married as a youngin'. Okay, that's why. So she never had a chance to date. She never had a chance to really do what people in their 20s do as far as dating and stuff. So that's probably why she's so hot bone-gay to get married again. She's never been alone, y'all. She has never been alone. So it feels unfamiliar to her.
I only look 20. I'm 28 and I got married at 20. And at that time, what I now know, obviously being very young, is that my life was really broken. I was really broken from seeing my parents go through divorce. I was really
so her parents went through divorce. Okay, that makes sense. We gonna speed sis right up. She a little soft spoken, a little slow with it. We gonna speed her right up out of here. Okay, so her parents are divorced. Okay, I've noticed that too. If your parents are divorced, then a lot of times, yes, not all, but I have noticed that a lot of people try to make it work and try to get married. It's usually people with divorced parents that get married young. I've noticed that a lot, actually. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. All right.
Broken, which was like a 6.5 year process. I think my mom told me when I was in the 6th grade that she and my dad were going to be divorcing, and they did not finally divorce until I was 10th or 11th grade. So for all of those years, I was like, my parents are going to be together or not? My parents are together or not? Within a span of time, I also witnessed 3 of the closest.
Oh, wait, hold on. We might need that was a little too fast. Okay, 1.5 is okay.
3 very close family members passed away. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, and my uncle, all within a span of 2.5 years. And I remember also leaving my childhood home and not getting to say goodbye to my childhood home, and a culmination of things. And so my mindset getting married so early was, I want a family.
Yeah, she wants stability. That's all that was. It was her parents getting divorced and then family members passing away. It created the instability in her life. And so what better way to create stability than to have a family and to stay as a unit? That makes sense.
I want to create what I no longer have. And I would say that I also had the most amazing mom in the sense that she is such a nurturing soul. She was a stay-at-home mom. And I was like, I want to be like her. And I remember after I graduated high school, I'm making this, because it's only 2-3 years until I met, my former spouse.
That's way
I graduated
too young.
high school and I wanted.
I'm so sorry, that's way too young. I understand some people are very mature, but it's a very small percentage of young people who are extremely ready for marriage. I find more often than not that they aren't. And sometimes it's not about age. I've always said that. But however, she was just fresh out of high school, and also she had all of the trauma. So that already lets me know she was not ready. She wasn't fit.
Go to performing arts school, and there were a lot of things that prohibited that from happening. I think there was a lot of fear, and I also think that one of the biggest factors was the relationship that I had with my mom at the time. I really allowed her influence in my life to deter me from going that direction to the school that I really wanted to go to. And I just was in a very, very shaky place in my relationship with God. I've known God my whole entire life. People will joke and say oh, I bet you were so fun before you were a Christian. I have never not identified as a Christian. I've always known Jesus. I got baptized at 7-8 years old, and I love him, first and foremost. I love him. That's my dog. I would not be here without him. And I think the decision not to go to performing arts school left me very lost and confused. And the one thing that I started to realize that I loved a lot was ministry. And I had this mindset, deciding not to go to performing arts school, that if I was not going to go, I had this mindset I'm going to then sing for God.
So basically she gave up her dream for her parents. Her mama didn't want her to leave home. That happens a lot too. So now that's the thing. If she had chosen to leave home, she would have been in a way different situation. Way different situation. I think actually, to be honest with you, it would have been better for her to leave home and to explore that area of her life. And that would have kept her busy. But again, and I don't mind, is a devil's workshop. Now she's trying to figure out what it is that she wants to do. And then boom, she gets married. Here we go.
Like, I don't want to sing for the world. I want to sing for God. And so that then put me in this space in ministry where I was like very fascinated with how the church worked. And always like I went to a performing arts elementary school, like literally kindergarten through 5th grade. So I've always had a natural like desire for the platform, not in any other sense outside of the fact that like I feel very alive on stage. I feel like being on a platform is a skill and a gift that God has given me in the world and in the church. And I was just like at this place where like, how do these like sectors kind of like how do they come together? So my type was people or men who were on the platform and things of this nature. And I very much so like gravitated towards that type of man, specifically in ministry. And it wasn't very far off for me, considering that I had grown up in the church my entire life. During COVID was the longest period of time that I've ever not attended church. And that is a little bit of backstory just to produce insight as to why I kind of like got married young, one, what my life looked like prior to. And I'm also sharing a little bit about like my own struggles and my own like hurts and like childhood traumas, because this is in no way, shape, or form a direct like this isn't like a like you also have to like look within yourself and be like, why did you make this decision? You were young. You didn't know any better. These were the things that you struggled with. These were the things that you went through, and these are the things that ultimately led to you making a decision. Okay, so meeting then my former spouse was at a church that I had been attending for several years, where I grew up in Georgia, and at that time, I saw him, and I have a story on YouTube. A lot of y'all know this. Some of y'all are like real slick with it. Like, I remember seeing on YouTube. God, like crazy God story, how I met my husband. I will gladly put that video back up for y'all to look at. Gladly. He ain't in it. I will gladly put that video up. So I felt like I had met my spouse. I remember I was in the church, on the stage, getting ready to do worship that night. During rehearsal, he comes in, and I had this like out-of-body experience that I can recall. And I'm like, that's my spouse. And this man ended up obviously moving to the church. I didn't know he was going to. I didn't know who he was. I literally had no idea who this man was. We become really close friends over the span of.
Hold up. Did she say she had an out-of-body experience when she met her husband? Red flag. This is why I said sometimes it be psychosis, yo.
Obviously. So meeting then my former spouse was at a church that I had been attending for several years, where I grew up in Georgia. And at that time, I saw him, and I have a story on YouTube. A lot of y'all know this. Some of y'all are like real slick with it. Like, I remember seeing on YouTube. God, like crazy God story, how I met my husband. I will gladly put that video back up for y'all.
Yeah, put it back up.
He ain't in it.
I need to see something. Because I remember I always felt like he was a little weird. But yeah, I need to see that.
Put that video up. So I felt like I had met my spouse. I remember I was in the church, on the stage, getting ready to do worship that night. During rehearsal, he comes in, and I had this like out-of-body experience that I can recall. And I'm like, that's my spouse. And this man ended up.
Here we go. God told me my husband. This is exactly how a lot of us get caught up. Because clearly God did not say nothing. Because look at where they are 6 years later. This was not God, y'all. This was her flesh. That's how you know it was her flesh.
Obviously moving to the church, I didn't know he was going to. I didn't know who he was. I literally had no idea who this man was. We become really close friends over the span of a year and a half. And we decide that he was on this 2-year commitment. He wasn't dating for 2 years. And then once his commitment was up, we had some conversation a couple months prior. He told me that he wanted to date me. I shared with him, like, hey, I feel like God gave me this word about you. And we got married. The marriage in and of itself was never great. And you don't know what you don't know because you've never been married. But the thing that I felt I won't say the whole entire time, but I had this like underlying discomfort about the way that I wanted to feel. And so this is like now 2018, and social media is just continuing to evolve. And I just have this like underlying like discontentment for my life. I just would see people interact with each other in these like very like romantic ways on socials or in person, and I'm like, that's not real. Like, they're doing that for show. Like, men don't really feel like that about their women. And I remember one of the first things that I was like, this is off, was we had been married for maybe 4 or 5 months, and I walk into the living room from behind the couch, and he jumped like I didn't live there. And I was just like, hey, I live here. Like, are you good? I'm like, are you okay? Because you've been like very, very, very quiet. And his response was like, yeah, Dad, I'm just watching TV. And I will never, ever forget that moment. It was that moment for me that maybe a lot of women talk about that they have being married where you're like, this is not the same person. And that was probably 4 or 5 months in. From there, things just went downhill, and they went downhill fast. He was always very tired, very fatigued, struggled mentally, chronic migraines, a lot of inflammation in the body. And I just couldn't quite ever put my finger on like what was wrong with this man. And so we'll go into part 2.
Okay, let's get to part 2, y'all. And let's do a husband reveal before we get to part 2. We're gonna do a husband reveal. All right, I watched part 1. Let's get to part 2. Let's do a husband reveal because some of y'all want to know who her man is or was. Okay, this is a husband, y'all. So I was able to find some posts from when they were together. All right. Eric Starks Jr. is her husband, y'all. And this is not me doxing him. This is public information. So this is exactly why he's freaking on YouTube here. He's on a YouTube video here because I don't want people to think you're doxing him. No, it's public. He's a church pastor. It's public information. And he has his post here. This is public. It's not on my private Facebook. Look, I'm not even logged in. So on January 3rd of 2024, he said, started a new job this week. A season of obscurity, hiddenness, and pastoral care. No stages, no fancy lights, no fancy microphones. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy all those things. But the Lord made it clear to me it was time to step away from preaching for a season. He doesn't want me to just be a good preacher. He wants me to be a great pastor. What I've learned over 10 years of church ministry is that some pastors are great preachers, but terrible shepherds. I've learned so much from my leaders, including what kind of pastor I don't want to be. I don't ever want to lead from a place of pride or pain, but from a position of grace. Okay, amen, brother. We're going to get to your dirt soon. Hold up, man from the cloth. I don't ever want to preach truth from the pulpit, but tell lies in secret. Pin this, y'all. Stick a pin in this. Sadly, I've experienced this, but the Lord has kept me. I'm not church hurt. I'm pro-church. I believe the best days are ahead for the church. Jesus said it will prevail, and God is not a man that he should lie. But you are a man, sir, so just remember that. But he is bringing things to light that aren't right with his bride. Okay, we talking about the church bride or your bride? Okay, I think he's talking about the church bride because this was 2024. As my wife would say, that's the sis we just heard. God don't like ugly, but he does love integrity. He expects it. I believe the Lord graces his children for positions, for places, seasons, and callings, and when the grace lifts, that usually means it's time to move with it. So here's to moving where the Spirit led us. I'm so glad my wife heard the Lord concerning Nashville. Okay, so they moved to Tennessee. And God opened the door for me to join the team at K-Love Air One Radio. Here's to developing, growing, seeking, and serving in the hidden place. God will always provide his plans. Here we go. All right. There was another Facebook post, but this was the year prior. I know I'm out of order. A Diamond Starks. That's her. Her name is Diamond. She wrote, is our marriage as good as it seems? Honestly, yes, it is. Red flag. You see, sis, you already knew something was wrong 4 to 5 months in, but yet you sitting here telling us everything's all good and peachy cream. This is why I always say that you got to keep it real. Anybody who watches or who's been a long time watcher of mine, you already know I've kept it all the way 100 real. I tell y'all the good, the bad, the ugly about marriage. I'm never going to lie to you. But these folks like to lie. See, honestly, yes, it is. That's what she said. She said that in 2023. Mind you, 4 to 5 months into the marriage, she knew something was wrong with that man. If you're like the majority of millennials, you aren't even sure if you want marriage, and if you do, you aren't sure that you'd have a successful one. Maybe you relate to one of these scenarios. You come from a family history of divorce. Your parents are still married, but they aren't happy. You don't have any examples of godly marriages. I had a front row seat to my parents' roller coaster divorce journey, and I just knew that couldn't be my story. Well, sis, it ended up being your story. And this is what happens, y'all. Sometimes it won't be my story. Look at that. Look at that. She said it just couldn't be my story. It won't be my story, and it doesn't have to be yours. Now, the thing is that I will be honest and transparent with y'all. It could be anybody's story. Because guess what? You cannot control somebody else. You can only control yourself. What I will say, though, is I believe that the better you are at knowing who you're marrying and also vetting them. I know some people hate it. Well, you never know who he is. Yes, you can know. Trust and believe me. There's ways you can know. There's a lot of ways. You just have to make the right decisions. And sometimes even then it doesn't work. But at least you're going to try to get the highest percentage that you can if you want to choose to go to the marriage route. But don't ever say that it won't be your story. Because I will never sit here and tell you I will never get divorced. I hope not. That's not my hope. That's not my wish. It's never been. When I got married, it was forever for me. But at the same time, life happens, things happen. I would never sit here and say, I'll never do it. Now, I'm going to tell y'all red flags. That's the reason why I do red flags. So you can be better at making better decisions. But you cannot ever say that, for example, if you get insurance, you can't say that your house not going to burn down. I would hope not. But hell, one day I could just be up in my apartment here chilling, and then all of a sudden somebody is reckless and they leave their stove on, and then boom, my house is gone. You don't know that. You cannot bank on somebody else's decisions. And also, sis, she made it that way. Listen to what she said. It doesn't have to be yours. No, it doesn't. But it could be. And you need to prepare for that. That's just what it is. But this is why I don't like the way the church does it. Because they don't leave room or space, and that's not a lot of churches, but I would say more than I've seen. They think it's going to be happily ever after. Why? Because you chose a pastor, you chose a godly man, when in reality, no, that doesn't mean anything. And this is where I think that false sense of confidence and security came from, is because she's married to a man of the cloth. So she thought that there would be no way that they would get a divorce. And then now look. A lot of people think that my journey to preparing for marriage with Eric started when a lot of people think that my journey to preparing for marriage started when I met Eric. It didn't. It started as a teenage girl on my floor crying out to God, asking him if he would just show me how to become the wife I am today. Oh, this is really horrible. And he would send me a husband that loved me the way he loved me. This is sad, y'all. She was crying out for this. And then now look at what happened. I remember after I met Eric, I was in prayer and God said it. Eric is going to love you like I love you. He did not. He did not. He did not. We got to be honest with ourselves. Was it God talking or was it your voice? That's why I said, I got to be honest, y'all. Sometimes it's your voice. It's you wanting it so badly. You're making up whatever fantasy you want in your mind to fit that narrative, but it's not reality. From that moment on, I didn't have a doubt in my mind that Eric was God's plan for me. Over 5 years in, I can tell you our marriage has been incredibly successful. I can tell you why. Our foundation prior to marriage was rock solid. Remember, this was a Facebook post, y'all. We've mastered how to communicate with each other. We forgive recklessly quick. We keep God at the center of our lives individually and as one. Okay, so if you want your marriage to work out, then you got to follow this guideline. That's what she's trying to say. And this is what I teach every woman that's come into my mentorship. Here we go. The best part, we're breaking generational curses and are giving our future children the greatest gifts that parents could give. That's the power of preparing for marriage. It doesn't start once you're dating or when you've met your husband. It starts right now. How many people paid for that course, y'all? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If you want me as your mentor over the next 4 months, the doors to the Maiden to Marriage Collective are open for another 48 hours. This is my group mentorship designed to help you navigate singlehood, give you insight into real-world dating experience and faith-based principles for marriage. Sis, you got married at 20. I'm trying to be honest, and I'm not saying that to say anything to her and take that away from her experience. But you got married at 20. What do you know about being single? You weren't single for that long. That's number one. You still don't like to be single. You just said you're uncomfortable and you need a man. That's what you say. You waiting for your husband. You pray every day for a man and the kids. And also, real world dating experience, you have none. You got married at 20. You got divorced at 28. How do you have experience? This is the problem, y'all. Unfortunately, Unfortunately. And I'm not saying that people cannot give advice if they've never been through something, but more often than not, what you're doing is you're trying to give people the false sense of hope, and it's not reality. The reality is marriage is hard. Marriage takes a lot of work. And I would never fool anyone to say, if you get married, you're going to stay married forever. Would I want you to? Yes. Do I think it's possible? Yes. But does it take two people in a marriage? Absolutely. And can sometimes marriages fail? Absolutely. That's life. You cannot control what somebody else does. You can only control what you do. That's it. That's all. So now, here we go. That's them here. So this is the proof, y'all. That's her. Let's get to part 3. Or part 2, my bad.
This is part 2 of why I am no longer a pastor's wife. I'm no longer a wife, period. I will say that my mom was the one who...
Sorry.
This is part 2 of why I am no longer a pastor's
here. This is... Sorry, y'all. I have to
wife.
Okay, here we go.
No longer a wife, period. I will say that my mom was the one who was like, I don't know. I don't think I like the way that I don't hear him talk about you and your dreams and your ambitions and your goals enough. When I ask him what his plans are and what he sees when he sees himself with you, he often talks about himself.
Here we go. But this was you, 2023, sis. It's not even that long ago. I could probably give her a little bit of grace if she was, because remember, she's 28 now. I could give her a little bit more grace if this was when she was 20. Then I'd be like, okay, you know what? She was really excited. Sis, this was you 2023 was 3 years ago, y'all. 3 years ago. Exactly 3 years ago. Here we go. Not even 3 years ago. Almost 3 years ago. Here we go. Here we go. You said your foundation was rock solid. You communicate with each other. You forgive recklessly. You keep God at the center. And then you told people you could give the mentorship. You're giving 4 free one-on-one calls with you. That's what you said. And then look at what's going on in the background. Red flag.
Okay, which is an issue that I think is very forward with a lot of ministers and pastors. There is this song, I can't remember the name of it. It's like a song by this Christian rapper. And I can't remember the pastor that is featured on this song. Y'all probably know what I'm talking about. But in the song, he talks about like how man is not wired for the applause of man. He says that's not good for your soul. And that just plays on my mind, repeat all day long. And so I think the reoccurring, like the people like that can probably agree and testify with me in the comment section. The issue is man is not created and wired to receive the weight, the accolades, the applause. What that does for somebody who also does not have a healthy sense of self, has not done the work to handle that type of pressure and weight, i.e. insecurities, i.e. childhood traumas, whatever the case may be. I think that is one of the most evident issues is being in the spotlight for years, all while dealing with the normal Monday pressures of life. You got bills, you gotta take care of your health, you gotta live right, and every single week you're sitting on the platform, whether it be in front of 3,000, 30,000, telling other people how they supposed to live.
Hold on, y'all. She dragging this on. I'm so sorry, sis. I love you, but I'm gonna need to speed this up. Here we go. Oh Lord. All right, 1.5. All right, let's get to it. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Let me fast forward a little bit.
I will say that my mom was one who was like, I don't know. I don't think pressures of life. You got bills.
Okay,
you
here we
your
go.
Health. You gotta live
Oh
right.
Lord.
And every single week you're sitting on the platform, whether it be in front of 3,000, 30,000, telling other people how they're supposed to live. That is hard. That's not a calling I want. And so with that, I'm taking a very, very balanced approach to this, because I also don't want people to think that I did. People like, oh, it's it takes a lot of heart, baby. I know. 9 times out of 10, if we had a second bedroom, that second bedroom was a dedicated prayer room. Dedicated. Because as a spouse, you are also carrying the weight of everything that this person is experiencing. And they're not meant to carry that alone. And I carried it well, or at least I thought I was. So that's what I would say as it pertains to my heart and my understanding behind, like, I get the weight, I get the pressure. And I think the reason why so many is like, oh, like, what are these pastors doing? It's not like, what are they doing? It's more so like, what are they not doing? What is the work that they haven't done? What is the therapy they haven't done? What is the, what are the issues they have failed to refuse? Because if I can really like go into details, my heart aches for that man very often, because I'm like, you did not have the skills. Nobody equipped you to deal with your stuff. And then you got on a platform in front of people week after week after week and tried to tell them what to do and how to live their lives on inside.
But sis, the call is coming from inside the house. Red flag, ain't this you? This is you right here. How you gonna tell him what he not doing and what he not? How you gonna go in front of people and you didn't even heal yourself and then look at you? This is you right here. Can you not see this is similar? You both were the same. You were opping real hard. This is the problem. You're not keeping it real. You're not keeping it funky. This is you right here in 4K. Not 4K. Whatever this is. I don't know what this is under. You were posting, sis. And then now you talking about your ex. Or why you was in the church, you was on the pulpit preaching to people, you didn't fix your issue.
I get the weight, I get the pressure. And I think the reason why so many is like, oh, like, what are these pastors doing? It's not like, what are they doing? It's more so like, what are they not doing? What is the work that they haven't done? What is the therapy
and
they
I'm
haven't
gonna need you to turn your volume up. I can't really hear. We gotta go closer.
done? What is the, what are the issues they have failed to refuse? Because if I can really like go into details, my heart aches for that man very often, because I'm like, you did not have the skills. Nobody equipped you to deal with your stuff.
Y'all, what we gonna do is, this is a 10-parter. I didn't expect to spend a lot of time with the no contact, but alas I did, and I thought it was a very important conversation. We are going to watch part 2, part 3, wrap this up. I made up my mind. I will come back tomorrow to stream and finish the 10-parter. We're only gonna focus on her story and the other preacher. Whatever I didn't cover, I know some of you guys sent me some videos in the Discord. If I didn't cover your story yet, it will be covered on next week's live stream. Because this is a lot here. This is a lot. So just letting y'all know, because tomorrow's live stream has to be shorter because I want to finish editing all the videos that I have for this week so we can move on to the new case studies. So yeah, that's the deal. That's the dealio. Tomorrow we'll come back on and finish this part. I'm gonna come back on earlier for show, because I really need to finish everything. Actually I might come on. No, I'll come in around the same time. Sorry, I lied, because I gotta spend the morning editing. But what I'll do is I'll come on at 1:30, and then I'll just do this one and the other one. I think that's enough for tomorrow, because Lord. And
then you got
I can tell this one gonna be messy.
Platform in front of people week after week after week and try to tell them what to do and how to live their lives on inside. Like you are a little boy. You still have wounds for how for how your parents treated you, and you carry that every single week. But the issue is not the problem. It's like, have you done the work to deal with it? And instead of dealing with it, the platform becomes a Band-Aid. Well, okay.
What this is, y'all? Yo, I'm tired of saying red flag. Look at this. What is this? Sis.
Everybody else thinks I'm doing really good, and then you actually start convincing yourself that you're doing really good, and you're not. And that weight will probably make one a little bit crazy. Psychotic, might add. And where I saw this manifest in
Sis, you were doing a whole mentorship program, helping women find a husband like the one you had at your house, and look at what he was doing. Oh my God, this is craziness. Oh Lord. And then this is a recent video, y'all. This is November 15th. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
My own life was, this is year like 5.5. Was this year 5? 6, can't remember. Dude hits me up one day. Hey, I ain't doing so hot. I'm gonna go ahead and check myself in. As a text message. And this is the beginning of the end. Okay? This is the beginning of the end. Because first off, I'm sitting here at lunch with another pastor, female, of course, that can sound crazy. And I'm like, how am I getting a text message from my spouse telling me I need to seek professional help, which therapy, I guess, really only works if you're honest. I was never in any of the sessions. I was never invited. I never knew anything about therapy because that was just a room that I was not ever invited into. I tried, I testified, and I couldn't get to him on that level. So I remember getting that text message and I felt like my world was like literally like collapsing. I'm like, I don't understand how we got here, but let's figure it out. Let's fix it. Let's put on the pastor's white face. Let's fix it. Let's figure it out. So head to the hospital. I have one of the ladies on staff at the church who was literally pastoral care trail me to the hospital. We get there and it was like 2.5 hours before I could see him. I was an absolute mess. And they make you wait because they have these certain hours that you can visit. And I finally go into the room and it's like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, how we doing? Like, what's up? And what he tells me is like, Holy Spirit told me it's either, you know, the ministry or your wife. And at the time we were young adult pastors at a church. So let me just also clarify, this man was never a bishop. He never was a pastor of a whole entire church. He only oversaw ministries of churches over the span of 6 years. And I was like, okay, have been struggling.
Why did you have to add that? He was still a pastor. Oh, Lord. Okay, sis. Your man was what? This is her man, y'all. This is her husband. Ex-husband.
All right, man. We are live now.
Let's
Welcome.
fast forward a little bit. This is her ex-husband,
doing it too, because he's in it, you know?
Right. So
like
now
he was, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I've been listening.
No, I was just gonna say, like he just came out of a dating season, or he's you know newly married now, or you know he's into urban culture and hip hop and sports, you know, the things that young adults care about. So it's like, but Jesus is
going.
Okay, we gonna get to his. We skipping through all this. This is a long podcast. 56 minutes. Okay, marriage. He gonna talk about marriage here. This was posted 4 years ago, while he was still married to sis. All right, let's get to it.
Like you said, they have it and they would love to tell somebody, but we men to men, we don't even ask the question. Like, a prime example, when me and you were talking, I mean, I'm a married guy. Like, I love talking about marriage. I don't know if I didn't know if I was going to overstep a bound or not with you, but I enjoy mentoring men, and then me and my wife enjoy marriage. So what was the first thing I asked you? I was like, "What, you know, how are you and Adonis' marriage going?" Now, is that overstepping the line? If it is, you would tell me. You just won't say anything about it. But the thing is that you didn't even think twice about it. You just was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey,
yeah, but you know
go ahead.
The difference is like with you, I would. With a bunch of other people in that same lobby, I wouldn't. You know, because there's that.
I do.
You know, because we've talked before, and like, you know, like I know your background. I know you share with me part of your story. You know, So I'm like, okay, he's got something that can pour into me, you know? And so that's what I'm trying to do with these young adults is I'm a dress like them. I'm a give my all to them. Like I'm a ball up in the gym with them. I'm going to go to the gym with them. And I do stuff like that. Why? Because then it gives me like the space to ask those questions.
Yeah.
And it gives me the space to call them out. Why? Because they're not just another churchgoer or Christian, they're my brother. Right. Yeah. You know, and it's like, you know, if you saw some random person on the street, you know, like running around in traffic.
What are you talking about here? I thought this was supposed to be about his marriage. Lord, he talking about what? What was the question, sir? Why does it say something marriage relationship? Okay, maybe we gonna get into that.
Like just being dumb, playing Frogger, you know, like you might not say nothing.
He said he acts like and dresses like the youth. Red flag. You ain't gotta do all that to speak to the youth. But then again, you know, that's where his mindset was at.
But if it was your brother, you'd be like, yo, bro, get out the street right now. You're gonna get hit by a car. Why?
Right.
Because that's your brother.
Right.
So it's the same thing. It's like we gotta have brothers, and until we are brothers.
So that's why it's best that we build a relationship so that I can at least count on the relationship for you not to go and use this information against me to get up on me. Sometimes you can talk to God for months and he don't say one word to you and you can just spill it. Too much, and then you didn't take out time to actually build a relationship through friendship as a father. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I don't know what they talking about here, but no revelation. All right, continuing.
With his mental health, like I shared previously, and that was hard for me. I will say that was hard for me because I didn't have a lot of context for what that was. His mental health at the time was not something I had experienced, but maybe we had since. And so my heart just really broke for him. And
hold on a second, y'all.
I was like, okay, what do we do? And we're gonna go ahead and go into part 3.
Okay, we heading to part 3, y'all. Sis, we about to ready to wrap you right up for tonight. This is the last part. I'm starting to get hungry. So this is my this is my hungry face right here. I'm starving. Usually I don't get hungry, but you know, when you get your monthly, then no, my monthly cycle dictates everything I do right now. Hold on. Here we go. All right, let's get to it. Part 3, y'all. This is the finale.
Okay, this is
for tonight, and then we'll be back tomorrow with this because I'm gonna try to see if I can find more videos of him talking because I need to hear a little bit more. They was sitting here capping in front of everybody, and then look at what was going on in the background. Both of them.
Part 3, why I am no longer a pastor's wife. To be in a hospital with your spouse because they are not doing mentally well, it's just like, it's not a good feeling. Like I said, pastor who is on staff, pastoral care, was there, and then I remember her saying, like, do you want to reach out to, like, Big Dog up top? Do you want to call him and let him know what's going on? So, like, one of the things that when it comes to, like, mental health is it's tricky, especially when you're in ministry, because people don't realize, like, how ministry works. And we can talk about this. I would love to actually talk about this conversation. Should ministers get paid? Why they get paid? How does the church run? And all these things. Like, we can have that conversation. First thing that pops in his head and my head is like, if we tell them that you're struggling with your mental health, are you going to lose your job? And if you lose your job, what are you going to do? We have just purchased a house the year before. And, you know, there's just, like I said, you're a pastor, but you also just have the mundane, like, worries of life to deal with. And I'm like, hey, pastor so-and-so thinks we should let pastor know what's going on. What do you think? He finally says yes. I remember I get into the room and I'm like, what's going on? We talk and he says, you know, 50% of my anxiety has stemmed from insert girl's name who worked at and attended the church. Specifically, was in the ministry that we were pastoring. And my heart sank into my ass.
Hold up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Red flag. So his anxiety was not because of her. I thought he was going to say it's because of their marriage. His anxiety, and not even because of work, it was because of a woman she was pastoring. You see, sis, when you was doing this program, the program you was doing, hold up. Why isn't it switching to the program? Give me 1 second. Red flag. What is going on here? What? Hold on, y'all. We might have to. Wait, I got to do another Windows setup here because I don't know what just happened. It froze. Look at this, y'all. This is the post I wanted. Look at this. While she was in the background doing all of this work, mentorship, and there's nothing wrong with that, y'all. I'm telling y'all, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll probably do that sometime in the future. But what I'm trying to say is that this type of mentorship is what's going to get you caught up. Look at that. You see? Look at that. And then now what happened? There's a woman at the church that was under your leadership who your husband was having anxiety attacks over. Red flag. He was probably sleeping with her. That's what was going on. She probably broke it off with him, or he was cheating and he felt guilty. I don't know what happened. But this is what happens, y'all. It happens quite a lot, especially with these pastors. We're going to get into another pastor story tomorrow as well, after we finish Sis's story. But point is that she was obviously oblivious. Well, not oblivious, but I would say that she knew something was wrong in the marriage within 4 to 5 months. She knew that things weren't the way they were supposed to be. Her mom even told her that this man is selfish. She's not talking about your goals, your dreams. Everything's about him. And yet, again, she was having this mentorship program. talking about how great he is, how awesome he is. And guess what? When she had that mentorship program and she's talking about how great he is, how awesome he is, and how to find a husband, one of your mentees gonna try to find your husband because God told her that he's her husband. Y'all catch my drift. So this is why we have to be careful. Listen, I'm telling y'all the truth. This is why you got to be careful. And not only that, it's not her fault, it's his fault, obviously, because he wanted to sleep with the girl. But at the same time, it's like you advertised it though. So it's like you invited that into your realm, into your orbit, because you're living the fantasy life that a lot of women want. And a male sent a male identified woman, she is not going to care. She's going to want to take your man because that's who you're offering him up on a platter. And sis, to be quite honest with you, you male center too, because you're talking about you were crying every day trying to find a husband. And that you think about it every single day. So then here you go. So you're preaching to women who are just like you. And then the thing is, they want to be you. So then they're going to try to take your spot.
Because I already knew to a degree. As a wife, I'm like, what is something you have this thing with this person that you don't have with anybody else? And I'm gonna be very, very mindful right now in this moment to try to protect this girl. And I don't know why I'm doing it because it's gonna be very evident to some who this person was, and I don't know why I'm doing this. But I am going to say right now, I forgive her. I forgive you. I forgive you for playing in my face, smiling in my face, the very weird remarks and gestures made towards me, and at the time, my marriage. I genuinely do forgive her, and my heart also aches.
She paid to take your husband. That was part of her mentorship. Hold on, let's go back a little bit, y'all.
Should ministers get paid? Why they get paid? How does the church run? And all these things. Like, we can have that conversation. First thing that pops in his head and my head is like, if we tell them that you're struggling with your mental health, are you going to lose your job? And if you lose your job, what are you going to do? We had just purchased a house the year before, and there's just, like I said, you're a pastor, but you also just have the mundane worries of life to deal with. And I'm like, hey, Pastor so-and-so thinks we should let Pastor know what's going on. What do you think? He finally says yes. Remember, I get into the room and I'm like, what's going on? And we talk, and he says, 50% of my anxiety has stemmed from insert girl's name who worked at and attended the church. Specifically, was in the ministry that we were pastoring. And my heart sank into my ass. Because I already knew.
I misunderstood. She was in the ministry. Yeah, ministry that you were pastoring. Hold up. Who's pastoring, her or
and my
him?
heart sank into my ass. Insert on, we talk, and he says, 50% of my anxiety has stemmed from insert girl's name who worked at and attended the church. Specifically, was in the ministry that we were pastoring.
Yeah.
And my heart sank.
Yeah, she was pastoring. Exactly.
Into my ass.
There we go.
Because I already knew to a degree. As a wife, I'm like, what is something you have this thing with this person that you don't have with anybody else? And I'm gonna be very, very mindful right now in this moment to try to protect this girl. And I don't know why I'm doing it because it's gonna be very evident to some who this person was, and I don't know why I'm doing this. But I am going to say right now, I forgive her. I forgive you.
I'm not saying she shouldn't forgive her, but she should air her. I would have aired her ass. I'm just being honest.
Forgive you for playing in my face, smiling in my face, the very weird remarks and gestures made towards me, and at that time, my marriage. I genuinely do forgive her, and my heart also aches for you if you so happen to see this. And it saddens me. And I will say this is honestly probably one of the things that hurt me the most. Is previous to this, I had an online ministry / coaching mentorship where I help young women prepare for marriage. And this is a girl that I would have loved the opportunity to hold hands and walk through seasons of singleness, dating, all the things with her. And instead, it ended up being a scenario where even given the opportunity to see if this girl's heart really was spiteful. I assumed she was, and I am going to stand and believe that she was not necessarily spiteful, but just deceptive is what I would call her behavior. I won't call her deceptive, but I think her behavior was very deceptive, and it was very, just a nasty spirit.
Yeah, but your husband liked that nasty spirit of hers, because he, yeah. Hold on a second. I'll call her later. I'm gonna call her real quick. Yeah. He liked that nasty spirit of hers.
And in an attempt to not to make this about her, because it's really not, what I will say is to pastors who may be watching this, when a leader or a woman or a man comes to you and they tell you that there is an issue as it pertains to a specific person, please believe them. At this time, we're having these conversations with leadership.
What did she just say?
And in an attempt to not make this about her, because it's really not, what I will say is to pastors who may be watching this, when a leader or a woman or man comes to you and they tell you that there is an issue as it pertains to a specific person, please believe them. At this time, we're having these conversations with leadership, with the church. This is what's going on. My marriage is in trouble. My marriage is in trouble. As a pastor's wife, I'm coming to my pastors and leaders and I'm saying, our marriage is in trouble. And the thing that's super hard and challenging is like, I don't know if they saw that he was the problem. And because of that, they created a plan then to have us exit. I don't know if she was really the problem. And because of the church politics and structure, they protected her because of that. I don't know if they didn't know what to do, but all I know is that people that I sat across the table with and broke bread with had like what I thought was community with. Like, these are people that I loved. Iced me out and stopped talking.
Yep. Exactly. And I feel sorry that she had to go through that experience. This is a lesson many of us have learned the hard way, that some people, they're not going to care about you. They're not going to care about you, especially when you're bringing this type of situation to the church, because at the end of the day, they want to protect the image of the church. And I'm not saying all, but more often than not, a lot of them do not care. And so this is why it was easy for them to ice you out, because now you're the troublemaker. Oh, everything was peaceful at this church, but now you're trying to, and we don't know their relationship. Remember, she was staff at the church. So obviously they're going to believe, what they want to believe. And she was working at the church, and obviously she had some hitters. That's it. She had some shot callers at the church. So then we find out that sis, whoever he was having the alleged affair with, because I believe that's what it was, she had more power than your behind. That's what happened. And so she was able to sway everyone and get everyone on her side and not yours as the pastor's wife. And yeah, at the end of the day, they're not going to care. They're not going to have sympathy for you. They're going to want you out the church. That's it. That's how you're causing trouble. We got to keep the money rolling in. We need the parishioners to feel comfortable around here. We don't want to hear about no side chick saga, red flag. No mistress saga. We trying to get the tithing. Get the tithes in the church. That's it. That's all. By any means necessary.
And then you still have to show up week after week. Like nothing's wrong. And I was, at that time, on the worship team for the main church. I was over our young adult worship team, so we were young adult pastors. I was on the women's ministry team, and this is a very high production church, so just anytime there's a production of any type, I was there. I showed up.
Wait a minute. She said she showed up.
I gave my time.
Hold up, girl, hold up.
Had like what I thought was community with, like, these are people that I loved. Iced me out and stopped talking to me. And then you still have to show up week after week. Like nothing's wrong. And I was, at that time, on the worship team for the main church. I was over our young adult worship team, so we were young adult pastors. I was on the women's ministry team, and this is a very high production church, so just anytime there's a production of any type, I was there.
Wow. And I would have never showed up again. No, matter of fact, I would have done, me. I would have went during, when they do the testimony and be like, I have a testimonial to share. Nah, damn, you shouldn't have. You see, this is why you can't tell the pastors nothing. You got to say it in a testimony. Don't share nothing yet. If you don't believe, that's the problem. Because, she was thinking that they was her friend. See me, I know nobody's my friend. I'm going to show up in the testimony and be like, I have a testimony for y'all. How God revealed to me that my husband was having an affair with this woman right here. Yes, make them gasp. Red flag. Look at that. So now she was doing all of that for the church, and look at how they treated her. Used her as a mule.
I showed up. I gave my time, my energy. And again,
yeah, she not gonna marry no pastor no more. She's done, y'all. I don't even know if she's gonna marry a Christian man anymore. Maybe a lukewarm. Who knows? But she's done with the church life. I could already tell by her lingo. Sis is over the church life. She's like, I'm out of it.
Look these people in the face and say, like, hey, my marriage is in trouble. Help me. And for no one to give us a clear roadmap on how to be helped, regardless of the situation. I even hate that in my mind. I'm like, was it him? Was it her? It doesn't matter. This is what happened to me. Nobody came to make sure Donna was okay. Not one person. And the people that I did go to and the people that I did talk to and share all this information with were silenced. If you talk to this girl again, like I have people that were like, oh, like I think these are like, this is like my church mom figures and my men. We can't talk to you about that no more.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna do a little investigation, y'all. Hold up.
October of this past year was 2 years. And we left. And that's why I've taken my time in sharing this, because it's a lot. Like this is like my church mom figures and my men. We can't talk to you about that no more. October of this past year was 2 years.
Oh, October was 2 years. Bookmark this, y'all, because remember, they was in Detroit 3 years ago. So this was either Detroit or Nashville. Because, yeah, I think it's Nashville. Okay, they went to Tennessee. This was the new one. So, it's between one of these churches, y'all. You know what? I think I might have to do an investigation.
And that's why I've taken my time in sharing this, because it's a lot. So I'm going to pause. It's getting heavy. And I'll come back and share the next part.
Okay, sis. Appreciate you. Now, we're going to end it tonight here. And I'm going to do my own sleuthing and investigation. And I will even download all of the TikToks in case it goes away. But I doubt it. It's been up since November. So I doubt sis is going. That's her money maker right here. She got to make the funds. Let me go like this video. You got to make your funds, sis. You got to make your funds. So, yeah, let's reconvene tomorrow with fresher minds. I might come on earlier. I might come on in the afternoon. I don't know. Let's see how the spirit leads me tomorrow, because it is Sunday. And then what I'm going to do on top of that is I'm going to search those churches, because I need to see who was on the staff. She said it's been 2 years. So that eliminates. So that's 2020. She made this in 2025. So it was 2023. I'm going to bet my money on the Detroit church. But anyways, I'm going to find something, y'all. I'm going to find something, because we gonna air that church. We going to find out which church it is. We going to find out. I'm going to see what I can find out, y'all. Let me read a few comments. We out of here tonight. I got to go eat. I'm starving. So Marie, Manjama, hey, finally catching a live. Hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Miri, you said her ex-husband cheated on her with a subscriber who was her biggest fan. Who y'all talking about? Oh, Natural 85. Yes, I remember that. I was so sad, y'all. I was sad because they were together for a long time. They were together since like high school. Natural 85, and I like her. She's so sweet. She's a sweetheart. Like, I mean, as far as what she shows on YouTube, she's very unproblematic. Very unproblematic. She was tutoring her, but she was his side chick, yo. Princess Amani, hey sis, you said sounds like she wanted him to be strong like she was. Yup. I do engage with the chat, sis. It's just because of the time. That's why. I do. My bad. Today's because of time. That's why I didn't engage. But I'll be more engaged tomorrow. Hey, Sophia. How are you? They wanted those roles and be called so bad. I do engage with the chat, sis. I want to make it clear. It's because of time, because I know it's already like 7, 8. It's almost 11 for y'all. And then also, I'm really hungry. I'm starving. And I spent too much time on the no contact video. That's why I was trying to rush. If you see me not engaging with the chat, that means time. I'm rushing through it. I'm rushing. But you know what? I believe that tomorrow I will be going earlier on stream. I made up my mind. I'm going to go up earlier. I think I'm going to stream in the morning. Yeah, morning, because I really need to edit. I need time. So yeah. JMG, you said church folk ain't kinfolk. I don't care how much they say you're a family. Yeah, just like co-workers too. You got to be careful with that. But I find church folk the worst, because at least with co-workers, like, you'll know where you stand. But like, because you know, at work, like, there's a certain level of professionalism, right? So you're not going to share certain things. Like, you're going to be way more private. But at church, like, you got to remember, it's a religious experience, like, it's a religious establishment, and so you feel more comfortable because these are like-minded people. These are Christians. These are people that you're supposed to be surrounding yourself with. and to be honest with, transparent with. You're supposed to tell them, you know, your issues. You're supposed to be a little bit more transparent in that environment. And so I think that's what gets people hurt, is because the vulnerability is supposed to be there, but people don't know how to cherish it and tend to it. A lot of churches at least don't. Detroit do crazy work. Jewel, you said I was scammed for $600 when I went out there. Oh, hell no. Okay, we're going to get into the Detroit. I'm going to find out the church, y'all. I'm really serious about that. You said I recommend doing a case study reaction about Pastor Elijah. That story is messy. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow. He's on the thumbnail. Oh, tomorrow's Pastor Elijah. So I'll title this part 1. And then we'll do part 2 tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do, because we're doing this story and the Elijah McDavid story. So I got to go I'm going to go on stream really early tomorrow, y'all. Very early. So, because I got to get this out of the way because I need to film. Not film. I keep saying film. I got to edit. But anyways, have a good night, y'all. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I am starving. I will be back tomorrow morning. Have a good night. I shall see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, and yeah, we'll reconvene tomorrow morning. Bye, y'all. Have a good night. My head is hurting. I have a headache. I gotta eat. All right, have a good night, y'all. Bye.